suicide was a sin. Communists didn't come because Big Jim and Edna didn't clap for Uncle Joe. So it was just the FBI, Jimmy, and me. About 5 years later, someone from the Soviet embassy comes around asking if we'd like to have Big Jim and Edna move to Russia. They wouldn't get slots in the Kremlin wall, nothing so wonderful as that. But a nice plot in Moscow. Fairly amusing in retrospect. The point of all this, me talking and you sitting there like you got an egg between your cheeks, the point is that I know you and your people. Someone in this city killed my little brother. You're playing along with me now, but somewhere along the line, because you want to go chasing after the guy who wasted your detective, or because your boss tells you to, or because you're the fucker behind it all, you're going to try to leave me with a hard-on and a rope around my neck. And I just want you to know that when you do, I'm going to get you first. I just want you to know. Arkady drove aimlessly. He wasn't drunk. Sitting with Kerwell had been like sitting before an open furnace that burned vodka off in a vapor and left a futile energy. At every other block, red banners were being hoisted into place under floodlights. Snail-humped sanitation trucks browsed in the gutters. Moscow was sleepwalking toward May Day. Hungry at last, he stopped for a bite at Petrovka. The militia cafeteria was empty except for a table of girls from the private alarm room. Some people paid so many rubles a month for special burglar alarms. The girls were dead asleep, heads on their forearms. Arkady dropped change into a can for hard rolls and tea, ate one roll and left the rest. He had a sense that something was happening, but he didn't know what or where. In the halls, his footsteps sounded ahead of him like another man's. Most of the officers on night duty were out on the annual push to clear the central city of drunks before May Day. Conversely, on May Day, it would be patriotic to be drunk. Timing was everything. Kerwell's radicals, ghosts from an obscure chronology of dead passions that Arkady doubted even Americans knew or cared about. How could they have anything to do with murder in Moscow? In the communications room, 2 sergeants with loosened collars typed out radio messages that came in snatches, bits, and ends, invisible litter from the outside world. Although there were no lights on the city map, Arkady stared at it. He moved on to the detective squad room. One man, alone, was typing up court transcripts. Trials were recorded in longhand and filed in type. Bulletins on the wall exhorted vigilance for a glorious week, and invited ski groups to the Caucasus. He sat at a desk and dialed Central Telephone and Telegraph. Getting an answer on the 20th ring, he asked about phone calls from the payphones around Irina Azanova's apartment. A voice clotted with sleep replied, "Investigator, I'll send a list in the morning. I'm not going to read you 100 phone numbers now." "Any calls to the Rossiya Hotel from the payphones?" Arkady asked. "No." "Hold on." The squad room had a single telephone book. Arkady scrambled through the R pages to Rossiya. "Any calls to 457702? There was a snort of disgust on the other end, and then a long silence before the voice came back on. At 2010, a call was placed from public phone 902825 to 457702. Duration? 1 minute. Arkady hung up, dialed the Rossiya number, and asked for Osborne. Mr. Osborne was out of his room, the clerk said. Osborne was meeting Irina Azanova. In the garage, Arkady ran to his car and swung onto Petrovka Street, one way south. There was little traffic. Assuming that she had called Osborne, Arkady thought, then it was at her initiative, even insistence. A minute was more time than needed to merely state a meeting place. She'd demanded one. Where? Not in Osborne's room, and not someplace where he would seem out of place and conspicuous, not in a car. That could catch the eye of a militiaman. And if not in a car, then Osborne wouldn't be driving her home. Public transportation stopped at 12:30. Arkady's watch said 12:10. The truth was, he didn't know if they were meeting, or where, or when. He could only try the obvious. He turned into Revolution Square, cut his motor, and rolled to a stop in the shadow between streetlights. This was the nearest metro station to the Rossia, also a direct line to her neighborhood. A militia emergency car raced by, blue overhead lights flashing, no siren. For once, Arkady regretted the lack of a radio in his car. He felt his heart pound. He tapped the steering wheel. His excitement told him that he was right. Revolution Square opened at its north on Sverdlov Square, at its south on Red Square. He kept watch on the shapes emerging from the glow of Red Square, a haze bright as snow crystals that filtered past the giant front of GUM, the Government Universal Store. But footsteps came from all directions, tugging his eyes one way and then another. Out of the steps, some strolling, some running for a train, he picked out the sound of her stride. Irina Azanova came in sight around the corner of the department store, hands in her jacket pockets, her long hair behind like a flag. She entered the metro station's glass doors directly across from Arkady's car. He saw two men, one at each side of the entrance, fall in behind her. Inside the station, Irina had her 5 kopecks ready. When he entered, Arkady had to get change from a machine. By the time he was on the down escalator, she was far ahead. Along with the two men, she still hadn't noticed. They were in overcoats and hats, guises of drabness that could be found on every third or fourth step of an escalator that descended 200 meters, bomb-shelter depth, beneath the city. Yet it was an hour for romance. There was a staggered swoon of couples, men one step lower than the women, on whose bosoms they rested their heads. Impassive as sweatered cushions, the women stared ahead at the unreeling ceiling, to glare possessively when Irina pushed by. The two men in overcoats pushed forward behind her, as did Arkady from farther back. Where the escalator's descent ended at the low white gullet of the ceiling, Irina stepped off and vanished, and the two men in overcoats followed. The passages of the lower station had marble floors, crystal chandeliers, rounded walls of mosaics, revolutionary panoramas of flesh, gun, and fire-colored stones that hid the hiss and tremor of unseen trains. Arkady ran past 2 small Mongolian soldiers, dragging a single heavy suitcase past a mosaic of Lenin addressing Bolsheviks. A musician stepped along in glassy pumps near Lenin, rallying factories. Tired couples dawdled where Lenin hunched over a manifesto. Arkady couldn't see Irina Azanova, and he couldn't hear the echo of her steps over his own running. She had simply disappeared. At the end of the passage, low arches led to a passenger platform. A train was just pulling out. Strangers behind steel and glass, the old folks and veterans slipping into the seats provided for them. Lovers daring to sway together, becoming a blur, a whiptail. Then 2 red lights in the tunnel. Arkady didn't think she was on the train, but he couldn't be sure. Over the track, the light bulb numerals of a large digital clock changed from 2.56 to 0.00 and started to count up again. During rush hour, trains were never more than a minute apart, so that there was always a hushed, insistent trembling in the tunnels, and at night, even toward the end of service, no train was more than 3 minutes after the previous one. Platform conductors, sturdy grandmothers in blue uniforms, metal flags in their hands, made the rounds of the benches and whispered to reluctant lovers, "Last train coming, last train." Arkady asked about a tall, young, good-looking woman with long brown hair, and the conductor, misunderstanding, shook her head sympathetically. He darted across the passage to the opposite platform for trains in the other direction. The passengers there were a mirror of the ones he'd left, except for the Mongolian soldiers, who sat on their suitcase like a pair of prize dolls waiting to be won. Arkady left the platforms and started back up the passage, re-entering the glitter of revolutionary mosaics, sidestepping the last stragglers running for the train. He was sure he hadn't gone past her. A washwoman knelt by a bucket of ammonia scrubbing the marble floor. Lenin said he'd use gold for plumbing. Marble in the subway was close enough. The washwoman's head mimicked the rotation of her hand. For the length of the passage, Lenin inspired, berated, meditated in stone cartoons. Between the mosaics, on one side, were 3 doors. The chandeliers winked, signaling that the next train would be the last of the night. In the alternate light and dark, Lenins waked and faded. Arkady opened a door marked by a red cross and found a closet of oxygen tanks, fire extinguishers, bandages, and leaning stretchers, the props of emergency. A door marked Prohibited was locked. The second door marked Prohibited swung open easily, and he slipped through it. He found himself in an area the size of a locomotive cab. A red bulb was reflected by banks of meters. Another wall was a crosshatch of circuit breakers and chalk strikes. From the floor he picked what first looked like a rag. It was a scarf, black under the bulb. An iron door was marked Danger. Arkady pushed it open and stepped into the train tunnel. He was on a metal catwalk chest high in the tunnel. The air was reverberant, gray from the light that seeped from the faraway platform. Irina Ozanova lay on the track directly below, her eyes and mouth open, as a man in an overcoat arranged her legs. The other man, who was on the catwalk, swung a sap at Arkady. Arkady took 2 hits on his arm and felt a warm numbness from the elbow down. He had learned from Cruz in Gorky Park, though. As the other man drew back to bring a blow directly to the soft fontanelle in the center of his skull, Arkady savagely brought his foot up to that larger, softer area between the legs. The man folded like a chair and dropped his weapon. Arkady gathered it up and swung in one motion, snapping the man's head back. The man sat down on the catwalk, one hand over his groin, one hand catching the dark burst of blood from his nose. Arkady looked down the tunnel to the far-off platform clock. Surprised, he could see so distinctly, 2:27. The man on the track regarded the scuffle above him with the mild dismay of a manager whose assistant has been brushed aside by an overbearing customer. His face was scarred like street snow, a professional's face. His little eyes looked over a snub-nosed TK, the KGB's pocket pistol, that was aimed at Arkady's chest. Irina wasn't moving. Whether she was alive, Arkady couldn't tell. "No," Arkady said, and looked again toward the passenger platform. "They'll hear it." The man on the track nodded in a reasonable way and dropped the gun into his coat, then looked toward the platform clock and turned back to Arkady with a reasonable suggestion. "Too late. Go home." "No." At the very least, Arkady had thought he could prevent the man from getting off the track and onto the catwalk. But in one step, the man had his hands on the catwalk railing, and with the next he swung athletically over it to Arkady's level. Arkady flailed with the sap, his newly won weapon, hitting nothing but overcoat and railing until the man kicked him away, squeezed past his fallen colleague, and advanced in terse, mechanical steps while Arkady retreated. Arkady took another kick in his stomach while he covered his tender chest in panic, then another, bringing a deep grunt. The professional face speculated like a doctor searching for a vein. Here? There? His hands and feet were not as hard as Cruz's, and not drawn back from reach as cleanly. Arkady dropped the sap, smothered the next kick, and pulled. The man grabbed the catwalk railing for balance, allowing Arkady to slip in a fist. A second punch, better aimed to the heart, even dropped the man. Without complaint, he rose, locking with Arkady, first trying to butt and then to gouge. As Arkady twisted away, they spilled over the railing and toppled down onto the tracks. Arkady landed on top, but felt something slap into his belt. Raising himself, he saw a knife blade sticking through the man's overcoat pocket. The man rolled free and pulled a spring-operated knife that he held thumb up, blade flat. Hatless now, exposing a sharp V hairline, he also revealed for the first time a personal interest in his work. The blade circled and stabbed, first a peck to the eyes and then a thrust to the body. The blade winked, then tapped the rails for emphasis. Arkady stumbled backward over Irina. Remarkably, as the man moved in with his knife, his eyes developed orange cores, brilliant moth eyes, as if he were lit from within. The rails trembled under Arkady's back. In a pantomime of neatness, the man folded his knife, picked up his hat, and scrambled onto the catwalk. Arkady saw the distant platform numbers change from 249 to 250, and he turned into the glow of 2 vertical headlights. Halos spread over the tunnel walls. He felt a wind, air propelled ahead of the train, and the rails moan. Irina's hands were limp and hot to the grasp. He had to lift her bodily and twist away from the train to keep from being blinded. He had never been so brightly lit. The last mote in the air stood out. Her arms fell sleepily, and he staggered. A scream of locking brakes climbed to a fine peak of metallic hysteria, then abruptly dropped away as the train rushed through. Arkady pushed Irina onto the catwalk and pressed himself into the wall. As soon as Levin opened his apartment door, Arkady carried Irina into a plastic-covered sofa. "She was hit on the head, or they gave her a shot of something. I haven't had time to look," he said. "She's very hot." Levin was in a robe and slippers, pajama bottoms, at shanks as sharp as his nose. It was clear that he was debating whether to tell Arkady to go or not. "I wasn't followed," Arkady offered. "Don't insult me." Levin made his choice, folded his robe, sat and took Irina's temperature. Her face was flushed and slack, her Afghan jacket finely reduced to the scruff and patches it really was. Arkady was embarrassed for her. He hadn't considered yet what he looked like. Levin held up her right forearm to show a bruise marked by pinpricks. "Injections. Sulfazine, probably, from her temperature. A messy job. She was probably struggling." "Yes." Levin's tone underlined the stupidity of the remark. He struck a match and passed it slowly over her eyes, covering one eye and then the other. Arkady still felt the afterthrill of near death. The subway train had stopped short of the platform, and by the time the engineers reached it and the platform conductors called a militia, Arkady had carried Irina from the station to his car. "Escaped" was the description. The word moved inside him like a flywheel out of control. Why would a chief investigator run from the militia? Any more than an unconscious girl should seem so dangerous to Levin. It was a wonderful country where everyone understood secret signs so well. It took him some time to look clearly at Levin's flat. He'd never been here before. Instead of comfortable knickknacks, shelves and tables were crowded with lacquered men on chessboards of ivory, teak, and colored glass. Each board set for a game in progress. Instead of the usual embroidered babushkas nailed to the wall were photos of Lasker, Tal, Botvinnik, Spassky, and Fischer. All chess masters, all Jews. "If you have any brains, you'll take her back where you found her," Levin said. Arkady shook his head. "Then you'll have to help me," Levin said. They took her to Levin's bed, a plain iron cot. Arkady pulled off her boots and helped Levin remove her dress and underclothes. Each article was spongy with perspiration. Arkady thought of the many times he and Levin had stood over other bodies that were white, cold, and stiff. Over Irina, Levin was strangely tentative, ill at ease, and trying to disguise the fact. It was the most human Arkady had ever seen him. He was nervous around the living. Because Irina Azanova was very much alive. There was no denying that. Comatose, but hardly cold. She was feverish pink. Slimmer than Arkady had expected. Her ribs under heavy breast with oblong areolae. Her stomach concave until a rise of thick brown hair. Her graceful legs sprawled. She stared up at Arkady and through him. While they were covering her in wet towels to bring down her temperature, Levin pointed to the faint blue mark on her right cheek. "See this?" "An old accident, I suppose." "Accident," Levin sneered. "Clean up. You can find the bathroom yourself. This isn't the Winter Palace." In the bathroom mirror, Arkady saw that he was covered with dirt, and that one eyebrow was sliced open, as if with a razor. After washing, he returned to the living room, where Levin was warming tea on a hot plate. A small cabinet exhibited cans of vegetables and fish. "They offered me an apartment with a kitchen or an apartment with a bathroom. For me, a bathroom is more important." On a long, unused note of hospitality, he added, "You want something to eat?" "A little sugar in the tea, that's all." "How will she be?" "Don't worry about her. She's young and strong. She'll feel sick for a day, no more. Here." He gave Arkady a tepid cup. "So you think it was sulfazine?" "You can take her to a hospital if you want to be sure," Levin said. "No." Sulfazine was one of the favorite narcotics of the KGB. He'd no sooner get her to a hospital than a doctor would be calling. Levin knew that. "Thanks." "Don't," Levin cut him off. "The less you say, the better off I'll be. I'm sure my imagination is adequate. I just wonder if yours is. What do you mean? Arkady, this girl of yours is no virgin. I don't know what you're talking about. The mark on her cheek. They had her before Arkady. They shot a menazin into her years ago. I thought they stopped using a menazin because it was dangerous. That's the point. They deliberately inject it badly into the muscle so that it's not absorbed. If it's not absorbed, it forms a malignant tumor, just as it did with her. Wake up. She's blind in one eye. Whoever cut the tumor cut the optic nerve and left that mark. That's their mark. That's overstating it a little, don't you think? Ask her. Talk about blind. You're making too much of this. A witness was attacked and I defended her. Then why aren't you in a militia station now? Arkady went to the bedroom. The towels on Irina were hot. He replaced them with fresh ones. Her arms and legs jerked spasmodically in sleep, a reaction to her change in temperature. He smoothed her forehead, pushing back strands of matted hair. The mark on her cheek was a faint violet cast from the rush of blood beneath the skin. What did they want, he wondered. From the beginning, they had been there. Major Priblida to rake up the bodies in Gorky Park, Detective Fett when Golodkin was questioned, the killers in Golodkin's apartment, the would-be killers in the metro tunnel. Rubber balls, injections, blades, all signatures of Priblida and the host of Priblidas that was them. Anyway, they would be stationed around her place, and by now they would have a list of her friends. They would get tired of watching hospitals, and the idea of Levin the pathologist wouldn't take much longer to occur to Priblida. Levin had courage, but when she woke, she had to go. When he returned to the living room, Levin was sedating himself by scrutinizing his chessboards. She looks better, Arkady reported. At least she's sleeping. I envy her. Levin didn't look up. Would you like to play? What's your rating? Levin looked up. I don't know. If you had one, you'd know. No, thank you. That reduced Levin to the demands of hospitality again, however, and thoughts of the woman in his bed who was being searched for. He feigned a smile. Actually, this is quite an interesting situation here. A game played by Bogolyubov and Perk in 31. Black's move, only he doesn't have one. Only in the army had Arkady been bored enough to play chess seriously, and then his only talent had been for defense. Both sides in this game had castled, and White had control of the center, just as Levin said. On the other hand, Arkady noted an absence of game clocks in the apartment, the sign of a soul who preferred leisurely analysis to over-the-board mayhem. Also, poor Levin was fraying at the prospect of a long and nervous night. Do you mind? Arkady moved for black. Bishop takes pawn. Levin shrugged. Pawn takes bishop. Queen takes pawn, check. King takes queen. Knight to knight 5, check. King to knight 1. Knight takes queen. Black's knight forked White's bishop and rook. Do you ever take time to think before you move? Levin muttered. There's a certain pleasure to be found in that. Bishop to knight 3. Knight takes rook. Levin pondered whether to take the knight with his rook or his king. Either way, the knight was doomed. Then Black would have given up queen, bishop, and knight in exchange for queen, rook, and 2 pawns. The outcome would depend on White's ability to bring his bishop back into the game before Black could link his majority of pawns and double his rooks. You've introduced complications, Levin said. While Levin thought out his move, Arkady dipped into a bookshelf, coming up with a collection of Poe. Soon enough, he saw that Levin had fallen asleep in his chair. At 4 a.m., he went down to his car, drove it around the block to find if he was being watched, and returned to Levin's apartment. He couldn't wait any longer. He dressed Irina in her damp clothes, wrapped her in a blanket, and carried her down. Driving, the only people he saw were road crews storming for May Day. A single man on a steamroller directed 4 women pouring warm tar. When he had crossed the river and was within 2 blocks of Taganskaya, he got out, walked alone the rest of the way to his apartment, and went through every room to be sure it was empty. Returning to the car, he drove to the apartment, switching his engine and headlights off as he turned into the courtyard. He carried Irina upstairs, laying her on the bed, undressing her and covering her with Levin's blanket and his own overcoat. He was about to go out to move the car again when he saw that her eyes were open. Her pupils were dilated, and the whites were tinged red. She didn't have the strength to move her head. "Idiot," she said. Chapter 13. It was raining. The floors creaked idly. In the apartments above and below, Arkady heard the occasional footfall of house cleaning. On the hall stairs, the sideways climbing of an old woman. There had been no knocks at the door, no phone calls. Irina Azanova lay facing him, her skin as wan as ivory now that her fever was broken. He was still in his clothes. At first he tried to find some other place to curl up, but there were no chairs or sofa, not even a rug. And in the end they'd shared the bed. Not that she'd known, or that it mattered. He lifted his watch. 9 a.m. Slowly, so as not to wake her, he rose and walked in stockinged feet to the side of a window and looked down into the courtyard. No face looked up. He'd have to move her, but he didn't know where, not her place. Hotels were out of the question. It was illegal to take a hotel room in your own city. What good reason could a citizen have for not being home? Something would turn up. 4 hours' sleep was enough. The investigation carried him along. He felt it rising like a bulk of a wave, bearing him bones and body and rumpled clothes. The girl clutched her blanket against her cheek, good for another 4 hours of deep sleep, he guessed. He'd be back by then. It was time to see the general. Enthusiast Road, where prisoners used to start their journey to Siberia on foot, went by the Hammer and Sickle Tractor Works to Route 89, a truck run of narrow concrete, flat mud countryside, and villages set as close to the ground as potatoes, east, all the way to the Urals. Arkady drove 40 kilometers before turning north on a macadam road, toward a village called Balobanovo, past figures sowing okra and beans, and fields of uniformly brown cows, then on a dirt road through woods so dense that drifts of snow untouched by the sun blanketed the ground. Between branches he could see the river Kliazma. At an iron gate he got out and walked the rest of the way. No cars had been through recently. In the middle of the road last year's grass stood dead and tall. A fox dashed almost under his feet, and he braced automatically for the general's dogs. But the woods were silent, except for the drizzle of rain. After 10 minutes' walk, he came to a 2-story house with a steep metal roof. On the other side of the circular yard, he knew, was a long stairway going down to the riverbank, where there had been at least, a dock with a skiff, and anchored well into the stream afloat on orange oil cans. There had also been peonies in wooden buckets along the dock, and a tub of ice manned by 2 aides-de-camp in white jackets and white gloves. For parties, Chinese lanterns would hang over the dock and be strung all the way up the stairs, a trail of moons rising straight to the sky. Their reflections in the water would bob like luminous sea creatures attracted to the music. He looked up at the house. Ferrous stains reached from the gutters to the ground. A banister leaned from the steps. Weeds flourished in the yard around a rusted garden table and an empty rabbit pen. Crowding round the house and the lawn, staggering at all angles, were gaunt pines and elms gone wild in decay, adding more finishing touches to an atmosphere of total desolation. The only sign of life was a string of dead hairs, flayed blue and black-red. His knock was answered by an old woman, whose stupefaction turned into a poisonous glare and a twist in the blot of lipstick that was her mouth. She wiped her hands on a greasy apron. "Surprise," she said in a voice slurred by vodka. Arkady stepped in. Sheets covered the furniture. The curtains were as gray as shrouds. An oil portrait of Stalin hung over the fireplace, which reeked of damp ashes. There were dried boughs, bottles of faded paper flowers, a gun rack with a Mosin-Nagant bolt-action rifle, and 2 carbines. "Where is he?" Arkady asked. She nodded toward the library. "Tell him I need more money," she said loudly, "and a woman to help out, but first money." Arkady pulled free of her fingers and went to a door built under the stairway to the 2nd floor. The general was in a wicker chair by a window. Like Arkady, he had a narrow, handsome face, but the skin had gone taut and translucent, the eyebrows white and untrimmed, the hair a white fluff around a high forehead knotted by veins at the temples. His frame sank within a loose peasant shirt, pants, and oversized boots. His hands, pale as cream paper, rubbed a long wooden holder which had no cigarette. Arkady sat down. There were 2 busts in the library, one of Stalin and the other of the general, both cast from shell casings. A framed panel of red felt displayed rows of medals, including 2 orders of linen. The felt was dusty. The photographs on the walls were obscured by a haze of dirt, and dust collected in the folds of a divisional flag nailed to the wall. "So it's you," the general said. He spat on the floor, missing a ceramic bowl filled almost to the brim with brown scum. He waved his cigarette holder. "Tell the bitch if she wants more money to go into town and make it on her back." "I came to ask her about Mendel. There's something I have to be certain of." "He's dead. That's certain enough." He won his Order of Lenin for killing some German raiders near Leningrad. "He was a close friend of yours." "He was a piece of shit. That's why he went into the foreign ministry. All they take is thieves and shit. All they've ever taken. Another coward, like you. No, better than you. He wasn't a total failure. It's a new world, and turds float down. Go home, sniff after that silly cunt you married. You still married?" Arkady took the general's holder and put a cigarette in it. He put one in his own mouth, lit both, and gave back the holder. The general coughed. "I was in Moscow for the October reunion. You could have come around and seen me then. Belov did." Arkady studied one of the clouded photographs. Was it of men dancing or hanging? Another one was of a freshly turned garden or a mass grave. It had been so long he'd forgotten. "You there?" "I'm here." For the first time, the general turned his face to Arkady. There was little left in it. Muscles worked like wires directly between skin and bone. The black eyes were blind, milky with cataracts. "You're a weakling," he said. "You make me sick." Arkady looked at his watch. The girl would be waking in a few hours, and he wanted to pick up some food before getting back to Moscow. "Heard about the new tanks? Tried to show them off for us fucking limousines. That's that asshole Kosygin for you. Designed by plant directors. Plant directors. One runs a nuclear reactor. Let's put in atomic shells. One makes lemonade. Let's put in chemical war sprayers. Another makes air conditioners. Let's air condition the damn thing. You make toilets, we'll put in toilet seats. More useless shit than a luxury cruiser. As if we were going to be impressed. No, you build a tank with as little as possible to go wrong. And if it does go wrong, you can fix it on the run. Just like Mikoyan built his planes. A good team with one brain at the top. But they kept heaping shit on us like fruit on a grave. They're all soft now. You still have that stupid moon calf look about you?" "Yeah." The old man shifted, hardly disturbing the clothes hanging on him. "You could have been a general by now. Govorov's boy commands the whole Moscow military district. With my name, you could have risen faster. Well, I knew you didn't have the balls for an armored command, but at least you could have been one of those assholes in intelligence. What about Mendel? You just don't have it. A weak sperm or something, I don't know. Did Mendel shoot the Germans? 10 years you don't come here, and then you ask about some coward in his grave." Cigarette ash dropped on the general's shirt. Arkady leaned forward and pinched an ember. My dogs are dead, the general said angrily. They were out in the fields and came across some assholes in bulldozers. The bastards shot them. Peasant bastards. What are bulldozers doing out here? Well, the whole world. He made a fist, a white knob. Everything going to seed. Dung beetles. Rotting. Listen, the flies. They sat quietly. The general's ear tilted to the rain. A bee was trapped between the second and third panes of the window, but it was stiff on its back. Mendel's dead. In bed, he always said he'd die in bed. He was right. Now my dogs. He drew his lips in a smile. They want to take me to a clinic, boy. There's a clinic in Riga. Very fancy. No expense spared for heroes. I thought that's why you came. I have cancer all through me, rotten with it. It's all that's holding me together, you know. And they have this clinic with radiation and heat cures, and I'm invited. They won't get me there because I know I'd never come back. I've seen doctors in the field. I won't go. I didn't tell the bitch. She'd want me to go because she thinks she'll get my pension. Same as you, right? I can smell you coming like monks with shit in your pants. I don't care where you die, Arkady said. That's right. The main thing is I'll cheat you. See, I always knew why you joined the prosecutor's office. All you ever wanted to do was tear me down, come sniffling up here with all your detectives, bring the whole thing up again. Did the wife of the general die in a boating accident, or was she killed? That explains your whole life right there. Getting me. And I'll be dead before you do, and then you'll never know. But I do know. I've known for years. Don't try to fool me. You're a bad liar. You always were. Still am. But I know. You didn't do it, and it wasn't an accident. She killed herself. The wife of the hero committed suicide. Belov didn't tell me. I figured it out for myself. Then if you knew I didn't do it, why didn't you visit me all these years? If you could see why she killed herself, you should be able to see why I never came. It's not a mystery, it's just the past. The general sank back into his chair, his expression set for a scornful protest. And then he seemed to continue sinking beyond himself and the chair and Arkady. His face went slack. He diminished. Not gave up the ghost retreated in him. Shirt and pants might simply have been left on the chair, unruffled as they were by movement or breath, as unruffled as his head or hands. In the silence, Arkady thought, he didn't know why, of the Asiatic folk tale of life. Perhaps it was the abrupt peacefulness of the figure in the chair. The tale had it that all life was preparation for death, that death was a passage as natural as birth, and that the worst a man could do in his life was to struggle to avoid death. There was a mythical tribe where all births were without crying, and all deaths were without agony. Where the hell these mythical people thought they were going after they were dead, he forgot. However, they had their advantages over the universal Russian, who went through life struggling like a man caught in a river rushing toward the falls. By the second, he could see his father growing more inert, the force in him fading to one last central stronghold. Then, just as visibly, he saw the force painfully rally. The breathing deepened, and blood, ordered like reinforcements, sent a tremor through the limbs. It was a picture of a man reconstituting himself out of sheer will, holding on within himself. At last, the waxiness of the face was gone, and the milky eyes stared forward, corrupted but defiant. Mendel was in my class at the Frunze Military Academy, and we both had armored commands on the front line when Stalin said, "Not one step back." Me, I understood the Germans would be spread out, ripe for infiltration. The effect of my radio reports from behind their lines was electric. Stalin listened every night in his bomb shelter. The newspaper report said, General Renko, somewhere behind enemy lines. The Germans asked, Renko, who is this Renko? Because I was only a colonel. Stalin had promoted me, and I didn't even know it. The Germans had our entire officers' list, and this new name confused them, shook their confidence. It was on everyone's lips, the first name after Stalin. And the effect when I fought my way into Moscow and was welcomed by Stalin himself, and still in battle gear followed him to Mayakovsky station and stood by his side to hear his greatest speech, words that turned the fascist tide even as they shelled the city overhead. And 4 days later, I was given my own armored division, the Red Guard division that marched first into Berlin, in Stalin's name. His hand shot out to restrain Arkady from rising and going. I gave you a name like that, and you come here, a petty detective, to ask about a coward who spent his war hiding in packing cases? Some common snoop. Is that all you are? Is that a life? Asking about Mendel? I know all about you. And you, don't forget. Another milk-fed reformer. The general's hand dropped. He stopped and tilted his head. Where was I? Mendel. Arkady expected more rambling, but the general came to the point. An amusing story. They captured some German officers in Leningrad and handed them to Mendel for interrogation. Mendel's German was... He spat cleanly into the bowl. So this American volunteered to do it. I don't recall his name. He was good for an American, sympathetic, charming. The Germans told him everything. At the end, the American took the Germans for a picnic in the woods with champagne and chocolates and shot them for fun. What was amusing was that they weren't supposed to be shot, so Mendel had to make a false report about raiders. The American paid off the military investigators, and for that Mendel got an Order of Lenin. He swore me to silence, but you being my son... Thank you. Arkady rose, more exhausted than he could have imagined, and stumbled on the way to the library door. You'll come again? The general asked. It's good to talk. The cardboard box contained milk, eggs, bread, sugar, tea, plates and cups, a frying pan, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, and toothbrush, all bought on the return trip outside Moscow. And he rushed to the refrigerator before the bottom of the box broke. He was kneeling, putting the food away, when he heard Irina behind him. Don't look, she said, picked up the soap and shampoo and was gone. He heard water running into the tub. Arkady stayed in the living room, sitting on the windowsill and feeling foolish for hesitating to enter the bedroom when there was no real place to sit here. The rain had stopped, yet no characters in overcoats had emerged on the street. He was surprised because Priblida was not subtle, which brought Arkady's mind back to his conversation with his father. Osborne had killed the 3 Germans. I've been to Leningrad before, Osborne had said on the tapes. I've been there with Germans before. In almost exactly the same manner, he'd killed the 3 victims in Gorky Park. Arkady was interested in the military investigators paid off by Mendel and Osborne. Who were they, and what glorious post-war careers had they carved out? He felt Irina at the bedroom doorway before he saw her. She was in a sheet with holes cut for her arms, a belt of his around the waist, her wet hair and a towel, her feet bare. She couldn't have been there for more than a second, but he had the sensation that her eyes had been on him for longer, the same as the first time he'd seen her, as if she were studying some oddity in her field of vision. Again, she made the strangest apparel seem stylish, as if sheets were the natural thing to wear this year. Now, too, he noticed how her face was turned slightly to one side. He remembered what Levin had said about the blind eye, and glanced at the telltale mark on her cheek. How are you feeling? Cleaner. Her voice was harsh from throwing up. Sulfazin had that effect. Still, there was color in her face, more than most Muscovites ever boasted. She looked around the room. "I apologize for the state of the apartment." He followed her gaze. "My wife did a little spring cleaning. She took a few things out." "It looks like she took herself out." "She did." Arms folded, Irina walked to the stove with its single frying pan, cups, and plates. "Why did you save my life last night?" she asked. "You're important to my investigation." "That's all?" "What else could there be?" She looked into an empty closet. "I don't want to upset you," she said, "but it doesn't look as if your wife's coming back. An objective opinion is always appreciated." She rested against the stove, across the room from him. "Now what?" "When your clothes are dry, you go," Arkady said. "Where?" "Well, that's up to you. Home. They'll be waiting for me. Thanks to you, I can't even go to the studio." "Friends, then. Most of them will be watched, but there must be someone you can stay with," Arkady said. "With the chance of getting them in trouble as well? That's not what I do to friends." "Well, you can't stay here." "Why not?" she shrugged. "No one else is. The apartment of the chief investigator seems perfect to me. It would be a crime to let it go to waste. Comrade Azanova, Irina, you've undressed me enough. I think you can call me by my first name." "Irina, this may be hard to grasp, but this is the worst place for you to be. They saw me last night, and this is one of the first places they'll come. You wouldn't be able to go out for food or clothes. You'd be trapped here." "You mean we'd be trapped here?" The longer they talked, the more the sheet attached itself to her still damp body, the damp spots showing through. "I won't be around that much." Arkady looked away. "I see 2 plates and 2 cups," Irina said. "It's very simple. Either you are with them, in which case it doesn't matter where I run because you'll have me followed, or you're not with them, in which case I can drag a friend down with me, or I can drag you. I've thought it over. I want to take you." The phone rang. It was in a corner of the bedroom floor, black, insistent. On the 10th ring, Arkady picked up the receiver. It was Swan saying that the gypsy had found where Kostya Borodin did the icons. The place the gypsy had found was a garage near the go-kart track on the south side of the river. A mechanic called the Siberian had disappeared a few months ago. 2 carts hung by hooks from the ceiling, apostrophes above a corroded pobeda that was set on blocks. Sawdust and oil coated the floor. A work table vise clutched a half-sawed board. Metal and car parts were piled in one corner and wood trash in another. There was a frame for stretching canvas hanging on a wall and cans of whiting, linseed oil, and turpentine. A locker with a broken door had coveralls too filthy to steal. There were no tool chests, nothing valuable and portable in sight. Accelerating and decelerating whines came from the track outside. "You know how to do this?" Arkady asked. "I spent 2 years in latent prints. I've tried to keep up," Cruz said. Swan and the gypsy stood aside, the gypsy using his pocket as an ashtray. Arkady set down a floodlight, spread his forensic case on the floor, and took out a flashlight, thin rubber gloves, black and white cards, tongs, powders, black, white, and dragon's blood, camel's hair brushes, and atomizers. Cruz put on a pair of gloves, unscrewed the garage's suspended 60-watt light bulb, and replaced it with one of 150 watts. Arkady started at the windows, playing his flashlight over dirty panes as he brushed on white powder, then moved to the drinking glasses and bottles on the shelves, applying white powder and dropping black cards into the glasses to see the prints. Cruz started on porous surfaces with an atomizer of ninhydrin, working clockwise from the garage door. Dusting was the sort of work that could be done well in a day or badly in a week. After all the obvious places, points of entry, handles, glasses, were covered, an investigator had to consider all the unlikely places a human finger could reach: tires, picture backs, the bottoms of paint cans. Generally, Arkady avoided dusting if possible. This time he welcomed it. It was normal and occupied the mind. The American detective worked with a methodical energy and a certain grace, directing muscle and concentration on minute labor. Nothing was said to spoil the immersion in work. Arkady dusted the door handles, fenders, and license of the car, while Kerwill sprayed the workbench upper and under. When the gypsy pointed out a heap of rags, Arkady and Kerwill dismissed him with a mutual glance. There were no decent prints on cloth. Arkady dusted black powder onto the margin of a photo on the wall. The actress in it had a smile that spoke of romps over sea-girt cliffs, honesty, and foreign underwear. He used as little powder as possible, brushing in the direction of the ridges, from the top of a fingerprint loop to the exit. There was the personality of a garage to consider. The area around the car and go-karts bloomed with greasy prints. A man doesn't get under an oil pan unless he's looking forward to a little oil. Woodworkers, on the other hand, were a more fastidious, almost surgical lot. There were other factors. The perfect suspect would be a nervous man with an oily complexion and lotion in his hair. But a cool, dry man could just have shaken hands with the oily one or shared the same bottle. Also, winter was an item. Cold closed human pores. Wood dust could absorb latent prints like a sponge. While Arkady returned his instruments to his kit for a magnifying glass and a fingerprint card of Kostya Borodin, Kerwill plugged in the long extension cord of the flood lamp, turned it on, and began retracing his steps, shining the intense heat of the lamp where he'd sprayed before. Arkady noted that Borodin's card showed unusual double loops on each first finger and a scarred whorl on his right thumb. Gathering evidence for court, he would have used a slower routine, photographing the prints and lifting them on tape, trying to gain as many points of reference between the card and the brushed prints as he could. Instead, he worked now for speed, and Kerwill moved quickly as well. The light spray of ninhydrin, combined with residue amino acids of forgotten touches, dried purple under the lamp's glow. Then Kerwill retraced his route a second time, without the lamp, and without a magnifying glass, comparing the ninhydrin prints with his own card of the prints of James Kerwill. They didn't exchange cards. When Arkady was done with the dusted prints, he switched to the sprayed ones, while Kerwill moved on to Arkady's work. 3 hours after they had arrived, Arkady repacked his case. Kerwill leaned on a car fender, lighting a cigarette and being bummed for one by the gypsy, who'd showed signs of starving for smoke for the last hour. Arkady lit one himself. The garage looked as if madmen had pasted moth wings, thousands of them, black, white, and purple, everywhere they could reach. Arkady and Kerwill were silent, sharing the perverse sense of contentment that comes from well-done and futile labor. "You found their prints, then," the gypsy assumed. "No, they were never here," Arkady said. "Then why do you both look happy?" Swan asked. "Because we did something," Kerwill answered. "This man was Siberian," the gypsy said. "There was wood and paint. That's all you told me." "We didn't give him enough to go on," Kerwill said. What else was there to go on? Arkady asked himself. James Kerwill dyed his hair, but Arkady guessed that it was the girl who had been sent out to buy the dye. "What was in that forensic report again?" Kerwill asked. "Gesso, sawdust, what we're already looking for," Arkady said. "Nothing else at all?" "Blood. They were shot, after all. Now, I remember something else on their clothes." "Animal blood stains," Arkady answered. "Fish and chicken blood." "Fish and chicken," he repeated, and looked at Swan. "Now, I've been to your food stores, and I haven't seen anything fresh enough to sweat out one drop of blood," Kerwill said. "Where do you get fresh meat around here?" A poor grade of blood-drained and water-heavy chicken or frozen fish was commonly available. But freshly killed chicken or live fish were exorbitantly expensive, and outside of closed shops for the elite or foreigners, available only from private entrepreneurs, fishermen, or a local woman with a backyard coop. Arkady was disgusted with himself for not thinking of it before. "He's good," Swan nodded toward Kerwill. "Find out where they got fresh meat and fish," Arkady ordered. Swan and the gypsy left. The other two men remained, Kerwill weighting down a fender, Arkady sitting on the table. Arkady took out the New York detective shield and tossed it over. Maybe I ought to defect. I could be a fucking Superman around here, Kerwell said. That was a good idea, those other bloodstains, Arkady tried to concede graciously. How did you get that cut over your eye? Where'd you go last night after we left the bar? I went for a piss and fell down the hole. I can kick the answer out of you. What if you broke a toe? You'd be kept in a Soviet hospital until it was healed. 6 weeks at least. At no cost, of course. So what? The killer's here. That'll give me more time. Come on. Arkady heaved himself from the table. You've earned something. At the Central Universal Department Store, music was a serious business. There was a contemplative atmosphere where a young soul could be influenced by the function of official pricing, by an approving 20 rubles for a violin and bow, or a forbidding 480 rubles for a brassy saxophone. A man with a pock-marked face and a hat and overcoat picked up the saxophone, admired it, fingered the stops, and gave Arkady the vague sort of nod one passes to a colleague. Arkady recognized the face from the train tunnel. Looking around, he found another KGB plainclothesman pricing accordions. As he led Kerwell into the home entertainment department, the two music lovers laid down their instruments and followed at a discreet distance, interested but not obtrusive. Kerwell spun the turntable of a stereo. Where is this guy, Renko? He works here? You didn't really think I was going to have you shake hands with him, did you? Arkady slipped a reel from his coat pocket and put it on a tape machine. A record, the same as he had at the Ukraina. There were 2 headsets for the machine, for enjoyment that would not disturb a crowded apartment. Kerwell placed one set over his ears, following Arkady's lead. The pockmarked man watched from the end of a long aisle of TVs. The other was gone, phoning in a description of Kerwell, Arkady assumed. Arkady pushed play. It was the February 2nd telephone call between Osborne and Unman. The plane's delayed. It's delayed. Everything is going fine. You worry too much. You never do. Relax, Hans. I don't like it. It's a little late to like or not like anything. Everyone knows about those new Tupolevs. A crash? You think only Germans can build anything? Even a delay. When you get to Leningrad... I've been to Leningrad before. I've been there with Germans before. Everything will be fine. After the recorded click of the phone disconnect in silence, Kerwell pushed stop, rewind, and play. He replayed the tape twice before Arkady removed it. A German and an American. Kerwell removed his headset. The German's named Hans, who's the American. I think he murdered your brother. A Padoga color set, priced at 650 rubles, showed a woman speaking in front of a map of the world. The sound was off. Arkady checked the name of the factory. There was a big difference between factories. That's not telling me anything, Kerwell said. You're just stringing me along. Maybe you'll thank me later. Arkady turned to a channel of folk dancers in pastel costumes, silently skipping back and forth, slapping their hands on their knees and heels. He turned off the set, and as the screen dulled, he got a clearer reflection of the 2 men in overcoats at the end of the aisle. The other man had returned. Those 2, Arkady nodded. I doubt they'd try anything with an American tourist, but they may not know you are one. They followed us in a car from the garage, Kerwell looked at the screen. I thought they were yours. No. Not a whole lot of people on your side, are they, Renko? Arkady and Kerwell split when they came out on Petrovka Street. Arkady headed for militia headquarters and Kerwell for the Metropole Hotel. Half a block along, Arkady stopped to light a cigarette. The street was filled with after-work shoppers, stoical armies in slow march past store windows. At a distance, he picked out the broad figure of Kerwell moving away through the crowd as imperiously as a czar, trailing 2 retainers in overcoats. Arkady went to look for the gypsy. The truck was painted orange on green, with stars and Kabbalistic signs in blue. A naked baby stumbled down the truck's rear steps to the fire, onto his mother's lap of colored petticoats, and to her brown breast. Half a dozen crones and little girls sat around the fire with an old man. The other men of the family sat on a car, all of them in dirty suits, hats, and mustaches, even the youngest of them sporting a silky shadow on his lip. The sun set behind the hippodrome. There were gypsy encampments in all the fields around the racetrack, a spontaneous generation like flies. His gypsy, though, was gone, disappeared, as Arkady had expected. Somehow he'd known it wasn't Swan who had betrayed him. The apartment was so quiet when he entered that he thought she was gone. But when he went into the bedroom, she was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She wore her dress, which was short and tight because of his inexpert washing. "You're looking better." "Of course I am," she said. "Hungry?" "If you're going to eat, I'll have something." She was starving. She devoured a supper of cabbage soup and had a chocolate bar for dessert. "Why did you meet Osborne last night?" "I didn't." She took the cigarettes from his hands without asking. "Why do you think Osborne had those men attack you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "In the metro station. I was there." "Then interrogate yourself. You think this is an interrogation?" "And there are men in the apartment below recording this interrogation," she said calmly, blowing smoke and looking through it. "This is a house of KGB informants, and there are torture cells in the basement. If you really believe that, you should have left. Can I leave the country?" "I doubt it." "Then what difference does it make whether I'm in this particular apartment or someplace else?" She rested her chin on her hand and studied Arkady with her dark eyes, one blind. "Do you really think it matters where I am or what I say?" The apartment was dark. He'd forgotten to get light bulbs. When Irina rested against a wall, she seemed to lean on a shadow. She smoked as much as he did. Her hair had dried in ringlets around her face and heavy curls down her back. She was still barefoot, and her shrunken dress stretched around her breasts and hips. As she paced, smoking, thinking up lies, his eyes turned with her. In the faint, upcast light of the courtyard lamps, he saw her in parts, her cheeks curve, her lips sharp as a carving. She had generous features, long fingers, long neck, long legs. There was a flash, like light caught in water, when her gaze crossed his. He knew she was aware of her effect on him, just as he knew his slightest advance would be surrender to her. Then she wouldn't even bother to lie. "You know Osborne killed your friend Valeria, Kostya Borodin, and the American boy Kerwell. And yet you offer him the chance to do the same to you. You practically force him to." "Those names are unfamiliar to me." "You were suspicious on your own. That's why you went to Osborne's hotel as soon as you heard he was back in Moscow. You were suspicious as soon as I came to Mosfilm. Mr. Osborne has an interest in Soviet film. He told you they were safely out of the country. I don't know how he told you he got them out, but he did get James Kerwell in. Did it ever occur to you that getting out of the Soviet Union, especially for 3 people, is more difficult?" "Oh, it often occurs to me." "And that killing them is simpler?" "Where did he tell you they were? Jerusalem? New York? Hollywood?" "Does it matter? You say they're dead. In any case, you can't get them now." In the dark, lit by her cigarette, she glowed with moral superiority. Solzhenitsyn and Amalrik exiled, Pollock driven to suicide, Feinberg's teeth kicked out in Red Square, Grigorenko and Gershuni thrown into lunatic asylums to make them mad. The ones you throw into jail separately, Sharansky, Orlov, Moroz, Beyev. The ones you throw in by the handful, like the Baltic Fleet officers. The ones you throw in by the thousands, like Crimean Tartars. She went on and on. This was her chance, Arkady knew. Here was an investigator, and she spat words as if they were bullets aimed at an army of investigators. "You're afraid of us," she said. "You know you can't stop us forever. The movement keeps spreading." "There is no movement. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It simply doesn't exist. You're too scared to talk about it. It's like arguing about a color neither of us has ever seen." He was being too polite, he decided. She was building such a cold distance that she would soon be out of reach completely. So you were writing to Valeria before you flunked out of the university, he began again. I didn't fail any courses, she said. As you know, I was expelled from the university. Failed, expelled, what does it matter? You got thrown out for saying you hated your own country. The country that gave you your education? That's so stupid, it's the same as flunking. Think what you want. Then you pander to a foreigner who killed your best friend. Ah, but that's politics to you. You'd rather believe the most incredible lie from an American with bloody hands than the truth from one of your own. You're not one of my own. You're phony. At least Kostya Borodin was a real Russian, bandit or no bandit. Did he know what a fraud you are? She inhaled too strongly, and the ember lit the sudden heat in her face. If Kostya wanted to get out of the country, he had a real reason. He was on the run from the law, Arkady went on. Now that's a reason anyone can respect. Otherwise he would have stayed. Tell me, what did Kostya think of your anti-Soviet swoons? How many times did he tell Valeria what a phony her friend Irina Azanova was? He'd say it now if he was alive. You're disgusting, she said. Come on, what did Kostya the bandit say when you told him you were a political dissident? That frightens you, the idea of having a dissident under your own roof. Have you ever frightened anyone? Be honest. Who cares about some so-called intellectuals who get thrown out of school for pissing on the flag? Serves them right. You never heard of Solzhenitsyn? I've heard about his Swiss bank account, Arkady taunted her. She wanted to deal with a monster. She'd got a bigger one than she'd bargained for. Or Soviet Jews? Zionists, you mean? They have their own Soviet republic. What more do they want? Or Czechoslovakia? You mean when Dubček brought fascist German soldiers in as tourists and the Czechs asked us for help? Grow up. You've never heard of Vietnam or Chile or South Africa? Irina, maybe your worldview is not quite large enough. You seem to think that the Soviet Union is one enormous conspiracy to keep you an unhappy adolescent. You don't believe what you're saying. And now I'll tell you what Kostya Borodin thought. Arkady wouldn't stop. He thought you wanted the pleasure of being persecuted without having the guts to break the law. That's better than being a sadist and not having the nerve to use your fists, she said. Her eyes were wet with anger. He was amazed. He could smell the salt in them. She was in the battle, whether she wanted to be or not. There was little blood on the floor now, so to speak. As battles do, this one shifted to a new field, to the bedroom and the apartment's single piece of furniture. They sat on opposite sides of the bed and crushed out their cigarettes and plates. She was ready for the next assault, her head bravely up and her arms folded tight as a locked gate. You want the KGB, he sighed. You want torturers, murderers, apes. You were going to hand me over to them, weren't you? I was going to, he admitted. At least, I thought I was. She watched his silhouette walk back and forth across the windows. Did I tell you just how Osborne did it? He asked her. They were having a skating party, he and Valeria, Kostya, and the American student Kerwell. But you know that part. You gave Valeria your skates. And you know that Osborne's business is buying Russian furs, though maybe you weren't aware that he's an informant for the KGB on the side. That bores you. Anyway, after a little skating in Gorky Park, they step off into a clearing for refreshments. Osborne, a rich man, has brought everything. You're making this up as you go along. We have the bag he brought the food in. We pulled it out of the river. So, while everyone is eating, Osborne lifts his bag toward Kostya. He has a gun in the bag. He shoots Kostya first through the heart, then Kerwell also through the heart. 1, 2, just like that. Efficient, yes? You sound as if you were there. The one thing I've not been able to figure out, and where you can help me, is why Valeria didn't call for help after she saw the other two killed. Granted, there was a lot of music coming from the loudspeakers in the park, but she didn't even try to call. She stood still, facing Osborne, close enough to touch him while he put the gun to her heart. Why did Valeria do that, Irina? You were her best friend. You tell me. You keep forgetting, she told him, that I know the law. It's an article of the criminal code that all defectors are state criminals. You'd say or do anything to get them and anyone who helped them. How do I know that the attack in the metro station wasn't staged, that you didn't plan it yourself? Or you and the KGB, like the bodies you say you have. Where did they come from? You say Osborne shot someone. You'd pick any innocent tourist and throw him in the Lubyanka. Osborne's not in a cell at the Lubyanka. He has friends at the Lubyanka. They're protecting him. They'll kill you to protect him. Protect an American? He's been going in and out of Russia for 35 years. He brings millions of dollars in. He informs on Soviet actors and dancers. He feeds his friends silly little people like you and Valeria. She put her hands over her ears. Your friends, she said. It's you we're talking about. You just want to know where to send your assassins. To send after Valeria? I can find her any time I want in a refrigerator in a basement off Petrovka. I have the gun Osborne killed her with. I know who is waiting for Osborne afterward, and in what kind of car. I have photos of Osborne with Valeria and Kostya in Irkutsk. I know about the church chest they made for him. An American like Osborne could buy 20 different chests from 20 different sources. Irina didn't retreat a step. You yourself mentioned Golodkin. Golodkin would have given him one, and Golodkin didn't need to leave the country. Money would have been enough, and as you say, Osborne has millions of dollars. So why would he bring Valeria and Kostya Borodin from Irkutsk? Why them? He could make out her eyes deep set in the oval of her face, and her hand resting on the swell of her hip. He felt her exhaustion in the dark. During the war, Osborne killed 3 German prisoners the same way. He took them into the woods in Leningrad, fed them chocolates and champagne, and shot them. He got a medal for it. I'm not lying. You can read about it in books. Irina made no response. If you got out of this thing, what do you want to do? He asked. Become a major dissident and denounce investigators? You do it well. Reapply to the university? I'd give you a recommendation. Be a lawyer, you mean? Yes. Do you think I'd be happy as that? No, Arkady thought of Misha. That director, she murmured, the one who offered me the Italian boots, he asked me to marry him. You undressed me. I'm not too unattractive, no? No. Maybe that's what I'll do then. Marry someone, live at home, and disappear. After hours of argument, her voice was so soft it might have been coming from another room. What it comes down to, Arkady said, is that everything I've told you is an extraordinarily elaborate lie or the very simple truth. He sensed her rhythmic breathing, realized she was asleep, and covered her with the blanket. He moved to the window for a while, watching for any unusual late-night activity in the apartments across the courtyard, or on Taganskaya Boulevard. Finally, he returned to the bed and lay down on the other side. Chapter 14. Red lines were painted on the streets leading to Red Square. Army officers measured the gutters. Television towers rose. 10 years of marriage to Zoya had amassed at 2% interest per year, a savings account of 1,200 rubles, from which she had already withdrawn all but 100 rubles. A man can stay ahead of killers, but not his wife. Former wife, Arkady corrected himself. On the way from the bank, he saw a sidewalk queue and splurged 20 rubles on a red, white, and green scarf decorated with Easter eggs. Andreev was done. Valeria Davidova, murdered in Gorky Park, was alive again. Her eyes sparkled, blood coursed through her cheeks, her lips were red and parted with anxiety. She was about to speak. She remained mute, but it took an act of rationalism to believe that plastiline was not soft flesh, that the blush of paint was not complexion, that glass couldn't see. What seemed incredible was that this apparently living head had no body, its neck balanced on a potter's wheel. Arkady didn't consider himself superstitious, but he felt his skin crawl. I changed the color of her eyes to a darker brown, Andreev said, which brought out the color of her cheeks. It's an Italian wig, real hair. Arkady walked around the head. She's your masterpiece. Yes, Andreev proudly acknowledged. I could swear she was going to say something. She is saying something, investigator. She's saying, here I am. Take her." Valeria looked up from the wheel. Not as stunning a beauty as Irina, but very pretty, with a shorter nose, a broader, simpler face. The kind of face you'd expect to see smiling from under a fox hat on a winter outing as snowflakes drifted by. A good skater, a lot of fun, full of life. "Not yet," he said. He spent the day with Swan talking to butchers, farmers, and any other possible source of fresh meat. It was after 4 when he got to Novokuznetskaya and was called to the prosecutor's office. Yamskoy was waiting behind his desk, baby pink fingers laced on the desktop, his shaved head glistening with thought. "I am concerned about the apparent lack of organized progress in your investigation of the Gorky Park matter. It is not my intention to meddle with an investigator, but it is my duty to oversee one who is losing control either of himself or of his investigation. Do you think that is happening in your case? Be sincere, please." "I've just returned from seeing a reconstruction by Andreev of one of the victims," Arkady answered. "You see, this is the first I've heard about such a reconstruction. That is an example of a lack of organization. I am not losing control. Your refusal to say so could be a symptom. Now, there are more than 7 million people in this city, among them a lunatic who has killed 3 victims. Now, I don't expect you to pull the killer out of a hat. I do expect an investigator to conduct a right-thinking, coordinated effort. You dislike coordination, I know. You see yourself as a specialist, an individualist. An individual, however, even the most brilliant, is vulnerable to subjectivity, illness, or personal problems. And you've been working very hard." Yamskoy pulled his hands apart and brought them back together. "I understand you've been having some difficulty with your wife," he said. Arkady didn't reply. It hadn't been a question. "My investigators are a reflection of me, all of you in your different ways. You, being the brightest, must know that," Yamskoy said. He changed his tone to one of decision. "You've been working under a strain. The holiday is coming up. Nothing can be accomplished now. What I want you to do, as soon as you leave this office, is to prepare a detailed summary of all aspects of the investigation so far. Such a summary would take days, even if I did nothing else. Then do nothing else. Take your time and be complete. Naturally, I do not want to see any references to foreign nationals or officers of state security. Your speculation in those areas have led you nowhere. References to them would be an embarrassment not only to you, but to this office. Thank you." Arkady ignored the dismissal. "Prosecutor, I would like to know, is this summary to be for another investigator who will take my place?" "What we want from you," Yamskoy said firmly, "is cooperation. Where there is heartfelt cooperation, does it really matter who does what?" Arkady sat in front of a typewriter with no paper in it. On the wall, in a picture, Lenin relaxed in a garden chair, wearing a white hat and holding a cup on his lap. His eyes looked slyly up from under the brim of his hat. The summary. There would hardly be any summary after deleting Osborne and the identification of the Kerwill boy. To a succeeding investigator, it would seem that there had been no investigation at all. He could start fresh with new detectives. The only problem would be the former investigator. Nikitin, with a bottle and 2 glasses, opened the door. The chief investigator for governmental directives wore an appropriate grimace of commiseration. "I just heard. Bad luck." "You should have come to me." Vodka spilled into the glasses. "You keep things in, though. I always told you that. Don't worry, we'll find something. I know some people. We'll get you something. Drink up. Not at the same level, of course, but you'll work your way up again. I'll think of something for you. I never felt you were a natural investigator." It was clear to Arkady that he'd missed all the important clues. Those messages that would have told a more astute investigator which avenues to follow, which to turn away from. Levin, Yamskoy, even Irina had tried to warn him. It was as if by staring into the sun one sees the benefits of following the correct channels. those avenues so brightly lit that all seeming contradictions meet and are explained. "I can't remember a chief investigator being dismissed before," Nikitin was saying. "The whole glory of this system is that no one can lose his job. Trust you to fuck that up." When Nikitin winked, Arkady closed his eyes. And the chief investigator leaned forward. "How do you think Zoya's going to take this?" he asked. Arkady opened his eyes to see Nikitin balanced expectantly on the edge of a chair. He didn't know why Nikitin was present, and he hadn't really been listening to what he was saying. But it did strike him that his former mentor, this opportunist with his round face and mobile, guppy expression, would always be present. Some men die, some were dismissed. Nikitin attended them all, like a grave robber. The phone rang and Arkady answered. It was a return call from the Foreign Ministry saying that while no individuals had exported icons or items of a religious or superstitious nature during the previous January or February, a special license had been granted for a religious chest, sent as a gift to the Helsinki Party Arts Council from the leatherball clubs of the German Young Communist League. The chest was sent by air from Moscow to Leningrad, where it was transferred to the train going from Leningrad to Finland via Viborg. The entire trip from Moscow to Finland had transpired on February 3rd, and the name on the invoice was H. Unman. There was a chest, and Unman had sent it. Arkady placed a call to the headquarters of the Finnish Communist Party in Helsinki. No problem, because international phone calls were far more reliable than local ones. From Helsinki, he heard that the Arts Council had been disbanded more than a year before, and that nothing resembling a religious chest had ever been expected or arrived. "Anything I can do?" Nikitin offered. Arkady pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk and took out the Makarov semi-automatic he'd been issued when he became an investigator and had never used, and a box of 9mm rounds. He slid the magazine from the grip, scooped 8 rounds from the box, loaded the gun, and slapped the magazine home. "What are you doing?" Nikitin watched. Arkady lifted the gun, pushed off the safety, and filled the square-notched sight with Nikitin's face, which opened its mouth and gaped. "I'm afraid," Arkady said. "I thought you'd like to be afraid with me." Nikitin vanished through the door. Arkady put on his overcoat, slipped the gun into his coat pocket, and walked out. When he entered the apartment, Irina looked behind him as if he'd brought other men. "I thought you'd arrest me now," she said. "Why do you think I want to arrest you?" He went to the window so he could look back at the street. "You will sooner or later. I stopped them from killing you." "That was easy. You still think killing and arrest are 2 different things. You're still a chief investigator." Her dress was molded to her body from wear. She walked softly in bare feet. He himself wondered whether Priblida had taken the apartment below and whether he and Irina stood on a tracery of microphones. She'd swept the floor obsessively, cleaned and empty. The apartment had a colorless and airless quality. In it, she was like a fire in a vacuum. "You may hide me today. It's only a day from your life," she said. "When the knock comes on the door, you'll hand me over." Arkady didn't ask her why she didn't leave, because he was afraid she might. Her accent was rounded, bursting with contempt. "Investigator. Investigator. How can you investigate our deaths when you know nothing about our lives? Oh, you read magazine articles about Siberia, and the militia in Irkutsk told you about Kostya Borodin. How, you ask me, could a Jewish girl like Valeria become involved with a criminal like Kostya? How could such a clever guy like Kostya ever fall for Osman's promises? You think I wouldn't fall for them too if they were offered to me?" As she talked, she rubbed her hands on her arms and paced the floor. "My grandfather was the first Siberian in my family. To begin with, he was chief engineer of waterworks in Leningrad. He committed no crime. But you remember the order of the day was, 'All engineers are wreckers.' And so he was put on a train east to serve 15 years hard labor in 5 different Siberian camps before he was freed in perpetual exile, which is to say he had to stay in Siberia. His son, my father, a teacher, was not even allowed to volunteer against the Germans because he was the son of an exile. They took away his internal passport so that he could never leave Siberia. My mother was a musician and was offered a position with the Kirov Theater, but she couldn't accept because she was the wife of a son of an exile. What about Valeria? The Davidovs were from Minsk. Their bloc committees had a quota of Jew sophisticates to arrest. So off the rabbi and his family went to be Siberians. And Kostya? He was more Siberian than any of us. His great-grandfather was exiled by a czar for murder. From then on, the Borodins worked for the camps, capturing escapees. They lived with the Yukagir, the reindeer herders, because the herders knew first when a prisoner was trying to cross the tundra. When the Borodins caught a man, they'd be friendly, as if they were going to help him escape. They'd let him talk a whole night about what he planned to do when he was free. And then they'd kill him when he was asleep, so that at least he'd tasted the illusion of freedom for an hour or so. You don't even do that. It sounds cruel to me, Arkady said. You're not Siberian. Osborne knows us better than you do. Even from the depth of her scorn, though, she watched him carefully, as if he might assume a different shape. The Borodins couldn't live off just catching prisoners, Arkady said. They traded with herders, worked their own illegal gold claims, guided geologists. Kostya trapped. Trapped what? Sables? Fox? He was a bandit, so how could he bring in sables to sell? He came into Irkutsk and gave his pelts to someone else to sell. Each pelt was worth 100 rubles, so he'd take 90. No one was going to ask questions. There are farms for breeding sables now. Why do they still need trappers? The farms are typical collectives, total disasters. Sables have to have fresh meat. The cost of distributing meat to farms in Siberia is high. And when the distribution breaks down, which it always does, the farms have to buy in the food stores. So it costs the state twice as much to breed a sable as it does to buy a wild one. But the quota is always increased because sables bring in foreign currency. Well, there must be a lot of trappers then. Do you know where you have to hit a sable with a rifle bullet at 50 meters? In the eye, or the pelt is ruined. Very few hunters could do that, and none like Kostya. They ate fried sausages, bread, and coffee. Arkady felt as if he were hunting, having to be very still and at the same time set out questions like bait to bring a wild animal within range. Where else can we run to but Moscow? Irina asked him. The North Pole? China? Leaving Siberia is the only real crime a Siberian can commit. That's all your investigation is about. How did these wild Siberians get here? How did they get out of the country? Don't tell me you're going to all this trouble just because a couple of Siberians are dead. We're born dead. Where did you hear this trash? You know what the Siberian dilemma is? No. It's a choice between two ways of freezing. We were out in a lake fishing through the ice when a teacher of ours fell through. He didn't go far, just down to his neck, but we knew what was happening. If he stayed in the water, he would freeze to death in 30 or 40 seconds. If he got out, he would freeze to death at once. He would be ice, actually. He taught gymnastics, I remember. He was an Ivanki, the only native on the teaching staff. Young, everyone liked him. We all stood about in a circle around the hole, holding our poles and fish. It was about minus 40 degrees, bright and sunny. He had a wife, a dentist. She wasn't along. He looked up at us. I'll never forget that look. He couldn't have been in the water for more than 5 seconds when he pulled himself out. And he was dead before he stood up. But he got out. That was the important thing. He didn't just wait to die. The sun broke in her eyes. Night made her paler, her eyes darker. I'll tell you about a Siberian dilemma, Arkady said. Osborne could have bought religious chairs, chests, and icons from 20 different sources in Moscow. As you said, Golodkin already had one for him. So why would he take the risk of dealing with two desperate people running from the law? Why bother creating that fantastic lie of escape for them? What could Kostya and Valeria offer that no one else could? Why ask me, she shrugged. You say there was an American student named Kerwill illegally brought into Russia. Why would Osborne take that risk? It's crazy. It was necessary. Kostya wanted walking proof that Osborne could bring persons in and out. That's what James Kerwill was. Kerwill was also perfect because he was American. Kostya and Valeria didn't think Osborne would betray another American. Why would Kerwill come unless he thought he could get out? Americans think they can do anything, Arkady said. Osborne thinks he can do anything. Was he screwing Valeria? She wasn't that. She was pretty. Osborne says Russian women are ugly, but he was bound to notice Valeria, even if the fur center in Irkutsk noticed her. What did Kostya think of that? That he and Valeria were going to make a sucker out of this rich American? You make it sound... Is that what they had to offer Osborne? Sex? Did Kostya push her, say, go ahead, little screw doesn't hurt me or you, let's play the tourist for all he's worth? Was that it? 3 people killed because Osborne figured out what a sucker he was? You don't know anything. I know that when Kostya and James Kerwill were standing close enough to Osborne to touch him and dying in the snow, your friend Valeria was alive and she didn't run away or shout for help. That's a real Siberian dilemma, and it suggests only one thing, that she knew Kostya and Kerwill were going to be killed, that she was in on it with Osborne. So much for her Siberian bandit. How could he compare with a businessman from New York? So much for romance. Maybe Osborne told her he could get only one person out. She had to make a choice, and she was a sharp girl. Call for help when she was plotting with Osborne to kill them? She planned to walk over their dead bodies arm in arm with her American. Stop! Imagine her surprise when he shot her. Too late, then, to call for others to help. In hindsight, it seems incredible how obvious it is that the American was a cold-blooded killer and how paper-thin his promises must have been. How cruel to bring this pretty, empty-headed girl all the way from Siberia so that he could kill her here. Yet you have to admit that if she wouldn't run for help when her own boyfriend and an innocent foreigner was shot to death in front of her, then she really was stupid. She really deserved to be killed, just the way she was. Irina slapped him. He tasted blood in his mouth. Now you know she's dead, he said. You hit me because you believe me, yes? There was a knock at the door. Chief Investigator Renko, a man said from the hall. Irina shook her head. Arkady didn't recognize the voice either. Investigator, we know you're there, and we know about the girl, the voice said. Arkady motioned Irina into the bedroom, moved to the overcoat folded on the drainboard, and took out his gun. He saw her eyes were fixed on it. He didn't enjoy handling the Makarov. He didn't want to shoot anyone, and he didn't want to be shot in his own apartment, especially when there wasn't even a chair to sit down on. He acted calmly while in his brain his thoughts tripped over themselves. Should he shoot through the door? Was that what spies did? Should he run into the hall, gun blazing? Instead, he crept to the wall beside the door and with his free hand gently unlocked the door and took hold of the knob. Come in, he said. As soon as he felt a hand on the opposite knob, Arkady swung the door open. A figure staggered in alone and off balance. He caught the man with an arm around the neck and a gun at the side of his head, knocking off a woolen cap. Arkady kicked the door shut and turned the visitor around. He was about 22, big and freckled, and grinning drunkenly as if he'd pulled off a colossal trick. It was Yuri Viskov, the Viskov of the Viskov appeal that prosecutor Yamskoy had argued before the Supreme Court, the son of the Viskovs in the cafeteria. I'm leaving for Siberia tomorrow. He pulled a bottle of vodka out of his windbreaker. And I wanted you to have a drink with me. Arkady managed to put his gun away while Viskov hugged him. Irina came uneasily out of the bedroom. Viskov was enormously pleased with himself. With deliberate steadiness, he carried his bottle to the glasses in the sink. I haven't seen you since you were let out, Arkady said. I should have come around and thanked you. Viskov brought back the glasses overfilled. You know how things are. You've got so many things to do when you're out of jail." He had brought only 2 glasses. While there were 2 more in the kitchen, Arkady sensed that the exclusion of Irina was intentional and saw how she hung back by the bedroom doorway. "You know each other?" he asked Vyskov as they raised their glasses in a toast. "Not well," Vyskov said. "She called someone today to ask about you, and that someone had me talk to her over the phone. Very simple. The first thing I told her was how you saved my neck. I gave you highest marks. I called you a hero of Soviet justice, nothing less. What's more, it's true." "I didn't ask you to come here," Irina said. "I didn't come to see you. I'm a railroad worker, not a dissident." Vyskov turned his back on her, his joking mood gone, erased by a fumbling sincerity as he put his hand on Arkady's elbow. "Get rid of her. People like her are poison. Who is she to ask about you? You were the only person to ever help me. I'll tell you, if there weren't any dissidents like her, a lot of good people would never suffer like my parents did. Just a few persons make trouble, and a lot of honest folks get arrested. It doesn't happen only to people like me, either. Everyone's out to get someone like you." As he looked again at Irina, Arkady saw perfectly the frame of Vyskov's vision. Irina, the doorway, and the bed. "The best poison is the sweetest, right, investigator? We're all human, but when you're done, get rid of her." They each still had a forgotten upraised glass. Arkady touched his to the other. "To Siberia," he offered. Vyskov continued to glare at Irina. "Drink up," Arkady said more strongly, and pulled free of his visitor's grip. Vyskov shrugged, and they downed the vodka in a swallow. The alcohol burned the cut in Arkady's mouth. "Why in the world are you going there?" he asked. "They need line engineers on the new Baikal track." Vyskov moved reluctantly at first to a new subject. "The pay has double bonuses, triple vacation time, an apartment, refrigerator stocked with food, everything. Well, there'll be party creeps out there, but not as many as here. I'll start a new life, build a cabin in the woods, hunt and fish. Can you see it? A former convicted murderer with his own shotgun? That's where the future is, out there. You'll see. When I have kids, they're going to grow up different. Maybe in 100 years we'll tell Moscow to fuck off and have our own country. What do you think of that?" "Good luck." There was nothing left to say. After another minute, Arkady was looking down into the courtyard as Vyskov trudged, shoulder against the wind, out toward the lights of Taganskaya. The night was low enough to press rain clouds against the roofs. The window glass hummed. "I told you not to use the phone." He watched Vyskov disappear around the gate. "You shouldn't have called him." Though he stilled the pain with his hand, he could feel the vibration on his skin. Irina was a white reflection in the window. If it had been anyone besides Vyskov, she could be dead. Arkady realized it was his arm that was shaking, not the window. He stared at himself in the pain. Who was this man? He saw that he didn't give a damn for Vyskov, whose life he'd saved only months before. He wanted only one thing: Irina Azanova. The obsession was so plain that even Vyskov, drunk, saw it. Arkady had never wanted anything before. There'd never been anything worth wanting. Lust was too pale a word. It was unfair. Life was so drab and listless, such a routine of shadows. She burned so bright against this dark that she lit even him. He saw it, Arkady said. He was right. What do you mean? About me. I'm not interested in your friend Valeria. I don't care whether Osborne is up to his waist in blood. There's no investigation. All I'm doing is keeping you with me. Every word was a surprise to him. He didn't even sound like himself. I wouldn't doubt that everything I've done since the first time I met you was to get you here. I'm not the investigator you thought I was. And I'm not the investigator I thought I was. I can't protect you. If they didn't know you were here before, they must have been listening to my phone, and so they know now. Where do you want to go? He turned to Irina. It took him a moment to see the dull glint of the gun in her hands. Without explanation, she put it back on the drain board. "What if I don't want to go?" she asked. She came to the middle of the room and pulled off her dress. She was naked underneath. "I want to stay," she said. Her body had a porcelain glow. Her arms hung by her sides, with no attempt to cover herself. She opened her lips slightly as Arkady came toward her, and her eyes opened, not the lids, but the very centers of the eyes themselves, when he touched her. He entered her standing up, lifting her and setting her down on him before they kissed. At his first touch, she was wet, an unfolded secret. And when they finally kissed, her fingers pulled on his head and his back. He felt drunk on her taste through the vodka and blood in his mouth. They swayed and lowered themselves to the floor, where she locked her legs around him. "Then you love me too," she said. Afterward, in bed, he watched her breast tremble with her heartbeat. "It's a physical thing." She spread her hand on his chest. "I felt it the very first time I saw you at the studio. I still hate you." The rain beat on the windows. He ran his hand over her white flank. "I still hate what you do. I don't take anything back," she said. "When you're in me, though, nothing else matters. In a way, I think you've been in me for a long time." There might be listeners above and below. The fear only made sensation more sensitive. The tips of her breasts remained hard. "You're wrong about Valeria," she said. "Valeria had no place to run. Osborne knew that." She smoothed his hair. "Do you believe me?" "The part about Valeria, not all the rest." "What don't you believe?" "You know what Valeria and Kostya were doing for Osborne." "Yes." "We're still enemies," she said. A look of hers went through him, leaving him like the surface of water broken by a rock. "I got you this." He let the scarf fall on her. "Why?" "To replace the one you lost at the metro. I need a new dress and coat and boots, not a scarf," she laughed. "I could only afford a scarf." She looked at it, trying to see its colors in the dark. "It will have to be a wonderful scarf," she said. "It doesn't matter how ridiculous a lie is, if the lie is your only chance of escape," she said. "It doesn't matter how obvious the truth is, if the truth is that you'll never escape." Chapter 15. Misha sounded panicky on the phone. Arkady dragged on his clothes. Irina was still asleep, her arm across the bed where he had lain. "I have to meet a friend. We'll stop someplace else on the way," Arkady said as William Kerwell got into the car. "I have 4 days left here, and I wasted yesterday waiting for you to show up," Kerwell said. "Today you tell me who killed Jimmy or I'll kill you." As Arkady pulled away from the Metropole Hotel and around Sverdlov Square, he was laughing. "In Russia, you have to stand in line." At Serafimov, too, they walked up to the second floor. The door they found had none of the locks and pasted notices that Arkady had expected. When he knocked, it was opened by an old woman holding a baby with a hairless skull delicate with veins. The woman squinted at Arkady's identification. "I thought this apartment would be sealed," he said. 2 people died here a week ago, the occupant and a militia detective." "I'm just a grandmother. I don't know anything about that." She looked from Arkady to Kerwell. "Anyway, why should a good apartment be empty? People need apartments." There was nothing left of Boris Golodkin to be seen from the door. The black marketeer's rugs, record players, and stacks of foreign clothes were gone. And in their place were a sofa still made up as a bed, a splitting carton of dishes, an ancient samovar. Pasha and Golodkin might have died in another apartment altogether. "Did you find a chest here?" Arkady asked. "Maybe it was in a storage area in the basement, like a church chest?" "Why would we want a church chest? What would we do with one?" She stepped out of the way. "Look for yourselves. Honest people live here. We have nothing to hide." Frightened, the baby burrowed like a pupa into the old woman's arms. Its eyes threatened to explode. Arkady smiled. and the baby was so startled that it smiled back with gums and drool. "You're absolutely right," Arkady said. "Why should a good apartment go to waste?" Arkady met Misha at a small church off the end of Serafimov. It was Saint something or other, one of the great majority of churches long ago retermed museums, desanctified and euthanized by cultural restoration. A barrier of scaffolding rotted around crumbling walls. Arkady pushed the door open and stepped into the dark, catching a glimpse of puddles and bird droppings on the stone floor before the door closed. A match flared and lit a candle, illuminating Misha. Arkady could make out the 4 central pillars of the church, the broken bars of an iconostasis, and faint light from the ceiling dome. Rainwater dripped and ran down the pillars. The interior was once covered in icons of Christ, angels, and archangels, but the plaster had cracked, and the paint had faded, and all that was left were forms hovering in the candle's light. Pigeons rustled in the shuttered windows of the dome. "You're early," Misha said. "Is there something wrong with Natasha? Why couldn't we talk at your apartment?" "You're half an hour early." "Then we both are. Let's talk." Misha was strange, his mop of hair uncombed, his clothes looked slept in. Arkady was glad he'd persuaded Kerwell to stay outside in the car. "It's Natasha?" he asked. "It's Zoya. Her lawyer's a friend of mine, and I've heard the statements she's giving to the court. You know your divorce hearing is set for tomorrow, don't you?" "No." Arkady was not surprised. He felt nothing about the news. "Everyone talks about the party the way you do, but not to have it repeated in court. You, a chief investigator. And what about me?" Misha asked. "You were saying those things about me, a lawyer. That's in her statements, too. I'll lose my party card. I'll be finished in court. I won't be able to go back." "I'm sorry." "Well, you never were a good party member. I tried every way I could to help your career, and you threw it in my face. It's your turn to help me. Zoya's lawyer is meeting us here. You're going to deny ever making anti-party statements in my presence. In Zoya's presence, maybe, but not in mine. It's her or me. You have to help someone. You or Zoya? Please, for old friends' sake." I would have said, best friends. Anyway, all sorts of things are said in divorce hearings, and no one takes them seriously. It's too late. Will you do it for me? All right, give me his name and I'll call him. No, he's on his way. He's meeting us here. He doesn't have an office or a telephone? We can't reach him now, and he's on his way. We're going to talk here in a church? A museum. Well, he wanted privacy, talking to his client's husband and all. He's doing it as a favor to me. I'm not going to wait half an hour. Arkady thought of Kerwell in the car. He'll be early, I swear. I wouldn't ask you if I didn't have to. Misha clutched Arkady's sleeve. You'll stay? All right. I'll wait a while. He won't be long. Arkady leaned against a pillar until he found his neck getting wet from the water dripping down. He lit a cigarette from Misha's candle and walked around the pillars. The longer he was in the church, the more he could see. Perhaps old paintings were best seen in bad light, he thought. Many of the figures on the wall were winged, though he couldn't tell angels from archangels. Their wings were slim and airy. The angels themselves were bird-like. They glistened, their eyes and swords. The altar was gone. Tombs were ripped out, leaving holes like graves. Both eyes and ears became accustomed. He heard the frightened passage of a mouse. He thought he could hear not only a drop of water hit the floor, but the moment when it was released from the dome. In the candle's light, he could see Misha sweating, though the church was cold. He saw Misha watching the faint blue outline of the shut door. Remember, Arkady said abruptly and watched Misha start. When we were kids, we couldn't have been more than 10. We went into a church. No, I don't remember. We went because you were going to prove to me that there was no God. It was a working church. It was in the middle of a service. All these old people were standing around and priests with big beards. You went right up behind them and shouted, "There is no God." Everyone was angry and I think a little scared. I know I was. Then you shouted, "If there is a God, let him strike me dead, and let him strike Arkasha dead, too." I was very scared. But we weren't struck down dead, and I thought you were the bravest person in the world. We marched out of there, didn't we? I still don't remember. Misha shook his head, but Arkady knew he did. It may have been this same church. No, it wasn't. On one wall, Arkady could barely discern a seated figure with a raised hand. Angels seemed to bubble up from it. Below it were two naked figures, perhaps a man and a woman, on what looked like a two-headed dog, or a pig, or a stain. Martyrs trooped over here. A man led a donkey over there. There was a secret bustling about everywhere. There's no lawyer coming, Arkady said. There's no lawyer. He lit another cigarette from the first one. Misha blew out his candle, but Arkady could still see him. They both watched the door. I never thought it would be you, Arkady said. Anyone but you. A minute went by. Misha said nothing. Misha, Arkady sighed. Misha. He felt the drops hit, the circles spread and overlap. It must be raining harder outside, he thought. The faintest rays of light crossed the dome, fading before they reached a wall. Misha looked pleadingly at Arkady. His black curls were bedraggled and ridiculous. Tears ran from his eyes and formed a lyre on his face. Run, he whispered. Who's coming? Arkady asked. Hurry, they're taking the head. How did they find out about the head? Arkady thought he heard a step. He killed his cigarette, backed to a wall, and drew his gun. Misha stayed where he was, smiling weakly. A pigeon was bathing in a broken font. It shook the water off and rose, clapping its way between the pillars to the dome. You'll be all right? Arkady asked. I'll call you later. Misha nodded. Arkady moved along the wall and pulled the door open. Another spring shower was in progress, pouring over the scaffolding, chasing people under their newspapers and umbrellas. Kerwell waited impatiently in the car. Arkasha, I've often thought about that church, Misha said. Arkady ran. The embankment road was flooded, and he had to detour around Gorky Park. As he reached the Ethnological Institute, a black Volga was turning on its lights for the rain and pulling out. He recognized the driver. Thank you, Misha, Arkady said to himself. He went by the Institute, made a complete circle at Andreas Prospect, and returned back along the park, a block behind the Volga. Now what are we doing? Kerwell asked. I'm following a car, and you are getting out at the next light. The hell I am. There's a KGB officer in that black car. He's stealing a head that was reconstructed for me. Then stop him and take it back. I want to see who he's taking it to. Then what will you do? Then I will come in with a couple of militiamen and arrest them for theft of state property and obstruction of the prosecutor's office. That's the KGB, you said. You can't arrest them. I don't think it's a KGB operation. The KGB announces it's taking over a case. They don't steal the evidence. The apartment we visited should have been sealed for a year. That's the way the KGB operates. The bodies in the park should have been discovered within a day. That's the way the KGB operates. They don't let a lesson grow cold. I think it's one major in the KGB and a few of his officers running their own private operation, protecting someone just for money. The KGB doesn't like entrepreneurs in its ranks. Anyway, the Moscow town prosecutor is the law outside the KGB, and I'm still his chief investigator. You can get out here. They were stopped at a light at the Sadovaya Ring, 3 cars behind the Volga. The driver, the pockmarked man who had followed Irina into the metro station, looked down at something beside him on the front seat. He didn't check his rearview mirror. Such a man couldn't conceive of being followed himself, Arkady thought. I'm along for the ride, Kerwell stretched out. Very well. The light changed. At any moment, Arkady expected the Volga to turn left, toward the center of the city and Pribita's office. Instead, it turned right, to the east, onto Enthusiast Road. Some banners were already up. No one will lag behind, said one. Arkady stayed 3 cars behind. How can you be sure he has the head? Kerwell asked. It's probably the only thing I'm sure of. I'd like to know how he found out about it. The farther they went from the center of town, the less traffic and the more distance Arkady put between himself and the black car. The hammer and sickle works were behind them, Izmailovo Park, too. They were leaving Moscow. The Volga turned north onto the outer ring, the division between city and country. The overcast broke into thunderheads and wells of light. Suddenly, on the shoulder of the highway, they saw personnel carriers, heavy trucks with gun-slit windows, tanks as large as trucks, caissons, trailers of angular canvas-shrouded forms. Soldiers peered into the headlights. For the May Day parade, Arkady explained. He slowed as the highway approached the Dimitrov Road. Of the cars ahead, only the Volga entered the exit ramp. Arkady turned off his headlights before he hit the ramp. The motorcycle militiaman on duty there checked the Moskvich's official plate and waved him through. The Volga was about 200 meters ahead. Highway and city fell behind. Woods blurred the side of the road. The land became more hilly and rumpled, and the taillights of the car ahead would disappear, then reappear as the road straightened out. Crows flew past. "What's this place called?" Kerbal asked. "Silver Lake." "And this guy is just a major?" "Yes." "Then I don't think that's who we're going to see." Water showed through a screen of ash and rowans. Side roads, muddy tributaries, led to summer dakas. As they crossed a wooden bridge, Silver Lake was on their left. The lake had melted except for a central island of ice populated by eiders. The road moved back into trees. The tail lights of the Volga were fleeting markers at the end of each curve. Yards with upended parasol tables, broken arbors, and an archery range slipped by the car. Arkady turned his engine off and coasted onto a side road that ended in ruts beside a cabin that was nailed and shuttered up. Its lawn ran to an apple orchard, unpruned and gone wild, then to a fringe of willows and on down to a beach. "Why did we stop here?" Kerbal asked. Arkady put a finger to his lips and gently opened his door. Kerbal did likewise, and in the near distance they heard the shutting of another car door. "You know where they are?" Kerbal asked. "Now I do." The ground was waterlogged and heavy under Arkady's feet. He could hear voices, though not words, through the trees as he crossed the lawn. He moved through the apple orchard, clutching branches, trying to pick his way through the wet leaves and detritus of winter. The voices were stronger, agreeing on some point as he moved from tree to tree. When the voices stopped, he halted in mid-step. They began again, closer, and he dropped to his stomach and crawled to a low screen of brush. About 30 meters away, he saw the corner of a neighboring daka, the Black Volga, a Chaika limousine, the pocked man, and Andrei Yamskoy, the Moscow town prosecutor. The pocked man held a cardboard box. Yamskoy wore the same wolf-trimmed coat and boots as when Arkady had visited the daka before, as well as a lamb's wool cap on his bare skull and leather gloves that he pulled on while he talked. Arkady could snatch none of the words out of the air, for the prosecutor spoke in a low tone, but he caught the familiar power of that tone, the foresight in it, and its total conviction. Yamskoy put his arm around the other man and led him to the path to the beach, where Arkady had played a tin horn for the geese. Arkady kept pace with them through the brush and willows. On his first trip to Yamskoy's daka, he had paid no attention to the wood piles scattered among the trees on the property. The pocked man waited by one while Yamskoy went into the shed. Arkady remembered the horn, the bucket of fishmeal pellets, and the ripening geese inside it. Yamskoy came out carrying an axe. The other man opened his box and pulled out the head of Valeria Davidova, or rather, Andreev's perfect, nearly alive recreation of her head. They laid her on her cheek, staring, an already executed head waiting to be executed again on a chopping stump. Yamskoy brought the axe down and split the head in two parts. With the precision of a man who enjoys country skills, he set up the halves of the head and split them, and those smaller parts he split again, With the thoroughness of a man who likes a bracing sweat, he minced small parts into smaller, then turned the axe on its broadside and reduced the smaller parts into powder, which he brushed back into the box. The pocked man took the box down to the beach and poured the dust into the water. Yamskoy picked 2 marbles, Valeria's glass eyes, from the ground and put them in his pocket. He picked up the wig as the pocked man returned, filled the empty box with wood, and together they walked up the path back to the dacha. Kerwell had followed Arkady silently. "Let's go," he said. Kerwell knew. His smile had a profound amusement. "I watched your office, remember?" Kerwell said. "I've seen the prosecutor before. You better run for your life." "Where should I run?" By the time they got back to the orchard, smoke was rising from the chimney of the Yamskoy dacha. Through the dacha window, Arkady saw the glow of the fire. If he could stand tall enough, he might be able to smell the burning hair, he thought. "Tell me who shot Jimmy," Kerwell said. "You're never going to get him. You've got no evidence, no identification, and now you're as good as dead. Let me get him." Arkady sat down against a trunk and considered the suggestion. He lit a cigarette and cupped it against the rain. "If the person who killed your brother lived in New York and you killed him, do you think you'd get away with it? I'm a cop. I can get away with anything. Look, I tried to help you." "No." Arkady leaned back. "No, you didn't." "What do you mean? I told you about his leg. He had a bad leg and he's dead. Beyond that, I know nothing." "Well, tell me, was he smart or foolish? Brave or a coward? Humorous or serious? How could you say so little about your brother?" Standing over Arkady, Kerwell looked bigger than the trees. A trick of proportion. Little trees around a big man. Rain rolled from his shoulders. "Give up, Renko. You're not in charge anymore. The prosecutor's taking over, and so am I. What's the name?" "You didn't like your brother." "I wouldn't say that." "What would you say?" Kerwell looked up at the rain, then down at Arkady. He took his hands from his pockets, made 2 huge fists, and let them spread slowly, as if reassuring himself. He glanced at the house. What would he do if the dacha weren't so close, Arkady wondered. "I hated Jimmy," Kerwell said. "Surprised?" "If I hated a brother, I wouldn't go halfway around the world on the chance that he was dead. But I am curious. When we dusted for fingerprints in the garage, you had a card of his prints, a police card. Did you ever arrest your brother?" Kerwell smiled. With an effort, he put his hands back in his coat. "I'll be waiting for you in the car, Renko." He disappeared, ducking between the trees, for all his size, hardly making a sound. Arkady congratulated himself for eliminating his last part-time ally. "Yamskoy. Now it all comes together," the man said as he climbed the gallows steps, Arkady thought. Yamskoy refused to let anyone but Arkady Renko investigate the bodies in Gorky Park. Yamskoy, who led Arkady to Osborne. Priblida didn't have Pasha and Golodkin followed to Golodkin's apartment. There never was time to shoot them, steal the chest, and carry it off. Kukin had told Yamskoy that Golodkin was being interrogated, and Yamskoy had hours to have the chest removed and the killers waiting. And who had told Yamskoy about Valeria's head? Nobody but Arkady Renko. It was, after all, a discovery not of Yamskoy, but of himself, of how stupid and groping an investigator he was, blind, deaf, and stupid, an idiot, just as Irina had said. The door of the dacha opened, and Yamskoy and the pocked man emerged. The prosecutor had changed into his usual brown uniform and coat. The other man brushed soot off himself while Yamskoy locked up. They had left the fire going. "So," Yamskoy took a deep, invigorating breath, "I will hear from you tonight." The pocked man saluted, got into the Volga, and reversed onto the road. Yamskoy followed in the Chaika. Rolling over the leaves and dipping down onto the road, the limousine seemed to give a heave of satisfaction over work well done. As soon as the cars were gone, Arkady circled the dacha. It was a 4-room cabin furnished in Finnish rustic. Front and back doors were double-locked, and the windows were wired because, for the elite residents of Silver Lake, there was an alarm system tied directly to a local KGB station and regular car patrols. He walked down to the beach. There was a glove on the chopping stump, and pink plastiline dust, and a hair or two embedded in the wood. More pink dust was on the ground among the goose droppings, and more dust was being blown in the wind. He scratched the stump. There were also minute flecks of gold. This was where Golodkin's chest had been brought. It was probably in the cabin on Arkady's first trip, he realized. That was why he was hurried off to feed the eiders. Then the chest had been chopped up on the stump. Would a large chest have been burned all at once, he wondered. Looking through the woodpile, he couldn't find any traces of the chest. He kicked the whole pile over. At the bottom were slivers that Yemskoy had missed, fine needles of wood and gold. "Look, Kerbel," Arkady said to the footfall behind him. "Golodkin's chest, or what's left of it." "So it is," a different voice said. Arkady looked up at the pocked man who had left in the Volga. He aimed the same short-barrel TK at Arkady that he had in the metro. "I forgot my glove," he explained. A hand came from behind the pocked man and shook his gun loose. Another hand took him by the throat. Kerwill carried the pocked man by the arm and neck to the nearest tree, the single oak on the beach, held him against the tree by the throat and began hitting him. The pocked man tried to kick back. Kerwill's fist had the sound of a cleaver. "We want to talk to him," Arkady said. Bright blood started coming out of the pocked man's mouth. His eyes swelled. Kerwill's fist accelerated. "Let him go!" Arkady tried to pull Kerwill off. Kerwill knocked Arkady to the ground with a backhand. "No!" He reached for Kerwill's leg. Kerwill kicked him in the still unhealed bruise over the heart, and Arkady doubled up, gagging. Kerwill went on hitting the man against the tree. The blood from the man's mouth became effusive and foamy, and his feet jerked clear of the ground. The nearest thing Arkady had ever seen to it was watching a hunting dog savage a bird. The pocked man's face thrashed from side to side, blood flying like spittle. His heels beat on the tree. Each blow was harder than the one before, and the impact of Kerwill's fist was into something increasingly soft and inert. Kerwill must have broken the man's ribs at the very start, Arkady thought. Kerwill went on hitting as the pocked face got grayer and grayer. "He's dead!" Arkady got to his feet and pulled Kerwill back. "He's dead now!" Kerwill staggered away. The pocked man dropped to his knees in discolored face, then rolled on his side. Kerwill fell and crawled, his hands speckled red. "We needed him," Arkady said. "We had to ask him questions." Kerwill started trying to wash his hands with pebbles. Arkady grabbed him by the back of the collar and led him like an animal down the beach to the water, then returned to the oak tree and went through the dead man's clothes. He found a cheap wallet with little money, a change purse, a push-button knife, and the red identification book of a KGB officer. The name inside was Ivanov. He kept the book and the gun. Arkady dragged the dead man to the shed. When he pulled the door open, warmth and buzzing poured out. The eiders hung in rows all the way to the ceiling, feet bound, heads resting on dirty plumage. A murmur of flies crawled in and out of feathers, and there was a smell of liquid decay. He threw the dead man in and slammed the door. The wind pushed them back to Moscow. First, he was going to be a priest, Kerbel said. One of those pale boys who bleed over cut flowers, gets to Rome and hates Italians, and sucks up to French Jesuits. That would have been disgusting, but all right. He could have been a worker's priest, an ordinary pain in the ass. Then he raised his sights. He wanted to be a messiah. He wasn't smart and he wasn't strong, but he wanted to be a messiah. How could he do that? A Catholic can't. If you call yourself an Oriental yogi or a guru and drool and eat chicken heads and never change your pants, you can attract all the disciples you want. But a Catholic, no. No? If you're Catholic, the best you can hope for is excommunication. There are too many messiahs in America anyway. It's a supermarket of messiahs. You don't know what the hell I'm talking about, do you? No. At the outer highway, they reached the exhibition park. Dusk curved around an obelisk. Russia is the virgin land for messiahs, Kerbel said. Jimmy could have stood out here. He had a chance. He'd already fucked up at home. He had to do something big here. He wrote me from Paris saying he was coming here. He said the next time I saw him would be at Kennedy Airport. He said he was going to perform an act in the spirit of St. Christopher. You know what that means? Arkady shook his head. That means he was going to smuggle someone out of Russia and hold a news conference at Kennedy. He was going to be a savior, Renko. At the least, a religious celebrity. I know how he got in here. He told me when he came back from here the first time how easy it would be to find a Polish or Czech student who looked like him. They'd exchange passports and Jimmy would return here under the other guy's name. That's how the church runs a lot of Bibles in through Poland, he said. Jimmy spoke Polish, Czech, and German, besides Russian. It wouldn't have been hard. What would have been hard was not being caught here and getting out. You said he'd fucked up in the United States. How? He got involved with those Jewish kids who harass Russians in New York City. At first, it was just paint on the cars and protests, then letter bombs, then pipe bombs at Aeroflot and shooting rifles through the windows of the Soviet mission. There's a bureau in the police department called the Red Squad that watches radicals. It stepped in and watched the Jews. In fact, we sold them their next bunch of blasting caps. In the meantime, Jimmy went down to Georgia and bought some more rifles and ammo for them. He made 2 trips. One load he brought up in an altar. What was wrong with the blasting caps? Arkady asked. They were defective. I saved his life. He was supposed to help make the bombs, and that morning I went to his apartment and told him not to go. He wouldn't listen. I threw him on the bed and broke his leg over the bedboard, so he didn't go. The Jews attached the bad caps, and the bombs went off. Everyone was killed. The point is, I saved Jimmy's life. Then what? What do you mean, then what? The Jews who were left, didn't they think your brother was an informant? Sure. I sent him out of town. He never got a chance to explain to his friends. I told him that if he came back, I'd break his neck. There was a downpour on the Avenue of Peace. Newspapers were scattered on the sidewalk. There was a case in New York. Kerwell accepted a cigarette. There was a slasher, a mugger, who pulled a knife on people, and after he got what he asked for, he'd cut them up just for fun. We knew who he was, a black guy, into jewelry mainly. I wanted him off the street, so I pulled a drop on him. You know, I had one of the victim's rings, dropped it behind this black individual, and grabbed him. The stupid fucker pulled a gun and shot and missed. I didn't miss. This was in Harlem. There was a crowd, and somebody took the bastard's gun and ran. That made him a martyr. A citizen shot down on the way to church. There were marches up and down 125th Street. Every black minister that could shuffle his feet, plus the whole white anti-war crowd, and Jimmy and his Christian witnesses. All the Christian witnesses had signs saying, Sergeant Kilwell, wanted for murder. I found out who thought up Kilwell. Jimmy never told me, but I found out. The river was swollen. High black water drove the last flows. You know what else he liked to call me? Kerwell asked. He liked to call me Esau, his brother Esau. At the Ethnological Institute, Arkady went up alone to tell Andreev what had happened to the head. From Andreev's studio, he called Misha's apartment and office and got no answer. Then he called Swan, who said he had found the house used by Kostya Borodin, Valeria Davidova, and James Kerwell. The woman who had led Swan to the house said she sold them a fresh chicken and fish every day. Arkady took Kerwell with him to see the house, which proved to be a cabin between the factories of the Lublinsky district and the southern arc of the Outer Ring Highway. Almost everything about the place was familiar to Arkady, as if he'd entered a creation of his own imagination. Kerwell moved through it silently, in a trance. The 2 men went to a workers' cafeteria. Kerwell ordered a bottle of vodka and picked up where he'd left off about his brother, but in a different manner, almost about a different person. He told Arkady how he had taught Jimmy how to ice skate, how to drive, how to lay guilt on a frame, how to deal with nuns, how they'd gone every summer up the Allagash River, how they'd seen Roger Maris hit his home run, how they'd buried the old Russian babushka who'd raised them both. The stories flowed. Some Arkady understood, and some he didn't. "I'll tell you when I knew you were for real," Kerbal said. "When you shot at me in my hotel room. You aimed away, but not by much. You could have hit me. You didn't care, and I didn't care. We're just the same." "I care now," Arkady said. At midnight, he dropped Kerbal close to the Metropole. The big man walked away fragilely, on drunken legs. Irina had waited for him. She made love to him tenderly, as if saying, "Yes, you can trust me. You can come in. You can trust your life in me." His last conscious thought before sleep was of what Kerbal had said at the cafeteria when Arkady asked whether he and his brother Jimmy had ever trapped sables. "No. There are pine martens in Maine and Canada, and the pelt of the pine marten is called sable, but they're pretty rare. They were trapped out by auger holes. The auger's a drill. If he's a real bastard, a trapper uses the auger to bore a hole into a tree trunk about 8 inches deep. This deep. He puts some fresh meat all the way into the hole. Then he drives 2 horseshoe nails at an angle into the trunk so that the tips of the nails almost meet about 6 inches inside the hole. The auger hole does the rest. The pine marten's a good climber, slim, clever. He smells the meat, goes right up the trunk and into the trap. He can just squeeze his head past the nails pointing at the meat. He gets the meat. He always gets the meat. But by then, the nails have got him. He's trying to go against the angle of the nails, and the more he struggles to get his head out, the deeper the nails dig in. Finally, he bleeds to death, or else rips his head off. There aren't many pine martens left. The auger hole's got them." Chapter 16. At 4 a.m, Arkady called Ustkut. "This is Detective Yakutsky. This is Chief Investigator Renko in Moscow." "Oh, you finally called it a good time," Yakutsky said. Arkady closed his eyes at the dark of the window. "What do sables eat?" he asked. "You called to ask me that? You can't find a copy of the encyclopedia?" Borodin's clothes had traces of chicken and fish blood. He was buying chicken and fish every day. "Sables and minks eat chicken and fish. So, if I remember, do people." "Not every day," Arkady said. "Have there been any thefts of sables in your area?" "None. Not one." "No unusual incidents at any of the fur collectives?" "Nothing unusual. There was a fire in November at a collective at Bargazin, and 5 or 6 sables were killed. All the animals, however, were accounted for." "How badly burned were they?" "Dead, as I said." "It was an appreciable loss, actually, because Bargazins are the most valuable sables of all." "There was an inquiry, but no negligence could be proved." "Were autopsies done on the animals to show that they definitely were Bargazin sables, and that they actually died from the fire, or exactly when they died?" "Investigator, I assure you that only someone in Moscow could have thought of that." After hanging up, Arkady quietly dressed and left the apartment, walking to Taganskaya Square before using a public phone. There was still no answer at Misha's apartment. He called and woke Swan and Andreev, then walked back to his apartment and stood against the bedroom wall watching Irina. Could he go to the prosecutor general and say that the Moscow town prosecutor was a killer? 2 days before May Day, without evidence? They'd say he was drunk or crazy, and hold him until Yamskoy arrived. Could he go to the KGB? Osborne was a KGB informant. Also, he had the blood of a dead KGB agent on his hands, thanks to Kerbal. Dawn crept over Irina. She was a pale blue figure on a pale blue sheet. But he felt the languid warmth of her sleep. He watched as if enough concentration would imprint her image on his eyes. Her forehead was shaded by hair that became fine gold as the sun rose. The world was a moat erratically stirred by her breath. The world was a coward, plotting to kill her. He could save her life. He would lose her, yet he could save her life. When she awoke, he'd made coffee and laid her dressed at the foot of the bed. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I thought you liked having me here." "Tell me about Osborne." "We went through all that, Arkasha." Irina sat up naked. "Even if I believed what you said about Osborne, what if I was wrong? If Valeria's safe someplace, I'd be turning in the man who helped her. If she's dead, she's dead. Nothing can change that." "Let's go." Arkady threw her dress at her. "You talk too easily about dying. I'll introduce you to the dead." On the way to the lab, Irina continually glanced at him. He felt her searching for an explanation of this sudden about-face into an investigator again. Arkady took her inside the forensic lab with him to collect one sealed evidence bag and one empty one from Colonel Lyudin. Lyudin regarded Irina appreciatively. Some sleight of hand and her new scarf had made her Afghan jacket momentarily chic again. Driving away, she showed her irritation with Arkady's brusqueness by staring out her side window. This was a typical lover's spat, her manner said. A scent insinuated itself into the car. She looked at the sealed and bulky evidence bag beside her. The smell was so vague as to be barely noticed, but it had a ripeness that lingered on the tongue and in the throat. By the time they reached the river, she had opened her window to the cold. At the Ethnological Institute, Arkady led Irina up to Andreev's studio. Relieved to be out of the car, she made a display of curiosity over the cabinets containing the heads of Tamerlane and Ivan the Terrible, while Arkady looked for the anthropologist. But Andreev was gone, as he'd sworn he would be. Arkady watched Irina across the room of heads. "Is this what you brought me to see?" She tapped the cabinet of Ivan. "No, I'd hoped we could meet Professor Andreev. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be here. He's a fascinating man. You must have heard of him." "No." "They lecture on his work at the law faculty," Arkady said. "You should remember that." Irina shrugged and left the cabinets for the tables of anthropological exhibits, scanning faces that peered with heavy brows and glass eyes. She moved closer. Andreev's work was magical. Arkady saw Irina's delight in one apish face, comically puckered, and in another one bearing a fierce scowl. At the end of the table was a potter's wheel and a high stool. Propped on a wire stand on the wheel was a Neanderthal skull, half covered with strips of pink plastiline. "I see." She touched a bare area of the skull. "Andreev reconstructs them." She snatched her hand back, the words still on her lips. "It's all right," Arkady approached her. "He left it for us." Hanging from Arkady's hand by a carrying string was a round hat box of pink enameled pasteboard, the kind of box that had gone out of style 60 years before. "I have heard of Andreev." Irina wiped her fingers. As Arkady walked toward her, the hat box danced in a top-heavy way. Every law faculty student knew of Andreev's reconstructions of the heads of murder victims. Riding along Gorky Park, the former good student Irina Azanova barely breathed the tainted air of the car. Death seeped from the sealed bag and rattled in the hat box on the rear seat. "Where are we going, Arkasha?" Irina asked. "You'll see." Arkady chose the most prosaic words, the answer to a prisoner. He offered no explanation or compassion to distract her, no hand to hold, no sympathy. A man doesn't become chief investigator without a capacity for cruelty, he told himself. When a whole convoy of waving soldiers passed on the left, and Irina's eyes didn't deviate from straight ahead, he knew that it was for fear the smallest slip would bring her eye round to the obscenely colored box. Over a little rough road it jostled. The box would be speaking to Irina. To her it would have a whole biography, enough and more to erupt through the rear of the car. "Just wait," he told her, taking a corner. The box shifted, and Irina's hands jerked, as if on a string. Red May Day banners stretched across a ball-bearing plant. a tractor plant, an electric plant, a textile plant. On the banners were golden profiles, golden laurels, golden slogans. From the stacks rose steel-colored smoke. She must know now where she was being taken, he thought. Southeast, through the Lublinsky district, no word said. An hour's worth of traveling through larger factories thinning to smaller ones, to the prefabricated gray of workers' flats, to old homes raised for development, to a country field mazed by surveyors' strings, bumping over mud heaves, past the end of the autobus line, still in the expanded city limits, but beyond it to another world of low houses little more than cabins, swaying picket fences and tethered goats, wash in the arms of women dressed in sweaters and boots, a church of plaster, a one-legged man doffing his hat, brown cows crossing the road, a backyard chopping block and axe, and slowly over ruts, a house set off by itself in a yard of broken sunflower stalks, 2 dirty windows in front showing filthy curtains, paint curling on a carved eave. Behind the house, an outhouse, and a metal shed. He let her out of the car and gathered the bag and hat box from the rear seat. At the door of the house, he pulled 3 key rings from one of the bags, the key rings that had been found in the leather bag in the river. On each ring, 1 key was similar. "Seems logical, doesn't it?" he asked Irina. The key fit. The door stuck, and Arkady hit it with his hip, releasing an odor of mildew as it swung open. Before going inside, he put on a pair of rubber gloves and hit a light switch. Electricity was still connected to a single bulb above a round table. The house had the stench of a trap and was cold, as if it had stored winter. Irina stood in the middle of the floor, shivering. There was only 1 room to the house, with 4 triple-pane windows, all shuttered and locked, horsehair quilts in 2 sleeping compartments, a coal stove on an apron of ashes, 3 chairs of different styles around the table, a cabinet with moldy cheese and a milk bottle long since opened by ice. On the walls, 1 photo of Brando, and many of icons torn from books. Under a drop cloth in a corner, paint cans, bottles of bold and varnish, rags, a cushioned pad, flat brushes, punches, and brushes. Arkady pulled back the sheet from a closet to expose to the light 2 men's suits, 1 medium and 1 large, 3 cheap dresses, the same small size, and on the floor, a jumble of shoes. Yes, Arkady read the thought on Irina's face. It's like being in someone's grave. It always is. 3 old-fashioned naval footlockers stood against the wall. Arkady unlocked them, using a different key from each ring. The first one had underwear, socks, Bibles, and other religious contraband. The second, underwear, a corked vial of gold dust, condoms, an old Nagant revolver, and shells. The third, a woman's underwear, glass jewelry, a foreign perfume, douche, scissors, brushes, lipstick, hairpins, a jar, an almost featureless bisque doll, and photographs of Valeria Davidova, mostly with Kostya Borodin, and one of her with a full-bearded old man. Her father, right? He held up the picture for Irina to see. She said nothing. He closed the lockers. Kostya must have really scared the neighbors while he was around here. Imagine them not breaking in here all this time. The sleeping compartments caught his eye. Kostya must have been a difficult man, and to have to live with another man as well. This is how we live, though, so why don't you stop me, Irina? Tell me what they were doing here for Osborne. I think you already know, she said in a whisper. That's speculation. There has to be a witness. Someone has to tell me. I can't. But you will. Arkady put the hat box and the evidence bags on the table. We will help each other, and we will solve a couple of mysteries. I want to know what Valeria and Borodin were doing here for Osborne, and you want to know where Valeria is right now. Soon it will all come clear. He moved one chair away, leaving two by the table. He looked around the room. It was so desperately shoddy, so little more than a carton turned on its end, packed with 3 lives, a thin sheet for privacy's sake. Entrepreneurs blowing on their hands to stay warm. The dim bulb yellowed Irina and hollowed her cheeks. He saw himself through her eyes, a gaunt man with wild black hair and feverishly sharp features looming over a pink box. He looked deeper into the reflection of this ridiculous man, this puppet man of Yamskoy's, as Irina had seen him so accurately from the start. Yet he could save her from Yamskoy and Osborne, and even from herself, if his nerve didn't fail. "So," Arkady slapped his hands, "it is Gorky Park at dusk. It's snowing. The pretty fur sorter Valeria, Kostya the Siberian bandit, and the American boy Kerwell are skating with the furrier Osborne when they leave the path and make their way 50 meters to a clearing to have something to eat and drink. Here they stand, Kostya here," Arkady indicated the chair at one side of the table, "the Kerwell boy here," he indicated the other chair, "and Valeria in the middle." He laid his hand by the box. "You, Irina, stand here." He brought her closer to the table. "You are Osborne." "No, please," Irina asked. "Oh, simply for purposes of explanation," Arkady said. "I can't manage the snow or the vodka, so bear with me. Try to imagine the atmosphere, the gaiety. 3 of these people believed a whole new life was about to begin. Freedom for 2 of them, fame for the 3rd. This was no mere skating party. It was a celebration. Was this when you, Osborne that is, were going to give them their instructions on how to escape? Very likely. Only you know that in seconds they will be dead. You don't care about any religious chests. Anyone could have gotten them for you. Golodkin, for example. If that was all these 3 people had done for you, a little icon faking and smuggling, you would have let them live. Let them talk. Let them walk right straight into the office of the KGB with accusations and pictures to prove them. Your friends there would have laughed them back into the street. But this other thing, not the chest, but what they really did for you, these 3 people must never talk about. Not in Moscow, not anywhere. You mustn't do this to me, Irina said. The snow is falling, Arkady went on. Their faces are a little red with vodka. They trust you. You'd already brought in this American dupe Kerwell, yes? By the time the first bottle of vodka is gone, they love you. You're their savior from the West. Many smiles and toasts. Hear the music from the skating paths? Tchaikovsky. Ah, we need another bottle. Mr. Osborne, you are a generous man. You've brought a leather bag full of vodka and brandy and all sorts of treats. You lift the bag high, as if you're sorting around inside with your hand, and bring out another bottle. Go first yourself. Pretend to take a real swig. Kostya is next, and he more than matches you, if I know him. Valeria is a little giddy now, and it's not easy to take the bottle when she has bread in one hand and cheese in the other. Besides, she's thinking about where she'll be in a week or so, what kind of clothes she'll be wearing, how warm it will be. No more Siberia there. Heaven instead. Kerwell is already unsteady on his skates. He has that weak leg. But he's thinking, too, about his return home, the vindication of all his saintly efforts. No wonder the vodka goes so fast. Another bottle? Why not? The snow is falling harder, the music is louder. You lift your bag and sort through it. Feel the bottle, feel the grip of your gun. Push the safety off. Kostya is the thirstiest. Turn to him and give this famous bandit a smile. Arkady kicked the chair so that it slammed onto its back on the floor. Irina blinked and rocked slightly in surprise. Very good, Arkady continued. An automatic doesn't make as much noise as a revolver, and the sound is muffled by the leather bag, the snow, and the music from loudspeakers. There's probably no obvious sign of blood at first. Valeria and the Kerwell boy don't really understand why Kostya is down on the ground. You're all friends. You came to save them, not to hurt them. Turn to the American boy. Keep the bag up to his chest. A tear crossed the mark on her cheek. No expression now, Arkady said. He kicked the second chair to the floor. It's so simple. Only Valeria is left. She looks down at her dead Kostya, at the dead American. But she makes no move to run, to call out, to protest. You understand her so well. Without Kostya, she's as good as dead. You'll be putting her out of her misery. A life can change that quickly. You'll be doing her a favor. Arkady ripped open the evidence bag. An oily redolence filled the air as he pulled free a cheap, dark dress stained by dirt and blood and bearing a hole over the left breast. Irina looked to the open closet and back. He knew she recognized the dress. Bring the gun as close as you want. Valeria will wait. She welcomes the bullet. Bring the gun closer to her heart. Such a waste of beauty, you think. Arkady let the dress fall across the table. Such a waste of beauty. Dead, all three. No one is coming. The music still plays. Snow will soon cover the bodies. Irina was shaking. They may be dead, Arkady said, but you still have work. Gather all the imported food, the bottles, the papers from the bodies. Take the chance of firing 2 more times, because the American has some foreign dental work. You give Kostya a shot in the same place, so that maybe the dumb militia will think they were coup de grace. Still, they can be identified. They have fingerprints. Simple. Some heavy shears, the kind used for cutting up chicken, and snip, snip at each finger joint. But what to do about the faces? Hope they decompose? But they'll freeze. They'll be whiter than snow, but otherwise exactly the same. Smear jam on their faces so that the little animals of the park will eat them off? No, the squirrels are tucked away for the winter, and there aren't enough dogs in Moscow. But the furrier has an answer because he has a special skill. He skins them. He lifts a whole face like a little pink pelt right off each head. Kostya's, the Kerwell boys, and last and most delicate, Valeria's. What a special moment. How many furriers have ever done that? He scoops out their eyes, and then he's done. The scraps go into the bag, 3 lives erased and doubly erased. Enough! You go to your hotel, to your plane, to that separate world you came from. Everything seems perfect. Arkady shaped the dress on the table, folding one long sleeve over the other, draping its skirt over the table's edge. There is only one person you can think of who can connect you to the 3 bodies in Gorky Park. She won't tell, though, because she is Valeria's best friend, and she wants Valeria to be in New York or Rome or California. That fantasy is the most important thing in her life. She can get through each stupid, dangerous, oppressively boring day here if she can just believe that Valeria has escaped. The idea that Valeria is drawing a free breath somewhere else is all that keeps this friend from dying of claustrophobia. You could try to kill her yourself, and she still wouldn't talk. You really do know your Russians. Irina wavered on her feet. He was afraid she would fall. So the whole question is, where is Valeria? Arkady went on. How can you do this? Irina asked. We are... Arkady looked aside and spoke in a different tone of voice. A backward, ignorant people. It seems we always have been. We have strange talents, Irina. At the law faculty at the university, you had lectures on forensic medicine and were introduced to the work of Professor Andreev. Perhaps you were shown some photos. It's a simple but painstaking method of reconstructing a face from a skull. Not a vague idea of what the face might have looked like or a close approximation, but the face itself. No other country has it. It's a delicate matter of rebuilding every muscle on the skull, then laying on flesh and eyes and skin. As you know, Andreev is a master, and you must also be aware of his reputation for integrity. Arkady removed the lid from the hat box. You wanted to know where Valeria is. I know you, Arkasha, Irina said. You won't do it. Here is Valeria. Arkady started to lift the head out of the box. He did it slowly so that Irina could see first above the rim of the box a mass of dark curls entangled in his fingers. Then the hair pulling taut between his hand and a rising forehead of fresh-complexioned skin. Arkasha, She closed her eyes and covered them with her hands. "Take a look." "Arkasha." She didn't take her hands from her eyes. Yes, this is where Valeria lived. Put it back in the box." "Valeria who?" "Valeria Davidova. With Kostya Borodin and the Kerwill boy." "An American named James Kerwill?" "Yes." "You saw them here?" "Kerwill was always here hiding. Valeria was here. I wouldn't come unless she was." "You didn't get along with Kostya?" "No." "What were they doing here in the house?" "Making a chest. You know about the chest. Who for?" Arkady held his breath when she hesitated. "Osborne," she said. "Osborne who?" "John Osborne." "An American furrier named John Osborne?" "Yes." "They told you they were making the chest for Osborne?" "Yes." "Is that all they were doing for Osborne?" "No." "Did you ever go into the shed in back of the house here?" "Yes, once." "You saw what they brought Osborne from Siberia?" "Yes." "Repeat your answer, please. You saw what they brought Osborne from Siberia?" "I hate you," she said. Arkady turned off the portable tape machine on the bottom of the hatbox and let the head fall back in. Irina dropped her hands. "Now I really do." Swan entered from outside the door where he'd been waiting. "This man will drive you back to town," Arkady dismissed her. "Stay with him. Don't go to my apartment. It will be unsafe. Thank you for your help in this investigation. You'd better go now." He hoped she would understand, and that she would insist on staying. He would take her with him if she did. She did stop at the door. "There's a story about your father, the general," she said. "They called him a monster because he took German ears as trophies during the war. No one ever said he showed off a whole head. He was nothing compared to you." She walked out. Arkady's last view of her was in Swan's car, an ancient Ziz sedan, moving up the dirt road. Arkady went to the back of the house, past the outhouse to the metal shed, which he unlocked with one of the dead men's keys. As he entered, something brushed against his face. A light cord for a rack hanging from the center of the ceiling. When he pulled the cord, rows of powerful bulbs made the inside of the shed as bright as day. He found a timer on the wall. Turning it, he heard a faint ticking, and noticed an almost imperceptible shift in the rank of lights. The timer would swing the rack almost 180 degrees over 12 hours to simulate the rising and setting of the sun. Another cord rose to 2 ultraviolet lamps. There were no windows. The remains of a round brick forge explained the shed's history. Stacks of molds and iron scrap had rusted together into metal knots. All the usable space was taken up by 2 cages that ran the length of the shed. Each was partitioned by wood walls into 3 pens, and each pen had a wooden coop. Wire covered the sides and tops of the cages. At ground level, the wire was buttressed by stones and cement so that not even the slimmest and most determined animal could escape. In the area between the 2 cages was a bench cross-hatched with blood and fish scales. Arkady found a prayer book beneath the bench. He imagined the dissimilar pair of James Kerwill and Kostya Borodin guarding and feeding their secret. Kerwill praying for divinity, while Kostya chased snoopers. He entered a pen and collected fine hairs from the wire and droppings from the ground. Back in the house, he filled his extra evidence bag with items from the footlockers. As he put the bag on the table, he knocked over the hatbox, and the head inside rolled out. It was a hinged plaster head, without eyes, brows, or mouth. Without any particular features at all, merely paint and the roughest shape of a face and a wig. It was the dummy Andreev used for teaching. As Arkady lifted the head back in, the halves of its face swung open and showed the narrow inner leer of the skull. Andreev's reconstruction of Valeria's head was now no more than flesh-colored dust and the smell of burning hair at Yemskoy's dacha. Andreev had confirmed that Yemskoy himself had called about the head and sent over the pocked man to get it. In a way, the destruction of Andreev's masterpiece had liberated Arkady. Only then did he think of using a dummy. He never could have shown Irina the real head, just as he knew she couldn't look at it. Desperate, he'd had a brilliant idea. He had fooled her, saved her, and lost her. Entering the Ukrainer lobby, Arkady saw Hans Unman leaving the elevator. Arkady sat in a lobby chair and picked up a discarded newspaper. He'd never actually seen Osborne's co-conspirator before. The German was a scarecrow, thin-mouthed and bony, with blonde hair cut close under his hat. The kind of man who instinctively stares down the next person in his path. He was too much a thug to be as dangerous as Osborne or Yamskoy. When he passed, Arkady dropped the newspaper and squeezed into the elevator. He'd expected to find the airline office vacant, so he was surprised to find Detective Fett sitting at a desk and aiming a pistol at him. "Fett," Arkady laughed. "I'm sorry, I'd completely forgotten about you." "I thought you were him coming back," Fett said. He was trembling so much that he had to put his gun down with both hands. His steel-rimmed glasses sat on a face bleached by fear. "He was waiting for you. Then he got a phone call and ran out. He gave me my gun back. I would have used it." Transcripts and tapes were strewn around upended chairs and open drawers. How long ago was it, Arkady asked himself, that he and Pasha and Fett had childishly luxuriated in this office? It was Yamskoy who'd set them up here. Was there a microphone? Was someone listening now? No matter, he didn't plan to stay long. He sorted through the mess on the floor enough to satisfy himself that all the transcripts and tapes of Osborne and Unman were gone. All but the one reel Arkady had kept of the February 2nd Osborne-Unman call. "He barged in here and took over." Fett gained in heat and color. "He wouldn't let me leave. He thought I'd warn you." "You wouldn't have done that." Among the debris, Arkady found one of the blue books of airline schedules left behind by the office's previous inhabitants. The book was current. All international flights left Moscow from Sheremetyevo Airport, and the only plane leaving on May Day Eve was a night flight by Pan American. Osborne and Kerwell would be on the same plane. And there was an open package from the Ministry of Trade, from Yevgeny Mendel. Inside was a photocopy of the citation won by his father, the coward, and to settle any doubts, also a tediously full report of old Mendel's heroism, signed and dated June 4th, 1943. No wonder Unman had only ripped open the package, glanced at it, and tossed it aside. As Arkady was going to do, until he recognized on the last page, despite the smudges of time and the indistinctness of the ministry's copying machine, the gold signature of the investigating officer, Lieutenant Junior Grade, A.O. Yamskoy. There, an order of Lenin bought and sold in a charnel house, in the world capital of charnel houses, that was Leningrad during the war. The young Northern Army Junior Lieutenant Andrei Yamskoy, he couldn't have been 20, had known the young American Foreign Service officer, John Osborne, more than 30 years ago. Known him and protected him, even then. "You haven't heard?" Fett said tentatively. "Heard what?" "The prosecutor's office sent out an all-city alarm for you an hour ago." "What for?" "For murder. A body was found in a museum off Serafimov. A lawyer named Mikoyan. Your fingerprints were found on cigarettes there." Fett picked up the phone and started dialing. "Maybe you want to speak to Major Priblida?" "Not yet." Arkady took the phone away and returned it to its cradle. "Right now, you're the forgotten man. It's often the forgotten man who becomes the hero. In any case, it's the forgotten man who lives to tell the tale." "What do you mean?" Fett was confused. "I want a head start." Savelovsky Station was ordinarily for commuters, the contented clerks and good citizens of life. This train was special, and the commuters avoided as pariahs its crowd of passengers. They were laborers, all signed to a 3-year contract for work in the northern mines, some within the Arctic Circle. They would work in steam and ice, would haul ore on their backs when carts shattered from the cold, would be killed by blasting, mine collapses, or hypothermia. Or they would kill somebody else for a pair of boots or gloves. When they arrived at the mine, their internal passports would be taken away so that there could be no second thoughts. For 3 years they would disappear, and for some of them, this was fine. Arkady fit in with the workers. He shuffled along in the crowd, holding on to his evidence bag with one hand, his other on the gun in his pocket. On the train, he moved with the flow into a compartment already filled with men and the stink of sweat and onions. A dozen faces studied him. They were the same tough and homely faces as on the Politburo, but roughed up and down the street a bit. They sported bruises and unusual scars. Their knuckles and collars were dirty, and they carried their possessions in bundles. Basically, they were criminals, men wanted for violence or theft in one town instead of the whole country. Little fish who thought they were escaping through the holes of the great socialist net, only to be funneled into socialist mines in the north. Tough fish, Urkas, brothers, hard cases, men with tattoos and knives. To them, a stranger was shoes, a coat, maybe a watch. Arkady claimed a space on the lower bunk. A solid rank of militiamen pushed the last workers onto the train. The air in the compartment was unbreathable, though Arkady knew he'd get used to it. Conductors began running up and down the platform outside, eager to get this special train underway and out of their station. An all-city alarm might close the roads, airports, and ordinary trains to an escaping man. But this was a whole train of escaping men. Through the compartment window, Arkady saw Kukin, the chief investigator for special cases, argue with the chief conductor. Kukin showed the chief conductor a photograph. All he had to do was look in the compartment. The chief conductor kept shaking his head. Kukin waved militiamen onto the trains. In the next compartment, someone began singing, "Farewell, Moscow, farewell, love." To be pushed along the platform by militiamen was one thing. To be rousted from their compartments on their own special train was something else. Threats and curses delayed the progress of the search. "You can't bother me, I'm already on the way to hell." Instead of leaving their seats, they spat on the militiamen. Ordinarily, something a militiaman would reply to with a club, but contract workers were given special considerations. It was understood that saints didn't volunteer for 3 years in hell. Besides, the militiamen were outnumbered. They never reached Arkady's compartment. The militia were horse-laughed off the cars. The chief conductor brushed Kukin aside, and again the other conductors did their pantomime run up and down the platform. The train heaved, and Kukin and the chief conductor slid by. The metal canopies of the platforms gave way to smokestacks and the double-beaked fences of defense factories, the terrain of northern Moscow. The train was still gathering speed when it reached the next commuter station, not slowing for the safely disdainful looks of the commuters there, rolling with a will right by a platform of militia, sounding its locomotive horn. Farewell, Moscow. Arkady took a deep breath. The air wasn't so bad after all. The train was special, too, the oldest and dirtiest the Ministry of Transport had been able to dig up. The compartment had been gutted and vandalized so many times and so long ago that there was nothing left to deface or steal. Besides, there was barely room to move. 15 men and 4 hard wooden bunks on the floor, each elbow lodged against a neighbor's. The train conductor had locked himself into his own end compartment for the duration of the trip. This was hardly the fastest way to Leningrad. The Red Arrow Express left from Leningrad Station and took half a day. This train, on the local track from Sevelovsky Station, hauling its ancient cars of what the magazines called rehabilitated workers, would take 20 hours. The conductor had his own samovar, hard rolls, and jam in his haven. In Arkady's compartment they broke out cigarettes and vodka. The ceiling filled with smoke. Someone told him to drink, and he drank, and offered a cigarette in return. The man with the bottle was in a session, like Stalin, squat and dark, with the same sort of brows, mustache, and beetle eyes. "Sometimes they put informers on these trains, you know," he told Arkady. "Sometimes they still try to catch you and bring you back. What we do is catch the informer and slit his throat." "There are no informers on this train," Arkady said. "They don't want you back. You're going right where they want you to." The Ossetian's eyes glittered. "Fuck your mother, you're right." The wheels measured the afternoon and evening. Iksa, Dmitrov, Verilki, Savalovo, Kalazin, Kazin, Sankovo, Krasny Kolm, Pistivo. There was no point in not drinking. They were leaving not just a day, but 3 years behind. Better straight alcohol than vodka. These were talented eyes and hands, and how many languages? It was a multinational compartment. An Armenian embezzler, a description redundant to some. A pair of highwaymen from Turkestan. A snatchman from Mary's Grove. A gigolo from Yalta with sunglasses and a tan. "What are you hiding in your coat?" the gigolo demanded. Arkady had the bag of material taken from the cabin, his gun, his own ID, and that of the KGB officer Kerwell had beaten to death. Nobody would have dared ask Kerwell that question. It was one that a hunter asked his prey. "A collection of tiny pricks from the Black Sea," Arkady answered. He drank kefir. Kefir was tea concentrated not twice or 10 times, but 20 times. In the camps, a starving man could work 3 days straight on a few cups of kefir. Arkady had to stay awake. The moment he was asleep, he would be robbed. His skin became clammy with adrenaline. His heart seemed to expand. Yet he had to think calmly. Someone had killed Misha. Unman the Scarecrow? Arkady had just missed him twice. Why a homicide alarm, though? Why would the Emskoy chance bringing in the militia? Unless the prosecutor had already cleaned up the cabin where the Gorky Park victims had lived. Unless he felt sure that his investigator would die trying to escape arrest, or that he could be declared insane at once. Maybe he already was. His heart was pouring out more blood than his veins could handle, so he drank some more vodka to open them. Someone had a transistor radio that reported May Day preparations in Vladivostok. "The iron mines aren't so bad," a veteran said. "If you work in the gold mines, they stick a vacuum cleaner up your ass when you come out of the mine." There was a bulletin on May Day preparations in Baku. "My home," the Ossetian told Arkady. "I murdered someone there. It was purely by accident." "Why tell me?" "You have an innocent face." May Day preparations from around the world. The night outside was overlaid by reflections of the compartment. Arkady opened the pane a crack. He could smell fields plowed black and loamy from the winter's snows. He missed Misha already. The curious thing was that he could hear his friend's voice as if he were still alive and commenting on the characters on the train. Now this is what communism's all about, getting people together. It's a little bit like the United Nations. You just don't get to change your clothes as often. Now the Armenian, there's a man who's going to lose weight. Or he could just split in half like an amoeba and become 2 Armenians. He'd get double pay. I wouldn't put it past an Armenian. Look at the gigolo. We've discussed Hamlet. We've discussed Caesar. We are looking at a man who has the last tan of his life. Now that's tragedy. Akasha, won't you admit now it's all a little crazy? The vodka ran out. When the train stopped for water at a small town, nothing more than a station and a single lit street, the workers came off the train and broke into the town store, while a pair of local militiamen stood by helplessly. When all the looters were back on, the train continued. Kaboza, Voznaya, Budagosk, Posadikovo, Kolpino, Leningrad, Leningrad, Leningrad. The morning sparks of commuter trains ran on converging wires. Dawn was mirrored by the Gulf of Finland. The train entered a city of briefcases and canals, a gray city to red eyes. As the train pulled into Finland Station, Arkady jumped from it while it was still moving, waving the red KGB identification card taken from the man Cruz had beaten to death. Anthems filled the loudspeakers. It was the day before May Day. Chapter 17. 100 kilometers north of Leningrad, on a plain between the Russian town of Luzhika and the Finnish city of Imatra, the train rails crossed the border. There was no fence. There were shunting yards and customs sheds and discreet radio bunkers on each side. Dirty snow lay on the Russian side because Russian trains on this spur burned low-grade coal, and cleaner snow on the Finnish side because the Finns used diesels. Arkady stood with the commandant of the Soviet border patrol station and watched a Finnish major return to the Finnish frontier guard post 50 meters away. Like the Swiss, the commandant spat. They'd sweep all the soot on our side if they had the nerve. He made a half-hearted attempt to fasten the red tabs of his collar. The Border Patrol was an arm of the KGB, but was staffed largely by veterans of the regular army. The commandant's neck was too thick, his nose aimed sideways, and his brows were an honest mismatch. Every month he asked me what to do with that damn chest. How the devil should I know? He framed Arkady's match with his hands, so that they each could light their cigarettes. A Soviet guard watched from the track, an assault rifle that looked like a plumber's tool hanging from his shoulder. Every time the guard shifted, the weapon rattled in the wind. You're aware that a chief investigator from Moscow has about as much authority here as a Chinaman, the commandant told Arkady. You know Moscow around May Day, Arkady said. By the time everybody stamps my papers, I'd have another victim on my hands. Across the border, the major led a pair of frontier guards to a customs shed. Beyond, foothills led to the Finnish lake country. Here the land was ironed flat and sprinkled with alders, ash, bilberry shrubs. Good country to patrol. The smugglers here bring in coffee, the commandant said. Butter, sometimes nothing but money, for foreign currency shops, you know. They never smuggle anything out. I guess that's insulting. Pretty unusual. A case of yours bringing you all the way out here. It's nice here, Arkady said. Quiet here. You can get away from it all. The commandant pulled a steel flask from inside his jacket. Do you like this stuff? Probably. Arkady took the offered draw on the flask, and body-heated brandy rolled to his stomach. Some men can't take it guarding a border. Guarding an imaginary line, you know. They actually go crazy, or they allow themselves to be corrupted. Sometimes they actually try to cross the border themselves. I should have them shot, but I just send them back to have their heads examined. You know, investigator, if I met a man who came out here from Moscow without any clearance to sweet-talk the border patrol, I'd have his head examined too. Frankly, Arkady met the commandant's eyes. So would I. Well, the commandant's brows lifted and he slapped Arkady on the back. Let's see what we can do with this Finn. He's a communist, but you can fry a Finn in butter, and he's still a Finn. The customs shed across the border opened. The Finnish major returned carrying an envelope. Was our investigator right? The commandant asked. The major dropped the envelope with distaste into Arkady's hands. Turds, small animal turds in 6 compartments inside the chest. How did you know? The chest was out of its case, Arkady asked. We opened it, the commandant said. All packing is opened on the Soviet side. Would the inside of the chest have been inspected, Arkady asked. What would be the point in that, the Finn answered. Relations between Finland and the Soviet Union being what they are. And what is the procedure for claiming articles from the customs shed, Arkady asked the major. It's very simple. Very few goods are ever in the shed. They usually stay on the train until Helsinki. No one can remove any goods without papers of identity and of possession, and also import duty receipts. We don't have a man at the door, but we would have noticed if anyone had tried to carry a chest out. Understand, we maintain a very light force of men here by agreement with the Soviet Union in order to avoid provocations with a friendly neighbor. Now you must excuse me. I am off duty, and I have a long drive home for the holiday. For May Day, Arkady said. Walpurgis night. The Finn enjoyed correcting him. Witches' Sabbath. From Vyborg, close to the border, Arkady flew to Leningrad, and there caught the evening plane to Moscow. Most of the passengers on the flight were military on 2 days' leave and were drinking already. Arkady wrote a report of the investigation. He put it into the evidence bag, along with the border commandant's statement, the envelope of droppings from the chest, fur samples from Kostya's cage, personal effects from the footlockers of the 3 victims, the tape of Irina's testimony in the cabin, and the February 2nd tape of Osborne and Unman. He addressed the bag to the prosecutor general. A stewardess handed out hard candy. Within hours, Osborne and Kerwill would board their flight. More than ever, Arkady appreciated how finely Osborne timed his entrances and exits. Even a delay. Unman had worried the day before the chest concealing Kostya Borodin's 6 Siberian sables was shipped from Moscow. How long could small animals be drugged with safety? 3 hours? 4? Enough for the flight to Leningrad, certainly. Then Unman could have given them another dose on the way from the airport to the train station. The chest couldn't be flown out of the country because international air packages were X-rayed. Cars and their contents were virtually dismantled at checkpoints. The train was the answer. A local train to an undermanned border station, while Osborne drove back from Helsinki to the Finnish side of the border station before the chest even came off the train. The Soviet Border Patrol did the job of opening the packing case. The Finns had done Osborne the favor of leaving the chest unguarded in a shed. Did anyone even notice him going in? Did he have a special coat made with pouches? Was there an accomplice among the Finnish guards? No matter. Osborne had never had to show papers, and there was no link between him and the chest from the start of its journey to its conclusion. Kostya Borodin, Valeria Davidova, and James Kerwill had died in Gorky Park. John Osborne had 6 Bargazine sables somewhere outside the Soviet Union. The plane descended from a sunset to Moscow at night. In the airport, Arkady mailed the package. Taking the holiday into account, his report would reach its destination in 4 days, no matter what happened to him. The courtyard was watched. Arkady entered the basement from the alley and climbed the stairs to his apartment, where he changed in the dark into his chief investigator's uniform. The uniform was navy blue with a captain's 4 brass stars on the epaulets and a red star on the gold braid of his cap. As he shaved, he heard the televisions in the apartments above and below. Both were tuned to the Bolshoi's traditional May Day Eve performance of Swan Lake in the Kremlin's Palace of Congresses. During the overture, he made out an announcer's voice, noting the most honored and the most beloved of the evening's 6,000 guests. But he couldn't pick out the names. He tucked his automatic inside his uniform jacket. Out on Taganskaya Boulevard, it took him 20 minutes to wave down a taxi. The ride into the central city was accompanied by floodlights and banners. All year, Moscow had been a dour chrysalis for red banners that sprang to life moth-like to the lights of this one night. Red wings draped every high building and billowed over wide avenues. Letters marched. Lenin lived, lives, and will live forever. The taxi overtook them. Heroic workers, noble and historically unprecedented. Applauds. In glory. No public traffic was allowed in the blocks around Red Square. Arkady paid his last rubles to the taxi driver and walked to Sverdlov Square, just as William Kerwill came out of the Metropole Hotel carrying a suitcase to an in-tourist bus. Kerwill was dressed in a tan raincoat and a short-brimmed tweed hat, and he looked like any of the other dozen or so Americans lining up at the bus. When Arkady was still crossing the garden in the center of the square, Cruz saw him and shook his head. Arkady stopped. Looking around, he saw militia detectives in a car behind the bus, in the hotel cafe, at the street corners. Cruz set the suitcase down. It was still dented from Arkady's kicks. Another bus pulled out. The passing glare of headlights made Cruz's presence all the more temporary. Cruz made a point of looking in the direction of each detective in case Arkady had missed any. The in-tourist driver sauntered out of the hotel, threw a cigarette on the street, and allowed the tourists to board. Osborne, Arkady mouthed from the center of the square. William Cruz took a last look at the investigator. Clearly, he had missed the name. He wanted it desperately, but he knew that to get it, he would have to kill all the plainclothesmen watching him in the square, and all the plainclothesmen that followed, and beat down the buildings of the square and all the buildings of the city, and not even his great strength was equal to that. Swan Lake wafted from the bus radio. Cruz was the last to board. By then, Arkady was gone. Hammers and spaceships fashioned from flowers waited in Dzerzhinsky Square for the morning's parade. Arkady jumped onto a personnel carrier of soldiers, and they rode past the empty grandstands in Red Square. Floodlights made the Kremlin walls hover, the Swallowtail battlements shiver. Along Monozhnaya Street, on the other side of the Kremlin, limousines were drawn into black, glossy diagonal ranks. Not just ordinary Chaika limousines, but the Presidium Zils, armor-plated and spiked with antennae. Militiamen on foot were spaced along the middle of the street, and others on motorcycles traveled back and forth from the more open space of Monozhnaya Square to the Kremlin's Kutafia Tower, where Arkady jumped from the personnel carrier. His uniform, his identification, he explained to the KGB officer who approached that he had a message for the prosecutor general. He controlled his hands as he lit a cigarette and moved away from the floodlights welling out of the sunken gardens up over the short whitewashed bridge that connected the Kutafia Tower to the Kremlin's Trinity Gate. He moved casually across the street into the high shadow of the Manas, the Tsar's riding school. From there, he could see the white marble roofline of the Palace of Congresses over the Kremlin Wall. As a car of KGB officers went by, he heard the ballet's last movement, a waltz, on the car radio. Along the Manas, other shadows stirred, an eye here, a foot there. Above the Trinity Gate, swarms of moths, real ones, bright as crystal, climbed to the ruby star of Trinity Tower. Two soldiers emerging from the gate were backlit into their own shadows until they crossed the little bridge, where they seemed consumed like match heads by light. Another car of KGB went by, trailing radio applause. The ballet was over. To get to the airport on time, Osborne would have to pass up the official reception after the performance. Even so, there were curtain calls, bouquets for the ballerinas and the Presidium, and the inevitable struggle at the cloakroom. Chauffeurs ambled to their limousines. Guests started to appear. Arkady watched a long line of Chinese, then Navy men in dress whites, some Westerners laughing loudly, Africans laughing even louder, musicians, women in ushers' uniforms holding flowers, a well-known satirist alone. Limousines with diplomatic flags rolled off with passengers. The rush of early-goers thinned, and the bridge to the sidewalk emptied. There was no apparent reason for Arkady to start for the street. A figure walking briskly, elegant as a knife, approached the Trinity Gate. It passed through to the lights of the bridge and became Osborne pulling on gloves, eyes straight ahead to the alert faces of plainclothesmen and the open doors of limousines. He wore a sober black coat and the same sable hat he had offered to Arkady. The dark fur contrasted with his silver hair. The attention of the plainclothesmen shifted to guests following Osborne. He vanished into the Kutafia Tower, emerged on its steps, and was off the sidewalk heading for a limousine that had pulled out for him before he saw Arkady coming. Arkady felt the shock of recognition in the American, a tremor so quickly controlled that it was no more than an extra beat of the heart. They met at the limousine, facing each other over the car roof. Osborne showed a bright, powerful smile. "You never came for your hat, investigator." "No. Your investigation. It's over, Arkady said. Osborne nodded. Arkady had time to admire the touches of gold and silk around the body. The look like wood of tanned skin, features so un-Russian. He saw Osborne's eyes travel up and down the street to see whether Arkady had come alone. Satisfied, the gaze returned to Arkady. I have a plane to catch, investigator. Unman will bring you $10,000 American in a week. Or you can have it in another currency if you wish. Hans will handle the details. The main thing is that everyone is content. If Yamskoy does go under and you keep me clear, I would consider that another service worth even more. I congratulate you. You've not only survived, but you've made the most of your opportunity. Why do you say all this? Arkady asked. You haven't come to arrest me. You haven't the evidence. Besides, I know the way you people operate. If this were an arrest, I'd be in the back of a KGB car and headed for the Lubyanka right now. It's just you, investigator. You alone. Look around. I see friends of mine, but none of yours. So far, the plainclothesmen had taken no special notice of Osborne's delay. At close distance, they were characteristically beefy men, vigorously hurrying ordinary guests away from the cars of the elite. You would try to arrest a Westerner, here of all places, tonight of all nights, without a signed order from the KGB, without even the knowledge of your prosecutor, without anyone else at all by yourself? You, a man wanted for murder? They'd put you in an asylum. I wouldn't even miss my plane. They'd hold it for me. So all you could have come for was money. Why not? You've already made the prosecutor a rich man. Arkady brought out his automatic and rested it in the crook of his left elbow, where only Osborne could see the dull muzzle. No, he said. Osborne glanced around. Plainclothesmen were all about, but distracted by the growing stream of guests emerging through the floodlights. Yamskoy warned me that you were like this. You don't want money, do you? Osborne asked. No. You're going to try to arrest me? Stop you, Arkady said. Keep you off your plane to begin with. Then not arrest you here and not tonight. We'll take your car. We'll take a drive tonight. And tomorrow we'll show up at the KGB office in some small town. They won't know what to do, so they'll call the Lubyanka direct. People in small towns are afraid of state crimes, the theft of valuable state property, sabotage of a national industry, smuggling, the concealment of state crimes, by which I mean murder. I will be treated very skeptically, and you will be treated very politely, but you know how we operate. There'll have to be more phone calls made, cages thoroughly inspected, a certain chest transported. After all, once you miss tonight's plane, you're already late. It's worth a chance, anyway. Where did you go yesterday? Osborne asked after a moment's thought. No one could find you. Arkady said nothing. I think you made a trip to the border yesterday, Osborne said. I think you believe you know everything. He checked his watch. I'm going to have to run for that plane. I'm not staying. Then I will shoot you, Arkady said. You'd be shot a second later by every man here. True. Osborne reached for the door handle. Arkady began squeezing the Makarov spit-curl trigger, pulling forward the releasing lever, which slid along the magazine, against and then away from the leaf spring, which would slap the cleared hammer toward the 9mm round in the breech. Osborne released the handle. Why? He asked. You can't be willing to die simply to make an arrest to please Soviet justice. Everyone is bought from the top to the bottom. The whole country's bought. Bought cheap, cheapest in the world. You don't care about breaking laws. You're not that stupid anymore. So what is there to die for? Someone else? Irina Azanova? Osborne pointed to a coat pocket, then slowly put his hand into the pocket and drew out a red, white, and green scarf decorated with Easter eggs, the scarf that Arkady had bought for Irina. Life is always more complicated and simpler than we give it credit for, he said. It is. I see it in your face. How did you get this? A simple exchange, investigator. Me for her. I'll tell you where she is, and you really don't have time to worry whether I'm lying or not, because she won't be there long. Yes or no? Osborne placed the scarf on the car roof. Arkady gathered it in his left hand and raised it to his nose. It smelled of Irina. Understand, Osborne said. We each have one basic demand for which we will destroy everything else. You will throw away your life, career, and reason for that woman. I will betray my accomplices rather than miss my plane. We are both running out of time. The limousines were backing up. The nearer plainclothesman shouted and waved for Osborne to get into his car. Yes or no, Osborne said. There was no decision to make. Arkady stuffed the scarf inside his uniform. You tell me where she is, he said. If I believe you, you're free. If I don't, I kill you. Fair enough. She's at the university, in the garden, near the pool. Repeat it. Arkady leaned forward, increasing his pressure on the trigger. The university, in the garden near the pool. This time, Osborne had steadied himself reflexively to take the bullet, his head tilted slightly back, but his eyes locked on Arkady's. For the first time, he allowed the investigator to see him. A beast looked out through Osborne's eyes, something leashed by its own hand, a creature that inhabited his coat and skin. Osborne's eyes had no fear at all. I'll take your car. Arkady slipped the gun into his coat. You can probably buy the next one in line. I love Russia, Osborne whispered it. Go home, Mr. Osborne. Arkady got into the limousine. The university glowed. Beneath a golden star within a golden wreath descended a floodlit spire and ruby stars and 32 floors empty of students gone for the May Day vacation. Around the wings of the university, enormous gardens 500 meters wide spread over the Lenin Hills. For May Day Eve, the gardens were lit a soft, dark green. In this demi-night, clay paths poked away from outsized fountains to wander through hedges, to vanish into stands of fir and spruce, or to stumble haphazardly into statues. The front garden facing the river had a long, reflecting pool foaming with water jets and tinted by colored lights. The city night was lit by mile-high beams that waved from anti-aircraft installations along the embankments. Osborne had escaped effortlessly. He had produced Arkady's heart with Irina's scarf. Yet Arkady was sure that Irina was here. It was a trap, not a lie. The light show from the embankments lasted for half an hour. At last the colored lights of the pool died and the water jet subsided. And on the stilling surface of the pool emerged a mirror of the university spire. He waited among the firs. Osborne's plane would be in the air now. The trees rustled, giving off a scent of resin as a breeze came up. From the far end of the pool, 2 shadows walked toward him. Midway to Arkady, the shadows fell and the image on the water broke. Arkady ran, drawing his gun. He made out Unman straddling a body over the edge of the pool, then Irina as she pulled her head free of the water. Unman pushed her under again, and she reached backward, scratching. Unman twisted her long hair into a bun, the better to hold her still. He looked up at Arkady's shout. The German had eyes set in hollows and protruding teeth. He let Irina go. She pulled herself out of the water and gagged against the side of the pool. Damp hair swept over her face. Get up, Arkady ordered Unman. Unman stayed on his knees, grinning. Arkady felt warm metal softly brush the short hairs at the base of his skull. Instead, Yamskoy closed the last step behind Arkady. Why don't you throw your gun down? Arkady did as he was told, and Yamskoy laid a consoling hand on his shoulder. Arkady could see the pink ends of the fingers. The gun, the same issue as Arkady's, nestled at the back of his neck. Don't do it, he said to the prosecutor. Arkady Vasilyevich, how can I avoid it? If you had done as you were directed, neither of us would be here now. This sad occasion wouldn't be. But you're out of control. You're my responsibility, and I have to clean up this affair not only for my own sake, but also because of the office we both represent. Right or wrong has nothing to do with it, which is not to denigrate your talents. There's not another investigator with your powers of intuition, your resourcefulness, or your integrity. I counted on them heavily. Unman rose and slowly sidled forward. I thought I was a student of you, and you... While Yamskoy braced him, Unman punched Arkady in the stomach, pulling his fist away with a curious flourish. Arkady looked down and saw a slim knife handle protruding from his stomach. He felt a sensation of ice inside himself and couldn't breathe. "And you surprised me," Yamskoy went on. "Most of all, you surprised me by coming here to save a tramp. Which is interesting, because Osborne wasn't surprised at all." Arkady's eyes filled helplessly with Irina. "Be honest with yourself," Yamskoy suggested, "and admit I'm doing you a favor. Besides your father's name, you're losing nothing. No wife, no children, no political consciousness, and no future. You remember the upcoming campaign against Vronskyism? You would have been the first to go. That's the sort of thing that happens to individualists. I warned you about it for years. You see what comes of ignoring advice? Believe me, this way is better. Why don't you sit down?" Yamskoy and Unman stepped back for him to fall, and Arkady's knees trembled and started to give way. He pulled out the knife. It seemed to come out forever, double-edged and sharp and red. German workmanship, Arkady thought. A hot rush poured down the inside of his uniform. Without warning, he swung the knife into Unman's stomach at the same spot that Unman had driven it into him. The force of his thrust carried them both into the pool. They rose together from the water. Unman tried to push away, but Arkady single-mindedly lodged the knife deeper and jerked it upward. Along the edge of the pool, Yamskoy ran back and forth for a clear shot. Unman began boxing his ears, and Arkady clung all the tighter, lifting the other man in an embrace. Unable to break free, Unman tried to bite, and Arkady fell back, carrying the man down into the water with him. There the German sat on top, squeezing Arkady's throat. He looked up from the bottom of the pool. Unman's face grimaced, fluttered, divided, ran back together, and split apart again like quicksilver, each time less coherently. It broke into moons, and the moons broke into petals. Then a dark cloud of red obscured Unman. His hands went slack, and he slid out of view. Arkady came up gasping. Unman's body bobbed alongside. "Stay there!" Arkady heard Yamskoy shout. He couldn't move anyway. Yamskoy stood at the side of the pool, aiming at him. There was the boom of a large automatic, deafening in the open garden, though Arkady hadn't seen the gun flash he'd expected. He noticed that Yamskoy's hat was gone, replaced by a jagged crown that sat on Yamskoy's shaved skull. The prosecutor wiped blood away from his brow in a distracted fashion, but his head produced a profusion of more blood, a fountain. Irina was behind Yamskoy, holding a gun. She fired again, whipping Yamskoy's head around, and Arkady saw that an ear was gone. She fired a third time through Yamskoy's chest. The prosecutor tried to keep his balance. On the fourth shot, he pitched into the water and sank. Irina came into the pool to drag Arkady out. She was lifting him over the side when Yamskoy rose to his waist out of the water beside them. He fell backward without seeing them, his eyes straight up to the night, and bellowed, "Osborne!" He sank again, as if he were walking down a staircase. Yet Arkady heard the shout long after he had disappeared. Shatter. Chapter 1. He was a conduit. Tubes flowed into him carrying blood and dextrose. Tubes flowed out of him taking blood and wastes. Every few hours, when he was afraid of consciousness, a nurse would inject him with morphine, and at once he would float above the bed and look down at the gray-faced sewage operation below. He had no clear idea why he was there. It was vaguely in his mind that he'd killed someone, and it struck him as typical that it should have been a piece of butchery. He was uncertain whether he was criminal or victim. He worried some about this, but not much. Mostly he sat up in the far, high corner of the room and observed. Nurses and doctors constantly hovered and whispered at the bed. And then the doctors would walk over and whisper to 2 more men in street clothes and sterile masks who sat by the door. And they, in their turn, would open the door to whisper to more men waiting in the hall. Once a group of visitors arrived. Among them he recognized the prosecutor general. The entire delegation stood at the foot of the bed and studied the face on the pillow in the somber manner of vacationers at a foreign landmark, trying to decipher an inscription they could not understand. Finally, they shook their heads, ordered the doctors to keep the patient alive, and left. Another time, a captain in the border patrol was ushered in to identify him. He didn't care because at that moment he was busy hemorrhaging, a secret revealed by all the tubes running from his body, every plastic byway, a sudden, generous red. Later, he was belted into bed and surrounded by a translucent plastic tent. The belts didn't constrict him. He hadn't planned to use his arms. But somehow, the tent kept him from floating away anymore. He sensed that the doctors were cutting back on the morphine. By day, he was dully aware of colors moving around him, and by night of a burst of fear when the room door opened to the lights outside. The fear was important. He sensed this as well. Of all the hallucinations of his opiated state, only the fear was real. Time measured by hypodermic needles did not pass. It was only an edge between limbo and pain. What existed was the waiting. Not his own, but that of the men by the door and the men outside it. He knew they were waiting for him. "Irina," he said aloud. At once he heard the scrape of chairs and saw shapes hurrying to his tent. As its walls were drawn back, he closed his eyes and jerked his arm against its belt as hard as he could. A tube jumped free and blood spewed from the hole in his arm. Steps ran in from the door. "I told you not to touch him," a nurse said. She pressed the vein shut and taped the tube back into his arm. "We didn't." "He didn't do this himself," the nurse was angry. "He's not even conscious. Look at this mess." His eyes closed. He imagined the sheets and floor. The nurse was only furious, but a bloody mess in a hospital terrified and intimidated anyone else, even dull souls from the KGB. He heard them on their knees wiping the floor. They said not another word about his being awake. Where was Irina? What had she told them? "They're going to shoot him anyway," one of the men wiping the floor muttered. In his translucent tent he listened. He intended to listen to everything while he could. In the minutes before the militia had arrived at the university garden, Arkady told Irina what her story should be. Irina had killed no one. Arkady had killed both Yamskoy and Unman. Irina knew that Valeria, James Kerwill, and Kostya were in Moscow. That was all in the tapes. But she knew nothing about any defections or smuggling. She was a dupe, a lure, a victim, not a criminal. If the story wasn't plausible or neat, it had to be said in his defense that he had put it together while Irina was holding his stomach together. Besides, the story was her only chance. They started off the first interrogation by reading off the crimes he was accused of. The crimes were familiar, generally the same he'd accused Osborne and Yamskoy of. One wall of the tent was pulled back so that 3 men could sit close to the bed. In spite of sterile masks, he recognized the squat face of Major Priblida, and behind the mask, a smile. "You're dying," the nearest of them told Arkady. "The least you can do is clear the name of those who are innocent. You had an excellent record until this happened, and that's the kind of record we want to remember you by. Clear the good name of Prosecutor Yamskoy, a man who befriended you and promoted you. Your father is an old man in poor health. At least let him die in peace. Wipe away this shame, and meet your own death with a clear conscience. What do you say?" "I'm not dying," Arkady said. "You're doing damned well, you know." The doctor opened the drapes. He smoothed the sunshine that poured onto his white coat. The tent had been removed, and Arkady now had 2 pillows propped under his head. "How well?" "Very," the doctor said, gravely enough for Arkady to understand that the man had been waiting weeks to be asked. "The knife penetrated your colon, stomach, and diaphragm, and also took a nick out of your liver. In fact, the one thing your friend missed was what he was probably aiming for, the abdominal aorta. Still, you had no blood pressure when you came in. Then we had to contend with infection, peritonitis, filling you with antibiotics with one hand and draining you with the other. That pool you were in was filthy. The one fortunate thing was that apparently you hadn't eaten for 24 hours previous to being stabbed. Otherwise, the spread of infection would have been straight through your digestive tract, and not even we could have saved you. Amazing, isn't it? How life can turn on a bite of food, something as insignificant as that. You're a lucky man. Now I know. The next time, 5 of them came, again wearing sterile masks, and sat around the bed asking questions in turn so that Arkady would become confused. He chose to answer Priblida, no matter who spoke. "The Ozanova woman has told us everything," someone said. "You masterminded the conspiracy along with the American Osborne, promising protection against the efforts of Prosecutor Yamskoy." "You have the report I sent to the Prosecutor General," Arkady answered Priblida. "You were seen speaking with Osborne on numerous occasions, including May Day Eve. You didn't arrest him. Instead, you went directly to the university, where you lured the prosecutor into a trap and killed him with the aid of the woman. You have my report." "What excuse do you have for your contacts with Osborne?" The prosecutor always made notes after his meeting with his investigators. There's nothing in any of his notes about your so-called suspicions concerning the American. If you had mentioned it, he would immediately have conferred with the organ of security. You have my report. We aren't interested in your report. The report only condemns you. No investigator could have ascertained a theft of sables in Siberia or how those sables were taken out of the country from the flimsy evidence you had. I did. It was the only time his answer varied. He was accused of conspiring with Osborne for money. His divorce was cited as proof of a mental collapse. It was known that he had bothered Osborne for the gift of a valuable hat. The Ozanova woman had described his offensive sexual advances. He had encouraged Osborne's scheme, hoping for the coup of a sensational arrest in the face of a campaign against careerists such as himself. Proof of his violent nature was his assault on the secretary of the district committee, a friend of his former wife. His link to the foreign agent James Kerwill was made manifest by his collaboration with the brother agent, William Kerwill. He had clubbed to death an officer of the KGB at the prosecutor's dacha. According to the Ozanova woman, he'd had sexual relations with the dead female gangster Valeria Davidova. He was psychologically crippled by his father's fame. To sum up, all was known. To every attempt to anger, confuse, and terrify, Arkady told Priblida to read his report. Priblida was the one man who didn't speak, the one who was content with silent menace, a warted brooding under wetted hair. Arkady remembered him best wrapped in a coat in the snow on that first morning in Gorky Park. He hadn't appreciated how much space he'd taken in Priblida's mind until now. In their concentration, Priblida's eyes were startlingly candid. All was not known. Nothing was known. When the guards were dismissed, a telephone was brought into the room. As the phone never rang and no one ever used it to place a call, Arkady assumed that it was a transmitter to listen to him. The first time he was allowed soft food, he could hear the cart bringing it all the way from the elevator to his door. Every other room on the floor was empty. The 5 men returned for interrogation twice a day for 2 more days, and Arkady continued to repeat his single answer until a miraculously germinating seed of understanding burst within him. Yamskoy was one of you, he interrupted. He was KGB. You made one of your own into Moscow town prosecutor, and now he turns out the next thing to a traitor. You have to put a bullet in my head just because he made such enormous fools out of you. 4 of the 5 men looked at each other sharply. Only Priblida maintained his attention on Arkady. As Yamskoy said, Arkady laughed painfully, we all breathe air, and we all piss water. Shut your mouth! The 5 men adjourned to the hall. Arkady lay in bed and thought of the prosecutor's lectures about the correct jurisdictions of the organs of justice, so much more amusing in retrospect. The 5 men didn't return. After a while, guards showed up for the first time in a week and placed the 5 chairs against a wall. As soon as he was allowed to walk alone with canes, he went to the window. He found he was 6 stories up, near a highway, and practically within reach of a candy factory. It was the Bolshevik candy factory, he realized, off the Leningrad Road, though he couldn't recall any hospitals this far out. He tried to open the window, but it was locked. A nurse came in. "We don't want you to hurt yourself," she said. He didn't want to hurt himself. He wanted to smell the chocolate from the factory. He could have cried for not smelling the chocolate. He would feel an abundance of strength, and the next moment be ready to dissolve into tears. Part of this was the strain of the questioning. It was standard for interrogators to work as a team, massing their will against that of a single suspect, outflanking and confusing him with false charges, the wilder the better, bullying him this way and that until he was at their mercy. That was an honest man, a man on his knees. As a general rule, it wasn't bad, so he expected them to use the technique. It was normal. Part of the problem was his isolation. He was allowed no visitors, no conversations with the guards or nurses, no books, no radio. He found himself reading the factory markings on utensils and standing by the window watching the traffic on the highway. His sole intelligent occupation was sorting through the many contradictory questions to determine what was happening to Irina. She was alive. She hadn't told everything, and she knew he hadn't either. Otherwise, the interrogation would be far more accurate and damaging. Why had he concealed her knowledge of smuggling? When had he brought her to his apartment? What happened there? After a day without interrogation, Nikitin came. Shrewd eyes and a round face. The senior investigator for government liaison regarded his colleague and former pupil with sighs of disappointment. "The last time we saw each other, you pointed a gun at me," Nikitin said. "That was almost a month ago. You look a little calmed down now." "I don't know what I look like. I don't have a mirror." "How do you shave?" "They bring me an electric razor with my breakfast and take it away with the tray." Given somebody to talk to, even Nikitin, he felt positively effusive. And there had been a time years ago, when Nikitin was senior investigator for homicide, that they'd been close. "Well, I can't stay." Nikitin produced an envelope. "The office is in an uproar, as you can understand. They sent me over with these for you to sign." In the envelope were 3 copies of a letter of resignation from the prosecutor's office for reasons of health. Arkady signed them, almost sad that Nikitin had to rush off. "I get the impression," Nikitin whispered, "that you're giving them quite a wrestle. It's not easy to interrogate an interrogator, eh?" "I guess not." "Look, you're a clever boy. Don't be modest. Maybe you should have listened to your uncle Ilya a little bit more, though. I tried to steer you right. It's all my fault. I should have been firmer. Anything I can do to help, you just ask." Arkady sat down. He felt immensely depressed and tired, and grateful that Nikitin was taking the time to stay. Nikitin was now sitting on the bed, although Arkady couldn't recall seeing him move. "Ask me," Nikitin suggested. "Irina. What about her?" It was difficult for Arkady to concentrate. All the secrets he had hoarded pressed with urgency for Nikitin's sympathetic ear. His only other visitor that day had been a nurse who had given him an injection just before Nikitin's arrival. "I'm the only one who can help you," Nikitin said. "They don't know." "Yes?" Arkady felt nauseated and dizzy. Nikitin's hand, as small and plump as a baby's, rested on his. "What you need now is a friend," Nikitin said. "The nurse is no friend of yours. She gave you something to make you talk." "I know." "Don't tell them anything, Boychik," Nikitin urged. Sodium aminate, Arkady guessed. That was what they used. Quite a lot of it, too. He knows what I'm thinking, Arkady told himself. It's a very strong narcotic. You can't be held responsible for not having your usual control, Nikitin reassured him. You didn't have to bring the letters, Arkady made a point out of speaking distinctly and loudly. No one needs those letters. Then you didn't take a good look at them. Nikitin produced the envelope again and opened it for Arkady. See? Blinking, Arkady reread the letters. They were confessions of all the crimes he had been accused of for the last week. That's not what I signed, he said. They have your signature. I saw you sign them. Never mind. Nikitin tore the letters into halves and then quarters. I don't believe a word of it. Thank you, Arkady said gratefully. I'm on your side. It's us against them. Remember, I was the best interrogator of all. You remember that? Arkady remembered. Nikitin leaned forward confidentially and spoke softly into Arkady's ear. I came to warn you. They're going to kill you. Arkady looked at the closed door. Its very flatness was ominous, a facade for the people on the other side. After you are dead, who's going to help Irina? Nikitin asked. Who's going to know the truth? My report is to fool them, not your friends. Don't think of yourself, think of Irina. Without me, she'll be all alone. Think how alone she'll be. They probably wouldn't even tell her he was dead, Arkady thought. The only way she'll know I'm a friend is if you tell me the truth, Nikitin explained. There was no doubt that they were going to kill him. Arkady saw no escape from that. Maybe a fall from the window, an overdose of morphine, an injection of air. Who would look after Irina then? We're old friends, Nikitin said. I'm your friend. I want to be your friend. Believe me, I'm your friend. He smiled like a Buddha. The rest of Arkady's vision was tinged gray by the sodium aminate. He heard the collective breathing in the halls. The floor was far below his feet. Corpses wore paper slippers. They'd given him paper slippers. His feet were so white and sickly, what did the rest of him look like? His mouth was a pest hole of fear. He brought his fists up to his forehead. Not fear, insanity. Thinking as a process was impossible. Better to tell everything now while he could. But he clamped his mouth over the words. A narcotic sweat broke from his skin, and he was afraid that words were coming from his pores. He brought his knees up tight together until they cramped, so that every orifice was shut. When he thought about Irina, the words would start to force their way out like a snake. So he thought about Nikitin. Not the Nikitin beside him on the bed, because that was an insistent friend who had torn up a confession. But the Nikitin of before. The old Nikitin was an elusive subject, slipping and teasing the short grasp of Arkady's mind. The paranoia of the moment overwhelmed memory. The only man in the world he could trust was Nikitin. The Nikitin beside him insisted. He trembled and tried to cover his eyes and ears, working backward from Nikitin's last words to the ones just before those, and so on, in this clumsy way, examining the new Nikitin for a clue to the old. I am your oldest and dearest and one friend, Nikitin said. Arkady brought his hands down. Tears covered his face, but there was a glow of relief in his head. He raised one hand as if it held a gun and pulled an imaginary trigger. What's the matter? Nikitin asked. Arkady didn't speak because the words about Irina were still waiting to spring from his mouth. He smiled, though. Nikitin shouldn't have mentioned the episode of the gun when he'd first arrived in Arkady's room. That was the connection. He aimed at Nikitin's face and pretended to fire again. I'm your friend, Nikitin said with less conviction. Arkady squeezed off a full magazine of invisible bullets, reloaded and fired some more. Something of his insanity penetrated Nikitin. After much protesting, he fell silent. Then, recoiling from Arkady's empty hand, he edged from the bed. Like the Nikitin of old, he moved faster the closer he got to the door. Chapter 2. At the start of the summer, Arkady was moved to an estate in the country. It was an old aristocratic affair with a brave front of white columns and French doors, porticos to glass conservatories, its own little church used as a garage, and a clay tennis court on which the guards played volleyball all the time. Arkady was free to wander where he wished as long as he returned in time for supper. The first week, a small plane touched down on the landing strip with a pair of interrogators, Major Priblida, a mail pouch, and such items as fresh meat and fruit that were available only from Moscow. Interrogations took place twice a day in a conservatory. No plants were left except some giant rubber trees, hunched and as out of place as formal servants. Arkady sat in a wicker chair between the interrogators. One of them was a psychiatrist, and the questions were clever. As usual, when questioning is friendly, there was a smarmy bonhomie in the air. During lunch on the third day, Arkady encountered Priblida alone in a garden. His jacket hung over the back of a wrought-iron chair. The major was cleaning his gun, gross fingers dexterously handling pins, springs, and rag. He looked up in surprise when Arkady took the chair across the table. "What's the matter?" Arkady asked. "Why do they leave you out here?" "It's not my job to question you," Priblida said. His ugly, honest eyes had become a constant to Arkady, and a relief after a morning with the officers the KGB had sent. "Anyway, they're specialists. They know what they're doing." "Then why are you here?" "I volunteered." "How long will you be here?" "As long as the interrogators are." "You only brought a change of shirts. That's not long," Arkady said. Priblida nodded and went on cleaning, developing a sweat in the sun. He hadn't even rolled up his sleeves, although he worked so carefully that there was no danger of dirtying them with oil. "If it's not your job to question me, what is your job?" Arkady asked. Priblida pushed the gun's slide and barrel assembly forward and out of the guides of the receiver. From the receiver, he daintily picked out the subassembly and hammer mechanism. A stripped gun always struck Arkady as a cripple undressed. "You mean it's your job to kill me, Major? Speak up. You volunteered." "You speak about your life very lightly." Priblida slipped the rounds out one by one from the magazine like lozenges. "That's because it's being treated lightly. If you're going to shoot me when you run out of clean shirts, how serious can I be?" Arkady didn't believe that Priblida would kill him. Priblida had gladly volunteered to, no doubt, and was primed to do so hour by hour. But Arkady didn't believe that it would happen. So the next morning, when the interrogators and Priblida rushed by car to the landing strip, Arkady followed the kilometer's distance on foot. He arrived in time to see Priblida outside the plane arguing furiously with the interrogators inside. The plane left without him, and he got back into the car. When the driver asked him if he wanted to ride back, Arkady answered that it was a nice day and he'd walk. Except for the gentlest undulations, the surrounding countryside was flat. In the morning sun, his shadow stretched 30 meters along the road, the shadow of a rare tree over 100 meters. There were few woods to speak of, mostly the occasional rubble and shag of berry bushes. Grass gone wild contained all manner of flowers and young grasshoppers bright as jade. Lying down in the grass, Arkady knew that he was seen by field glasses from the observation walk on top of the main house. He never thought of trying to escape. Arkady and Priblida ate at the only table set in a dining room of ghostly dust cloths. In his dirty clothes, the major grew testy, loosening his shoulder holster and pulling his shirt away from his armpits. Arkady watched with interest. A man about to be shot always regards the shooter with great interest. And with the fatal shot indefinitely delayed, Arkady had an opportunity to study his would-be executioner closely. "How do you plan to kill me? From behind, the front, the head, or the heart?" "The mouth," Priblida said. "Outside the house? Inside? A bathroom is easy to clean." The major truculently refilled his glass with lemonade. No vodka was allowed at the house, and Arkady was the only one who didn't miss it. After long days of volleyball, the guards played table tennis late into the night to go to sleep. Citizen Renko, you are no longer a senior investigator. You no longer have any rank or standing of any nature. You are nothing. I can simply tell you to shut up. Ah, but it goes the other way, Major. Now that I am nothing, I don't have to listen to you. Almost what Irina had said to him, he thought. How easily perception changes. Tell me, Major, he asked, has anyone ever tried to kill you? Only you? Priblida pushed his chair away and left his food uneaten. Out of frustration, Priblida began working in the garden. Stripped to an undershirt, his pants rolled up above the handkerchiefs tied around his knees, he savaged weeds. It's too late to plant anything but radishes, but we do what we can. What's your quota? Arkady asked from the porch. He squinted up the sky in search of the plane returning from Moscow. This is enjoyment, not work, the Major muttered. I'm not going to let you ruin it. Smell that. He lifted some peat-rich soil to his snout. There's no earth anywhere in the world that smells the same. The sky was empty, and Arkady turned his gaze down to the Major and the handful of dirt. The gesture reminded him too much of Priblida digging through the bodies in Gorky Park. Arkady thought again of the Major's victims at the Klyazma River. Yet here they were in a country garden, Arkady with scars from his ribs to his groin, and Priblida on his knees. They found Yamskoy's money. That's what's holding everything up, Priblida offered. They took his daka apart, board by board, and dug up the whole place. They finally found it under some shed, I hear, where he kept dead ducks and geese. There was a fortune, though I don't understand why he bothered. What was he going to spend it on? Who knows? I said you were innocent. I said right from the start that you were innocent. Detective Fett was a pissant informant, so I'm proud to say I acted on my own instincts. Everyone said no senior investigator would carry out the sort of investigation you claim to have done, contrary to the orders of a prosecutor. I said you would because only I knew how you tried to ruin me. Everyone else said that if Yamskoy was as corrupt as you claimed, then you must be too, and that it was just a case of thieves falling out. I said you'd ruin a man for no good reason at all. I know you. You're the worst kind of hypocrite. How's that? If I follow orders, then you call me a killer. What did I care about those prisoners from Vladimir prison? There was nothing personal. I didn't even know them. All they were to me were enemies of the state, and I had the job of getting rid of them. Not everything in the world can be done with perfect legality. That's why we are given intelligence. You must have figured out I had orders. But on a whim, out of some hypocritical superiority, you want to bring a case against me. In other words, to kill me for doing my duty. So you're worse than a killer. You're a snob. Go ahead, laugh. But admit there's a difference between duty and sheer egotism. You have a point, Arkady conceded. Ah, then you knew I was following orders. Whispers, Arkady said. You were following whispers. Whispers, then. So what? What happens to me if I hadn't done it? You leave the KGB, your family doesn't talk to you, you're an embarrassment to your friends, you can't go to special stores anymore, you move to a smaller apartment, your children lose their tutors and fail the university examinations, you drop off the rolls for cars, you're never trusted in any new job you're given, and besides, if you hadn't killed them, someone else would. I had a lousy marriage, no kids, and I didn't especially care if I had a car. My point exactly. Arkady went back to watching a jet vapor trail climb the sky. Nothing that concerned him, unless they planned to bomb him. He listened to Priblida's spading and the soft patter of seeds. As long as he was alive, Irina was alive. If I'm innocent, maybe you won't have to shoot me. No one is completely innocent. The Major dug. The plane ferried in more interrogators, food, and changes of clothing for Priblida. Sometimes the interrogators were different, sometimes the same. Some used drugs, some hypnosis. Each stayed a night and left. Now that he had fresh clothes, Priblida dressed every day. when the interrogators were out of sight, in a standard gardening outfit of rolled-up pants, undershirt, handkerchiefs wrapped around his knees and brow, and scuffed shoes. He kept his gun close by, hanging from a stake. Dogged rows of radishes, lettuce, and carrots appeared. "It's going to be a dry summer, I can feel it," he told Arkady. "Have to plant a little deeper." He would curse and trudge behind when Arkady went on one of his long strolls around the grounds. "No one's going to run away," Arkady said. "You have my promise." "There are bogs. They can be dangerous." The major stayed 10 meters behind. "You don't even know where to step." "I'm not a horse. If I break a leg, you won't shoot me." For the first time, Arkady heard Priblida laugh. The major was right, though. Sometimes Arkady would start one of his walks still so doped on sodium pentothal that he could have walked into a tree without knowing it. He walked the way a man walks when he feels it's the only way to find himself. Away from the house and the precautionary towels on the couch for times when an injection made him throw up. Interrogation is largely a process of rebirth done in the clumsiest fashion possible. A system in which the midwife attempts to deliver the same baby a dozen times in a dozen different ways. Arkady walked until the day's poison was diluted with oxygen. Then he would sit under a shade tree. To begin with, Priblida insisted on sitting in the sun. It took him a week to accept the shade. "I hear this is the last day for you," Priblida smirked. "The last interrogator. The last night. I'll come for you when you're asleep." Arkady closed his eyes and listened to the insects. Each week it was a little hotter and the insects were a little louder. "You want to be buried here?" Priblida asked. "Come on, I'm losing patience. Let's go." "Go cultivate your garden." He kept his eyes shut and hoped the major would leave. "You must really hate me," Priblida said after a while. "I don't have time for it." "Don't have time for it? You have nothing but time." "When I'm awake and not so drugged that I can think, I don't have time to worry about you, that's all." "Worry about me? I'm going to kill you." "Don't be upset, you won't." "I'm not upset." Priblida's voice rose. With better control, he added, "I've been looking forward to it all year." "You're crazy, Renko." He was disgusted. "You forget who's in charge here." Arkady said nothing. Over the field were the triumphant screams of small birds mobbing a crow. They looked like a bar of music moving through the air. He had determined by the short-range Antonov airliners flying overhead, their steady frequency, and their direction toward the balmy south, that he was within an hour of Domodedovo Airport, itself just outside Moscow. The psychiatrists sent to question him were all from the KGB's Serbsky clinic in Moscow, so he assumed that Irina was there. "Well, what do you think about then?" Priblida asked in exasperation. "I think that I never knew how to think. I feel as if I'm making it up as I go along. I don't know. At least for the first time, it's not making me up." He opened his eyes and grinned. "You're crazy," Priblida said seriously. Arkady got to his feet and stretched. "Want to get back to your seeds, Major?" "Fuck your mother, you know I do." "Say you're human." "What?" "We'll go back," Arkady said. "All you have to do is say you're human." "I don't have to do anything. What kind of game is this? You're so crazy, Renko, it makes me sick." "It shouldn't be so hard to say you're human." Priblida walked in a tight circle as if screwing himself into the ground. "You know I am." "Say it." "I'll kill you for this. For this alone," Priblida promised. "To get it over with," his voice fell to a monotone. "I'm human." "Very good. Now we can go." Arkady started toward the house. The new interrogator was the doctor with fluttery hands who had once addressed the meeting at the prosecutor's office. "Let me give you my analysis," he told Arkady at the end of their session. "For every truth told us by you and the Ozanova woman, there is a lie. Neither of you were directly a member of the Amskoy Osborne clique. but you were each indirectly involved, and you were and still are involved with each other. With your wide experience as an interrogator and her long experience as a suspect, you hope to confuse and outlast us. You have unreal expectations. All criminals have unreal expectations. You and the Azanova woman are both suffering from the pathoheterodoxy syndrome. You overestimate your personal powers. You feel isolated from society. You swing from excitement to sadness. You mistrust the people who most want to help you. You resent authority even when you represent it. You think you are the exception to every rule. You underestimate the collective intelligence. What is right is wrong, and what is wrong is right. The Azanova woman is an obvious, classic case, easily understood by anyone, and thus easily dealt with. Yours is a far more devious and dangerous case. You were born with a famous name and great advantages. Despite strong indications of political egoism, you rose to a position of significance in the system of justice. After heroically combating a powerful superior, you entered into a criminal conspiracy with this woman to hide important facts from this inquiry. What was her actual relationship with Osborne? What transactions took place between you and the American intelligence agent William Kerwill? Why did you let Osborne go? I've heard your answers. I believe the healthy part of you wants to give me the real answers, and with sufficient therapy you would. But it would be pointless. We have the real answers. Further interrogations in this vein, I am convinced, will only feed your unhealthy delusions. We have to think of the greater good, so I am recommending that an example be made of you, and that you pay the extreme penalty as quickly as can be arranged. You and I have one more session scheduled for tomorrow morning before I leave for Moscow. I have no more questions for you. However, if you have any new information, it will be your final opportunity. Otherwise, goodbye. Priblida carefully emptied the pail. Water, sparkling like an icicle, ran through a ditch and into a cutoff for a row of lettuce until Arkady pushed soil from the ditch into its wall, rerouting the water to the next cutoff. He moved on his knees from row to row, reshaping a whole series of tiny dams until the whole garden was afloat. A veritable Nile, he said. The ground's too dry. 12 big buckets for a garden this size? Priblida shook his head. That's a drought. The private agricultural sector of the Committee for State Security will never go dry, I'm sure. You laugh. I came from a farm. Drought is a serious thing, and I can feel a drought coming. I confess I joined the army to get away from the farm. Priblida lifted a shoulder, a graceful gesture for a man of his shape. But at heart, I'm still from the country. You don't even have to think. You can feel a drought coming. How? Your throat tickles for 3 days. That's because the dust is not lying down. There are other ways. Like the earth. The ground is like a drum. It's true, you can hear it. As a drumhead gets hotter and drier, what happens? It gets louder. The same with the ground. Listen. Priblida slapped his foot down. Sort of hollow. The water table is falling. He stomped among the pails, delighting in a newfound ability to entertain, stomping harder the more Arkady laughed. This is peasant science. Hear the earth? You can hear how dry its throat is. You thought you cosmopolitans knew everything. Priblida did an ungainly dance, kicking the pails over until he tripped himself up and sat down with a clown's grin. Major, Arkady helped him up. You're the one who should see the psychiatrist, not me. Priblida's grin vanished. It's time for your last session, he said. You're not going? No. Then I have to. The major looked away. He pulled on his shirt, rolled down his pants, wiped the dust off his shoes and put on his jacket, trying to make himself presentable. Then at the same time they saw that his gun and holster still hung from a stake in the middle of the flooded garden. "I'll get it for you," Arkady said. "I'll get it. Don't be silly. You have shoes on. I'm barefoot." With the Major shouting at him, Arkady stepped through the mud and picked the holster off the stake. The Major was silent as he made his way back to dry land. When Arkady handed the gun over, Priblida swung the barrel against the side of Arkady's head. "Don't touch my gun," he was furious. "Don't you know what's going on here? Don't you know anything?" Arkady and Priblida no longer worked in the garden together, and the vegetables withered as water was restricted. Under vacant skies, the fields yellowed in mid-growth. The house stood with all its doors and windows open in hopes of a breeze. Zoya came. She was thinner, her eyes pinched, though she displayed a smile. "The judge said we should give it another go," Zoya explained. "She said nothing was final if I changed my mind." "You've changed your mind?" She sat by the window and fanned herself with her handkerchief. Even her girlish braid of golden hair seemed thinner, older. Like a wig, he thought. "We just had troubles," she said. "Ah, maybe it was my fault." Arkady smiled. Zoya said maybe it was her fault, the way a bureaucrat would discuss a change in department policy. "You're looking better than I expected," she said. "Well, there's nothing to do here but get healthy. I haven't had any interrogations now for weeks. I wonder what's going to happen next. It's very hot in Moscow. You're lucky to be here." Zoya went on to say that while they'd never be able to go back and live in Moscow, she had been assured that a suitable job could be found for him in a pleasant town away from the pressures of the capital. Perhaps as a teacher. They could teach together. Also, maybe it was time to start a family. In fact, it might even be possible for her to return here for a longer conjugal visit. "No," Arkady said. "The truth is we aren't married and we don't care for each other. I certainly don't love you. I don't even feel responsible for what you are." Zoya stopped fanning herself and stared dully past Arkady at the other wall of the room, hands on her lap. Strangely, losing weight and roundness made her gymnast muscles bulkier, her calves into biceps. "Is it another woman?" she all too obviously remembered to ask. "Zayushka, you were right to leave me. And now you should stay as far away as you can. I don't wish you ill." "You don't wish me ill." She seemed to rouse herself, and repeated what she'd said more fiercely and more sarcastically. "You don't wish me ill. Look at what you've done to me. Schmidt has left me. He's asked for my transfer to another school, and who can blame him? They have my party card. I don't know what they're going to do with it. You've ruined my life, as you plotted to from the day I met you. Do you think it was my idea to come here?" "No. In your own way, you've always been fairly truthful. So I was surprised to see you." Zoya pressed her fists against her eyes and worked her mouth so tightly that the red of her lips could not be seen. After a moment, she took her hands away, trying to smile again, her blue eyes wet and bright when she spoke. "We just had marital troubles. I was not understanding enough. We'll start fresh." "No, please." Zoya grabbed his hand. He had forgotten how calloused her fingers were from exercises. "It's been a long time since we slept together," she whispered. "I could stay tonight." "Don't." Arkady pried her fingers off. "Bastard!" She scratched his hand. They flew Zoya out before supper. The experience of seeing the woman who had once been his wife turn herself inside out before him was profoundly depressing. That night he woke with an overwhelming desire for Irina. His room was black around a window of stars. He stood at the window naked. A touch, even the light friction of the sheet, would have brought a rush of pleasure and relief, and he would have felt no shame. But easing the desire would have erased her image. Stronger than an image, It was an apparition of Irina asleep on a blue bed. It had been in his dream, then in his room. It passed through the window and hovered outside. He could feel the warmth of her through the glass. She was the shock of life. Not of ordinary life. Ordinary life was an endless queue of backs, of the next man's breath. In ordinary life, people went to offices and did terrible things and went home and still in the jumble of a communal apartment, drank, swore, made love, waged war for a bit of dignity and somehow survived. Irina rose above this mob. She flaunted extraordinary beauty in a ragged jacket. She wore a mark on her cheek as honesty. She didn't care for petty survival. In many ways, she was not a person at all. Arkady understood other people well. As an investigator, it was his talent. He didn't understand Irina, and he suspected he might never penetrate vast areas of her unknowability. She had appeared as another planet and had taken him in tow. He had followed, but he didn't know her, and it was he who had switched allegiance. In the past months, he had made himself almost dead, a defense of impassivity against the probes of the interrogators. It was a necessary suicide, his bow to killers. But it was a death all the same. Now this image of her had appeared, and for one night at least, he was alive too. The peat fires began the following month. For days, the whole northern horizon shifted under a purple haze. The provisions plane was turned back before landing one afternoon, and the next morning the southern horizon was also covered in smoke. A fire truck showed up with an engineer and fireman in rubber helmets and capes that made them look like medieval soldiers. The engineer ordered the house abandoned. There was to be no evacuation to Moscow. The roads were either cut off or blocked, and every able person was being enlisted in the battle against the fire. It was truly a battle. Just 30 kilometers from the house was a command post of hundreds of firemen, army engineers, and volunteers being organized as infantry around mobile water tanks, excavating machines, and tractors. The group from the house, Arkady, Priblida, a score of guards, housekeepers, and cooks, were made into a reserve line of shovel-wielders with Arkady in the middle. But as soon as they crossed the first fire break and went into action, the line started to fall apart. There was the underbrush to deal with, which spread out the line and frustrated it. There were sudden changes of wind and smoke that blinded and gagged the men and left them walking in different directions entirely. There were ancient ditches into which a man or a whole tractor suddenly dropped. The rest of the line would march into a new wall of smoke, exit behind 2 tractors, and not know which to follow. Men in charred clothes appeared from nowhere running for safety, or bravely shoveling a new fire break directly in the face of the flames. Of the people Arkady had started with, he recognized only Priblida. The fire was unpredictable. One bush would catch slowly like a biscuit of fuses. Another would erupt whole into a torch. The problem was the peat. By now, Arkady had a fair idea that he was close to the town of Shatter. Shatter was famous for building the first electric power station after the revolution, and the fuel for the station was peat. The ground itself caught on fire. Below the surface, it burned through seams of peat, so that even beaten out, each blaze was parent to a fairy ring of new flames. An excavating machine collapsed through burned-out and hollowed turf, releasing methane gas that exploded among the firefighters like a bomb. The intense heat was staggering. Every man coughed up cinders and blood. Helicopters crossed overhead, releasing tons of water that fell as a suffocating rain of steam and smoke. Men with tearing eyes held onto each other's belts in a blind chain. The plan was to contain the fire, but the peat fields were too immense, and fire breaks were useless against an enemy that attacked underground. As each successive line of defense retreated, the men at the earlier lines were more entrapped. Arkady no longer knew which way to retreat. Shouts of confusion sounded through the smoke in every direction. A ridge of torn earth ended in a burning tractor. Shovels lay where they had been thrown. Priblida, face smeared black, sat with fat legs outstretched, gagging and exhausted. The major held his gun limply, and his voice was so weak that Arkady could hardly understand him. "Get out of here. Save your skin," Priblida said bitterly. This is your big opportunity. You can pick the papers off some poor dead guy if you don't burn yourself. This is the chance you've been waiting for. We'll catch you anyway. I'd shoot you if I didn't know that." "What are you going to do?" Arkady asked. "I'm not so dumb as to wait and fry, I'll tell you that. I'm no coward." Pribleda looked more like a hamstrung pig than anything else. High walls of smoke closed in as the wind turned. Arkady had always felt that Pribleda was not going to kill him. He had no idea whether he would die in the fire. At least that would be a natural death, not 9 grams of lead in the back of his head from his fellow man. "Run!" Pribleda coughed. Arkady pulled the major up and lifted him onto his shoulder. He could no longer see the tractor or trees or sun. He started to his left, the last clear path he recalled. Weaving under the weight of Pribleda, tripping on debris. Soon he couldn't tell if he was moving left, right, or in a circle, but he knew that they would die if he stopped. It was the claustrophobia of not breathing, of keeping his mouth shut as if there were a hand over it that he hadn't expected. The vacuum in his lungs sucked on his windpipe. Through the slits of his eyes he made out only a red furze of fire. When he could go no further, and was so deep in smoke that he had to shut his eyes entirely, he ordered himself another 20 steps, and when the smoke was worse, another 20 steps beyond that, and then another 10 and another 5. He stumbled into a ditch of brackish water. The ditch was as tall as a man, the water was shallow, and between it and the lip of the ditch lay a channel of thin, acrid air. Pribleda's lips were violet. Arkady turned him on his back in the water and rocked back and forth, pumping air into him. Pribleda revived, but the heat became worse. Arkady walked him through the ditch. Embers fell on them, settling in their hair and burning curlicues in their shirts. The ditch rose and ended, and at first in the haze Arkady thought he had worked his way back to the field he had started from that morning. Then he saw that the excavation machines, water tanks, and fire engines were black and gutted, some upended from explosions when their fuel ignited, and that what seemed shapeless hillocks on a charred field were the bodies of men who had died the day before. Some of them apparently had taken refuge from the smoke in a peat cutter's shaft. Now they were skeletons. Peat was anaerobic compost, organic decay so old that all its oxygen had been used up. Few microbes survived in peat, perhaps 20 or 30 a cubic meter. Exposed to air and water, the microbes instantly reproduced to many millions, a voracious pool of starved life that bored through flesh like lye. The walls of the shaft were gouged by efforts to escape this sanctuary. A rubber cape lay across the white slick of an arm and one hand. From 2 of the bodies on the ground above, Arkady took intact water containers, made masks out of his shirt, wet them, tied them on Pribleda and himself, and started out again as the smoke approached. They moved to keep the smoke at their backs. At one point, Arkady stumbled near a shaft, and Pribleda, ahead of him, turned and caught his hand before he dropped into it. They continued across more burning plains, more scenes of calamity and heroism strewn randomly with a generous hand. Deaths in a war that would never be reported in any newspaper except for a paragraph that admitted to some wind-blown cinders in the Moscow area. Finally they came to a palisade of burned trees. "There's no place left to go. The smoke is everywhere." Pribleda watched the encircling darkness. "Why did you lead us here? See, the trees are burning again." "That's not smoke, it's night. Those are stars," Arkady said. "We're safe." The house was untouched by the fire. In a few days, rains came, violent storms that drowned the fire. And afterward, the guards played volleyball again, and the plane brought fresh supplies, even ice cream. The plane also brought the prosecutor general, who never removed his raincoat and talked with his head down, his hands clasped behind his back. "You want the entire system of justice to bend to you. You're only one man, one investigator, and not even an important one. Yet reason and persuasion have no effect on you at all. We know the full scope of the complicity of the woman Azanova with the foreign agent Osborne and the traitors Borodin and Davidova. We know that you are withholding information about the Azanova woman and about your relationship with her. An investigator who does that deliberately spits in the face of his country. At the end of patience, you will learn, is a great anger. The next week, the doctor from the Serbsky clinic returned. He made no effort to analyze Arkady, but went off with Priblida to what had been the vegetable garden. Arkady watched from an upstairs window. The doctor spoke to Priblida, argued, and finally insisted. He opened a briefcase to show Priblida a needle the size used for horses, placed the briefcase in his hands, and returned at once to the airstrip. The major walked off out of sight. In the afternoon, Priblida rapped on the door of Arkady's room and invited him to go mushroom hunting. In spite of the heat, he was wearing his jacket, and he had 2 large bandanas for the mushrooms. Less than a half-hour's walk was a copse that had escaped the fire and where rain had magically brought from dry ground new grass, flowers, and almost overnight mushrooms. Many of the trees were great oaks over 100 years old and arching high over a mossy floor. A mushroom hunt always focused the eyes on the twist of a leaf, the discolored bark of a tree, freshets of wildflowers, the industry of beetles. Mushrooms themselves took on the aspect of animals. Camouflaged, still as rabbits, they waited for the hunter to pass. They popped into view and then seemed to vanish. They were best seen at the corner of the eye, a homely brown one here, among the leaves a stationary herd of orange mushrooms, another with the ruffed gill of a small dinosaur, yet another trying to hide a scarlet head. They were called not so much by name, as whether they were best pickled, salted, dried over a stove, fried, eaten plain, with bread, with sour cream, washed down with vodka. But what kind of vodka? Clear, anise-flavored, caraway, cherry pit? A man hunting mushrooms had a whole year ahead to think of. As Priblida happily rooted, Arkady studied his low forehead, the fringe of brown hair turning gray, his Russian thumb of a nose, warty jowls, butcher-block body, the badly cut jacket over his holster. The woods were deep in shadow before Arkady realized that they had missed dinner. "That's all right," Priblida said. "We'll have a feast of mushrooms tomorrow. Here, see what I found." He held his bandana open to display the varied collection inside, told Arkady in detail how each would be prepared, and at what holiday they would be served. "Let me see yours." Arkady opened his bandana and let his day's picking, all slender greenish-white mushrooms, sickly bright in the shadow, spill to the ground. Priblida jumped back. "They're all poison. Are you crazy?" "The doctor told you to kill me," Arkady said. "You didn't do it on the way here, so will you do it on the way back? Are you waiting for the dark? Will it be a shot in the head or a needle in the arm? Why not mushrooms? Stop it. There won't be any feast tomorrow, Major. I'll be dead." "He didn't have orders. He just suggested it." "Is he a KGB officer?" "Just a major, same as me." "He gave you a briefcase." "I buried it. That's not the way I kill a man." "It doesn't matter what way. A suggestion like that is an order. I've demanded a written order." "You?" "Yes, me," Priblida said defiantly. "You don't believe me? So a written order will come tomorrow, and then you'll kill me. What difference does it make?" "I have a sense that there was some conflict over the decision. The doctor's too rash. I want definite written instructions. I'm not a killer. I'm as human as you are." Priblida kicked the pale mushrooms away from his feet. "I am." On the way back, Priblida was more forlorn than Arkady. Arkady breathed deeply, as if he could drink the night down. He thought of the old enemy trudging alongside. Priblida would shoot him when the written order came, but he had taken a chance by not doing it at the first word. It was a very small thing to a condemned man, but it was something to Priblida, the sort of mark that stayed on one's record. "Venus," Arkady pointed out a brilliant star on the horizon. "You're from the country, Major. You must know the stars." "This is no time for stargazing." "Pleiades over there," Arkady pointed. "There's Cepheus, Pisces above him. Aquarius over there." What a fantastic night. Except for the fire, this is the first night I've been out of the house since I got here. The tail of Taurus way over there. You should have been an astronomer. Obviously. They walked for a while in silence, except for the sound of their tread, crackling when they crossed burned fields, rustling through grass. The house appeared, bright in its own yellow haze. Arkady made out men running from the house with flashlights and rifles. He stepped away from the brightness, the better to see the night. We're all going out of orbit, Major. We're all together. Someone pulls me, I pull you. Who will you pull? There's something I have to know, Priblida said. If we'd known each other a year ago, would you still have gone after me? For the 2 men you killed on the Klyazma River? Yes, Priblida's eyes fixed earnestly on Arkady. Arkady heard shouts, though the voices were too far off to be understood. His own long silence became embarrassing to him, and it was unbearable to Priblida. Maybe, Priblida answered his own question. If we'd been friends then, I wouldn't have done it. Arkady turned to the footsteps approaching, and the flashlight's glare sweeping over his face. Anything's possible, he said. From remembered habit, one of the guards knocked Arkady to the ground with a rifle butt. You have new visitors, another told Priblida. There's been a change. Chapter 3. In October, Arkady was flown to Leningrad and taken to what looked like an enormous museum, but was in fact the Fur Palace. He was led to an amphitheater of tiers of desks surrounded by a white colonnade. On the stage, 5 uniformed KGB officers, a general and 4 colonels, sat at a dais. The palace smelled of dead meat. The general had an ironic tone. Now, they tell me this is a love story, he sighed. I would have preferred a simple tale of national interest. Every year, Arkady Vasilievich, men come from all the nations of the world to sit at these desks and spend $70 million for Soviet furs. The Soviet Union is the world's leading exporter of furs. We always have been. The reason is not our minks, which are inferior to the Americans, or lynx, which are too few, or karakul, which after all is sheepskin. The reason is Soviet sable. Gram for gram, sable is worth more than gold. How do you think the Soviet government reacts to losing its monopoly on sable? Osborne has only 6 sables, Arkady said. I'm amazed. I've been amazed for months by how little you know. How can so many men, the Moscow town prosecutor, the German Unman, officers of state security and the militia, be dead, thanks to you, and you know so little? The general thoughtfully pulled on an eyelash. 6 sables. With the aid of Assistant Deputy Minister of Trade, Mendel, we have determined that with the collusion of his dead father, the Deputy Minister of Trade, the American Osborne spirited away 7 other sables about 5 years ago. They were ordinary sables from production collectives around Moscow. The Mendels thought that Osborne could not breed high-quality animals. The young Mendel never would have dared help the American acquire Bargazines. That's what he said, and I believed him. Where is Yevgeny Mendel now? He killed himself. He was a weak man. The point, however, is that Osborne had 7 ordinary quality sables 5 years ago. We estimate conservatively an average increase of 50% a year, giving him now about 50 sables. His conspiracy with the Siberian Kostya-Borodin has gained him 6 more. Barguzin male sables. Using the same estimate, Osborne will have over 200 high-quality sables in 5 years, over 2,010. At that point, I think we can forget about the historic Soviet monopoly on sable. Citizen Renko, why do you think you're still alive? Is Irina Azanova alive? Arkady asked. Yes. Comprehension spread through Arkady. He wasn't going back to the house in the country, and he wasn't going to be killed. Then you can use us, he said. Yes, now we need you. Where is she? Do you like to travel? The general asked gently, as if he were causing pain. Have you ever wanted to see America? New York. Chapter 1. The first sight of America was of the running lights of a tanker, the night fishing lights of trawlers. Wesley was tall, young, and balding, smooth-featured, as if rolled like a pebble, with a faint and meaningless expression of affability. He wore a three-piece suit of blue material. Scents of lime and mint came from Wesley's mouth, cheeks, and armpits. For the entire flight he had crossed his legs and smoked a pipe and answered Arkady's questions with grunts. There was something awkward and milk-fed about Wesley, like a calf. The two men had a section of the plane to themselves. Most of the other passengers were meritorious artists, musicians on tour who argued about the watches and perfumes they'd already bought at the Orly stopover. Arkady had not been allowed off the plane there. "You understand the word responsibility?" Wesley asked in English. The passengers crowded to one side of the plane as they approached farmland, faint lines between fields of dark. "That means you're going to help me?" Arkady asked. "It means that this is an FBI operation. It means," Wesley said earnestly, as if he were selling Arkady something, "that we are responsible for you." "Who are you responsible to?" A childish excitement filled the plane as it flew over the first American community. It seemed to be a community of cars. Cars filled the streets and nestled close to houses that seemed too outsized for people. "I'm glad you asked that question." Wesley tapped his pipe into the ashtray in his armrest. "Extradition is a complicated matter, especially between the United States and the Soviet Union. We don't need any more complications than we already have. You understand? Complication?" A steeper descent created the illusion of gathering speed. A great expressway would appear, an infinite track of colored signals, and then vanish into a maze of highways. It seemed impossible there could be so many paved roads. Where could they all go? How many cars could there be? It looked as if the whole population below was driving or moving or evacuating. "In the Soviet Union, a complication is anything you don't want," Arkady said. "Exactly." Seams of light merged into shopping centers, main streets, boatyards. "Thanksgiving sale," said a billboard. The plane slipped even lower over a residential area. Lit playing fields of brilliant grass appeared. The blue of backyards were empty swimming pools. The first distinct American stood in the glow of a house door looking up. "Let me tell you a complication we're not going to have," Wesley said. "You're not going to defect. If this were a KGB operation, then you could defect. You could come to us and we'd be happy to give you asylum. Anyone else on this plane, for example, can defect. What if they don't want to defect and I do?" "Well, they can and you can't," Wesley said. Arkady felt the shudder of the wheelbase opening. He searched for a trace of humor in Wesley's smile. "You're making a joke," he suggested. "I certainly hope not," Wesley said. "It's the law. Before any defector is allowed to stay in the United States, his or her case is determined by the Bureau. We've already made a determination in your case, and we've determined that you can't stay." Arkady thought he might be having a problem with the language. "But I haven't tried to defect yet." "Then the Bureau will be happy to be responsible for you," Wesley said, "until you try to defect." Arkady studied the agent. This was a kind of man he'd never encountered before. The face was human enough. The brows, lids, and lips moved when appropriate. But Arkady suspected that inside the skull, on the cortex of the brain, lay a uniform pattern of spirals. "You can defect, but you'd have to defect to us," Wesley said. "Anyone you run to will hand you over to us. Of course, we'll send you right back to the Soviet Union. So when you're in our hands, there's really very little point in defecting to us, is there?" The airliner passed over drab row houses bathed in a fearful public light. The streets rolled away, and the plane was on a long turn over a bay, and then an island of lights reared into the sky. 1,000 towers of lights, as profligate as stars, rose from the water, and a wonderful sound of relief and appreciation went through the passengers at this effect. "Then you won't help me," Arkady said. "Absolutely, any way I can," Wesley said. Landing lights skidded by the windows. The airliner touched down in reverse thrust. By the time the plane taxied to the Pan Am terminal, the aisle was full of musicians, musical instruments, bundles of gifts, and string bags of food. Now the Russians were preparing their faces of boredom with American technology. And though everyone had to pass by Arkady and Wesley, no one looked at them. No one wanted to be contaminated when they were so close, only a few steps from a remarkable walk-through tube that attached the plane directly to the terminal. Instead, they all watched each other. When all the other passengers were gone, service attendants bounded into the plane through a door in the rear, and Wesley led Arkady down the service ladder to the tarmac under the Ilyushin's rear engines. The engines whined and the red light on the tail blinked. Was the plane going right back to Moscow, Arkady wondered? Wesley tapped his shoulder and pointed to a car maneuvering over the runway toward them. They didn't pass through American customs. The car took them directly to an access gate, and then onto a high-speed expressway. "We have an understanding with your people," Wesley settled comfortably into the shadow of the rear seat with Arkady. "My people?" "The KGB." "I'm not with the KGB. The KGB says you're not with them, too. That's what we'd expect them to say." There were abandoned cars by the side of the road. Not recently abandoned cars. They looked like the wrecks of ancient wars. "Free Puerto Rico" was written on the side of one. The cars moving on the road were of 100 makes and colors. The drivers were of all colors, too. Ahead was the same startling skyline he'd seen from the plane. "What is the understanding you have with the KGB?" Arkady asked. "The understanding is that this will be a Bureau operation as long as you can't defect to the Bureau," Wesley said. "And since you can only defect to us, you can't defect." "I understand. And you think I'm with the KGB because they say I'm not." "What else would they say?" "But if you believed I was not with the KGB, that would change everything." "Absolutely. Then what the KGB says would be true." "What do they say?" "They say you were convicted of murder." "There wasn't any trial." "They didn't say there was." "Did you kill someone?" Wesley asked. "Yes." "There you are. It's against the immigration laws of the United States to admit a criminal. The laws are very strict unless you're an illegal alien. But we could hardly allow in someone who comes right up to the Bureau and announces he's a murderer." Wesley's head bobbed affably in the shadow while he waited for more questions, but Arkady was silent. The car dipped into a tunnel for Manhattan. Police watched through the smeared glass booths in the tunnel's greenish light. Then the car emerged on the other side into streets that were narrower than Arkady had expected, and so far below the bright haze of the skyline that they had a disorienting underwater quality. The streetlights had a lighter tungsten pallor. "I just wanted you to know exactly where you stood," Wesley said at last. "You're not here legally. You're not here illegally either, because then you'd have a leg to stand on. You're simply not here at all, and there's no way you can prove otherwise. I know it's insane, but that's the law for you. Also, it's what your people wanted. If you have any complaints, you should take them up with the KGB." "Will I see the KGB?" "Not if I can help it." The car stopped at the corner of 29th and Madison, in front of the glass doors of a hotel. Imitation gas torches flanked a marquee that said, "The Barcelona." Wesley handed Arkady a key attached to a plastic plaque bearing the hotel's name, but held on to it for a moment when Arkady took it. "Her room number is on the key." Wesley let go. "You're a lucky man." Arkady felt a strange dizziness as he got out of the car. Wesley didn't follow. Arkady pushed open the glass doors. The hotel lobby had a maroon carpet, pink marble columns, and brass chandeliers with electric candles. A man with dark pouches under his eyes rose from a chair to wave a newspaper at Wesley outside, then glanced at Arkady and sat back down. Arkady rode up alone in a self-service elevator with the message, "Fuck you," carved into the door. Room 518 was at the end of the fifth-floor hall. The door to 513 opened a crack as Arkady went by, and as he turned, curious, the door shut. He went on to 518, unlocked it, and entered. She was sitting on the bed in the dark. He couldn't tell what kind of dress she had on, Russian or American. Her feet were bare. "I made them bring you," Irina said. "I cooperated at the start because they told me that they were going to kill you. Finally, I decided you were as good as dead as long as you were over there. I wouldn't even leave the room until they brought you." She lifted her face to him, showing the tears in her eyes. This is finally all we have to offer each other, Arkady thought. He touched her lips, and she said his name against his hand. Then he saw the telephone on a side table. Yamskoy was listening to them, he thought irrationally. Wesley, he corrected himself. He tore the telephone cord from the wall. "You never told them," she whispered as he returned. "You never told them who really killed Yamskoy." Her face was changed, thinner, making her eyes larger. Was she even more beautiful? "How did they ever think you were one of them?" she asked. Here, floors were softer, beds harder. She toppled to one side, carrying him in her. "And here you are." She kissed him. "Here we are." Arkady felt a maniac force building inside him. "Almost free," she whispered. "Alive." He laughed. Chapter 2. Wesley and 3 other FBI agents brought a paper-bag breakfast of coffee and donuts to the hotel room. Arkady had a cup. Irina was changing in the bathroom. "I understand the NYPD liaison is a Lieutenant Kerwell," Ray said. A small, natty man of Mexican background. Ray was the only agent who didn't put his feet on the coffee table. "A problem?" "No problem," Wesley said. "A little personal involvement." "Mental case, from what I hear," George said. George was the man with angry circles under the eyes that Arkady had seen in the lobby the night before. Sometimes the others called him the Greek. He picked his teeth with a matchbook. The English that Wesley spoke seemed to be some new form of Latin, mechanically double-faced, limpid to the point of transparency, and open to infinite interpretation. "You have to understand the history of socialist radicalism in New York City, as well as the fascinating tradition of Irish Americans on the police force. Or you don't have to understand anything," Wesley said. "Because all that's important is that Kerwell wants to save the Red Squad." "What is the Red Squad?" Arkady asked. There was an uncomfortable moment until Wesley graciously said, "The New York Police Department has a Red Squad. They change the name every 10 years or so. Radical Bureau of Public Relations, Public Security. Right now they call it the Security Investigation, but it's always the Red Squad. Lieutenant Kerwell has the Russian desk on the Red Squad, and you are the Red." "What are you?" Arkady asked the agents. "What did you bring us to America for? How long are we going to be here?" Al broke the silence by changing the subject. The oldest agent. He had skin as freckled as a lily's, and an avuncular manner. There was some stink about his brother, and Kerwell got bounced off the squad. Now his brother's dead in Moscow, and Kerwell's back on the squad. "Kerwell will try to make his comeback at our expense," Wesley said. "We have excellent relations with the police department, but they'll stab us in the back if we give them the chance, the same as we do to them." 10 years ago, the Red Squad was the elite of the detectives. Al brushed donut sugar from his stomach. They were investigating everyone. Remember the Jews shooting at the Soviet mission? The Red Squad stopped them. The Hispanics who wanted to blow up the Statue of Liberty? The squad infiltrated them. They were very successful, Wesley agreed. The squad was there when Malcolm X was assassinated. Malcolm's bodyguard was a squad agent. "What happened to the Red Squad?" Ray asked. "Watergate," Wesley said. "Shit, them too," George muttered. There was a silent moment of sympathy before Al explained. During the Watergate hearings, it turned out that Nixon's special assistant for security, a guy responsible for hiring other guys for dirty work, was a John Caulfield. Caulfield was from the Red Squad. He used to bodyguard Nixon when he lived in New York before he became president. When Caulfield was in the White House, he brought in another old friend from the Red Squad, a guy named Tony Elizevich. "The fat guy who spied on Muskie?" George asked. "For creep," Wesley said. "He was a funny guy?" George asked. "Kept a coin changer on his belt for public phones?" "Sure." "Well, Watergate was the end of the Red Squad's glory days," Al said. "The political climate changed after that." "Political climate will fuck you every time," George said. "Are we prisoners? Are you afraid of us?" Arkady asked. "What does the Red Squad do now?" Ray filled the pause. "They chase illegal aliens." Wesley looked at Arkady. "Haitians, Jamaicans, whatever they can get." "Haitians and Jamaicans? Pretty pathetic," George said. "When you consider what the squad used to be," Wesley sighed. "When you consider they used to have millions of names on file, had their own special headquarters on Park Avenue, went into secret training with the CIA." "The CIA?" George asked. "Now that's illegal." Nicky and Rurik, the two men from the Soviet mission, insisted on seeing Arkady. They were unlike any KGB agents he'd ever seen before. They had good suits, better than those of the FBI men who greeted them, had excellent manners, spoke well, had American informality. They were more American than the Americans. Only a thickness through the waist, a childhood of potatoes, gave them away. "I'll speak in English," Nicky lit a cigarette for Arkady. "So everything will be in the open, because this is détente in action. Our two nations have joined through the appropriate agencies to bring to justice a heinous murderer. This madman will be brought to justice, and you can help." "Why did you bring her here?" Arkady asked in Russian. Irina was still out of earshot. "In English, please," Rurik said. He was taller than Nicky, and his red hair was cut full, American style. The FBI agents called him Rick. "She was brought at the request of our friends here in the Bureau. They have many questions. You have to understand, Americans are not used to tales of corrupt communists and Siberian bandits. Extradition is a delicate matter. Especially the extradition of a wealthy and well-connected man," Nicky looked at Wesley. "Isn't that right, Wes?" "I think he has almost as many friends here as he had over there." Wesley provoked a laugh from all the agents, Soviet and American. "Let's assume you're happy," Rurik told Arkady. "Our counterparts here are treating you well. You have a lovely room off a fashionable avenue. I can just see the top of the Empire State Building from your window. Excellent. So let's assume you will make the girl happy. Calmer, easier to deal with. It should be pleasant work." "You're very lucky to get this second chance," Nicky said. "This will make all the difference in your reception when you go home. In a couple of days, you can have your apartment back, a job, maybe even something from the Central Committee. You're a very lucky man." "What do I do for all this?" Arkady asked. "What I said," Rurik answered. "Make her happy." "And stop asking questions," Wesley added. "Yes," Rurik agreed. "Stop asking questions." "Let us remind you," Nicky said, "that you are no longer a chief investigator. You are a Soviet criminal who is alive only because of our favor, and that we are your only friends." "Where's Kerwell?" Arkady asked. The conversation stopped as Irina emerged from the bathroom wearing a black gabardine skirt and a silk blouse open to an amber necklace. Her brown hair was up on one side in a gold clasp, and she wore a gold bracelet. Arkady suffered two shocks. First, that Irina should be in such rich clothes. Second, that they should look so right on her. Then he noticed that the mark on her right cheek, that faint blue vein of pain, was gone, lightly covered by makeup. She was perfect. "Okay, let's go." Wesley rose, and all the men gathered their overcoats and hats from where they'd thrown them on the bed. Al took from the closet a full-length black fur coat and helped Irina into it. It was a sable coat, Arkady realized. "Don't worry," Irina mouthed to Arkady as she was being led out. "We're sending someone up to fix that," George pointed to the phone. "Keep your hands off it. That's hotel property." Private property, Nicky slipped his arm through Wesley's as they left, is what I love about a free country. Alone, Arkady inspected the room, which was like a dream in which everything was a little askew. His feet sank into the carpet. The bed had a padded headboard. The coffee table was a wood-grained plastic that yielded under the fingers. Ray returned and repaired the telephone. When Ray was gone, Arkady discovered that the phone would only take incoming calls. He found another microphone in the ceiling fixture of the bathroom. The television was on a stand that was bolted to the floor, so he couldn't steal it. The door to the hall was locked from the outside. The door burst open as the FBI agent called George back through, propelled by a hand. "This man is under federal protection," George protested. "I'm police liaison. I have to check you got the right Russian." Kerwell filled the doorway. "Hello," Arkady said from the other side of the room. "This is a bureau operation, Lieutenant," George warned. "This is New York, asshole." He brushed George aside. Kerwell was dressed exactly the same as the first time Arkady saw him at the Metropole Hotel, except that now his raincoat was black instead of tan. The same short-brimmed hat was tilted back from the broad, creased forehead and gray hair. The tie was loose at his neck. Closer, Arkady saw stains on the raincoat. Kerwell's face had a red flush of alcohol and excitement. He clapped his big hands together with satisfaction, beaming at the same time his blue eyes darted around the room. Compared with the FBI man, he was disheveled and out of control. He rewarded Arkady with a malicious grin. "Son of a bitch, it's you." "Yes." Kerwell wore a comic expression of amusement and woe. "Admit it, Renko, you fucked up. All you had to do was tell me it was Osborne. I'd have taken care of him in Moscow. An accident. No one would have known. He'd be dead, I'd be happy, and you'd still be chief investigator." "I admit it." George spoke on the room phone without dialing. "They think you're a very dangerous man." Kerwell jerked his thumb in George's direction. "You shot your own boss. You stabbed Unman. They think you killed a guy out at the lake, too. They think you're just about a homicidal maniac. Watch out. They're trigger-happy. But I'm being guarded by the FBI. That's who I'm talking about. It's sort of like getting together with the Rotary, only they kill you." "Rotary?" "Forget it." Kerwell kept moving, walking around the room. "Christ, look where they put you. This is a whore's nest. Look at the cigarette burns in the carpet by the bed. Feel the flowers on this wallpaper. I think they're giving you a message, Renko." "You said you were liaison." Arkady switched to Russian. "You have what you asked for. You're in control." "I'm liaison so they can keep an eye on me," Kerwell stuck to English. "See, you never gave me Osborne's name, but you gave my name to everyone else." "You fucked me," he enunciated precisely. "You fuck me, she fucks you. Who do you think fucks her?" "What do you mean?" "I'm a little disappointed in you," Kerwell went on. "I didn't think you'd go along with this, even to get here." "Go along with what? This extradition?" "Extradition? Is that what they told you?" Kerwell guffawed, a great gape of amazement. 3 FBI agents Arkady hadn't seen before rushed in, and together with George they had the courage to shoulder Kerwell into the hall. The detective was too busy wiping tears of laughter from his eyes to resist. Arkady tried the door again. It was still locked, and this time 2 voices from the hall told him to leave the knob alone. He paced around the room. From the southwest corner, 1 step to the bathroom. 1 step from the bathroom to the bed and night table. 1 step from the table to the northwest corner. 2 steps to a pair of single-paned windows looking out on 29th Street. 3 steps across the windows to the side table with the phone. Half a step to the northeast corner. 1 step to the hall door. 1 step from the door to the sofa. 2 steps from the other end of the sofa to the southwest corner. Half a step to the closet door. Half a step from the door to the bureau, and another step from the bureau back to the southwest corner. In the room were 2 wooden chairs and the plastic wood-grained coffee table, the television set, a wastepaper basket, and a cracked ice bucket. The bathroom had a toilet, a sink, and a shower bath that suggested that a very small person could stretch out in great comfort. All the fixtures were pink. The carpet was olive green. Pastel blue wallpaper sprouted flowers of pink fuzz. The bureau and chairs were painted cream and smudged by cigarette burns. The bedspread was mauve. Arkady didn't know what he'd expected from Kerwell. He thought they'd reached something approaching human understanding in Moscow, yet here they seemed to be enemies all over again. Even so, Kerwell was real in a way that Wesley was not. Arkady had the sense that at any moment the hotel room would sag and collapse like the props on a stage. He was furious with Kerwell and wanted Kerwell to come back. He paced the room more nervously than before. The closet had only 2 dresses, not even an extra pair of shoes. A blouse was redolent with Irina's scent. He crushed it against his face. The day had a yellow light, brittle with filaments and cracks. Looking right, the farthest he could see was across Madison Avenue to a sign that said, "The Happy Hour." Directly across from the hotel was a store that sold oil paper umbrellas from China. Above the store were 13 floors of offices. Looking left, he made out the worn-out grass and sepia stones of a churchyard. Dried leaves drifted like soot through the streets. Secretaries typed, and men in shirt sleeves and ties talked on phones in the office windows across the street. The offices had ivy plants and paintings. A steel pushcart served coffee in the halls. A pair of black men painted the office directly across from Arkady. What looked like a portable radio the size of a suitcase stood in their window. A nimbus of condensation outlined his fingers on the glass. "I am here." "Do you like game shows?" Al turned on the television when he brought a sandwich for Arkady. "I don't particularly like games. This one is great, though," Al said. Arkady didn't understand the show at first. There was no game. All the contestants did was guess how much money the prizes, toasters, stoves, vacations, houses, were worth. Everything, knowledge, physical ability, luck, was eliminated except avarice. The simplicity of the concept was stunning. "You're a real party member, aren't you?" Al said. The shadows outside moved only when his eyes were looking elsewhere. Then they would shift from one side of a window ledge to the other, or leap en masse to another building. Who knew which way they would go next? At dusk, Irina returned, throwing packages onto the bed and laughing. Arkady's anxieties vanished. She made the room come to life. It even seemed attractive again. The most banal words rose from the dead. "I missed you, Arkasha." She'd brought cartons of spaghetti with meat, clam, and white sauces. The sun set while they ate their exotic fare with plastic forks. It occurred to him that for the first time in his life he was living in a building that did not smell, however faintly, of cabbage. She opened the packages and proudly displayed the wardrobe she had bought for him. Like her clothes in the closet, these were of colors and cuts and a quality of manufacture new to Arkady. There were pants, shirts, socks, ties, a sports jacket, pajamas, an overcoat, and a hat. They examined the stitching, the linings, the French labels. Irina tied her hair up in a bun and modeled everything for him with a grave face. "Is that supposed to be me?" Arkady asked. No. An American Arkady, she decided, parading with an insouciant swagger, the hat pulled low over one eye. While she modeled the pajamas, Arkady turned off the room light. "I love you," he said. "We will be happy." Arkady unbuttoned the pajama top, opened it, and kissed her breasts, neck, and mouth. The hat fell off and rolled under the table. Irina dropped the pajama bottoms herself. Arkady entered her standing up as he had the very first time in his own apartment. The same. but slower and deeper, sweeter. Night washed all the garish colors from the walls. In bed, he taught himself again about Irina's body. The women he had seen walking on the street below had a narrow look. Irina was taller, more sensual, more animal. Her ribs were not as painfully drawn as in Moscow. Her nails were longer and painted. Yet from the softness of her lips to the hollow of her neck, to the dark hardness of the tips of her breasts, from the sweep of her stomach to the rising mound of damp curls, she felt the same. Her teeth bit the same beads of perspiration sat at her temples. In my cell, I would imagine your hands, she took his hand, there and there. Feeling them, not seeing them. It made me feel alive. I fell in love with you because you made me feel alive, and you weren't even there. At first they said you told them everything. You were an investigator, so you had to. The more I thought about you, though, the more I knew you wouldn't tell them anything. They asked me if you were insane. I said you were the sanest man I'd ever met. They asked if you were a criminal. I said you were the most honest man I'd ever known. They ended up hating you more than they did me, and I loved you more. I am a criminal, Arkady lay on her. I was a criminal there, and I'm a prisoner here. Gently, she helped him. She'd brought back a miniature transistor radio that filled the room with an insistent percussive music. Boxes and clothes were spread across the floor. On the table, plastic forks stood in cardboard containers. Please don't ask how long I've been here or exactly what's happening, Irina said. Everything is being done at different levels, at new levels we never knew about. Don't ask questions. We're here. All I ever wanted was to be here. And I have you here with me. I love you, Arkasha. You mustn't ask questions. They're sending us back in a couple of days, they said. She clutched him, kissed him, and whispered fiercely in his ear. It will all be over in a day or two, but they'll never send us back. Never. Her fingertips traced his face. You could have a cowboy's tan with sideburns and a bandana and a cowboy hat. We'll travel. Everyone has a car, you'll see. I should have a horse if I'm a cowboy. You can have a horse here. I've seen cowboys in New York. I want to go out west. I want to ride the range and be a bandit like Kostya Borodin. I want to learn from the Indians. Or we could go to California, to Hollywood. We could have a bungalow by the sea, a lawn, an orange tree. I'd be happy if I never saw snow again in my life. I could live in a bathing suit. Or nothing at all. He caressed her leg, then laid his head against it, and her fingers stroked his chest. They had to talk in fantasy because of the microphone. He couldn't ask her why she was so sure she wasn't going back. She begged him not to ask about anything else. Anyway, when it came to America, all they could conceive of was fantasy. He felt her fingertips trace the scar the length of his stomach. I'll keep my horse by the orange tree in back of the bungalow, he said. Actually, Irina said while she was lighting her cigarette from his, it wasn't Osborne who tried to have me killed in Moscow. What? It was all Prosecutor Yamskoy and Unman the German. They were in it together. Osborne knew nothing about it. Osborne tried to kill you twice. You were there. I was there, remember? Abruptly, Arkady was furious. Who told you Osborne had nothing to do with it? Wesley. Wesley is a liar. He repeated it in English. Wesley is a liar. Shh, it's late. Irina put her finger to his lips. She changed the subject. She was patient, and in spite of his outburst, she was pleased with herself. But Arkady was disturbed. Why did you cover up the mark on your cheek, he demanded. I just decided to. They have makeup in America. They have makeup in the Soviet Union. And you didn't cover up the mark there. It didn't make so much difference there, she shrugged. Why does it make a difference here? Isn't it obvious? Irina was angry in her turn. It's a Soviet mark. I wouldn't cover a Soviet mark with Soviet makeup, but I will with American makeup. I'll get rid of everything Soviet. If I could have a doctor cut into my brain right now and take out everything Soviet, every memory I had, I'd do it. Then why do you want me here? I love you, and you love me. She trembled so much that she couldn't speak. He wrapped the sheet and blanket around her and held her. He shouldn't have gotten angry at her, he told himself. Whatever she was doing was for the two of them. She had saved his life and brought him with her to the United States at what cost to herself he had no idea. And he had no right to argue. He was, as everyone reminded him, no longer a chief investigator, but a criminal. The two of them were criminals, and all that was keeping them alive was each other. He found her cigarette where it had rolled onto the carpet and burned a new hole, and held it to her lips so she could smoke. They could both enjoy good Virginia tobacco now. How wonderful was a lover's accuracy, that he could mention that hidden mark and so easily wound her. Just don't tell me that Osborne didn't try to have you killed, he said. Things are just so different here, she said. She began shaking again. I can't answer any questions. Please don't ask me any questions. They sat up in bed and watched the color television set. On the screen, a professorial type was reading a book at a lawn table next to a swimming pool. Out of the bushes jumped a young man with a water pistol. My God, you frightened me. The reader almost fell over in his chair and his book dropped into the pool. He pointed to it and said, I'm nervous enough as it is, and you pull a stupid trick like that. Lucky that was just a paperback. This is Chekhov? Arkady laughed. This is the same scene you were shooting at Mosfilm when we met. No. The man with the water pistol was followed by girls in bathing suits, a man dragging a parachute, a dance band. No, this isn't Chekhov, Arkady agreed. It's good. He thought she was joking, but Irina was totally absorbed by the screen. He could tell she wasn't following the story that was developing. There was no need to. The screen provided its own appreciative howls of laughter. She was, he saw, captured by the electric blue of the pool, the plush green of an avocado tree, the purple of bougainvillea around a driveway, the high-speed mosaic of a freeway. She had found, in a way he never could, what was important on the screen. Its glow reached out and filled the room. When a woman sobbed, Irina saw her dress, her rings, her hair, plush cushions on wicker furniture, a red cedar terrace, and the sunset over the Pacific. She turned and saw Arkady's dismay. I know you think it's not real, Arkasha. You're wrong. Here it is real. It's not. It is, and I want it. Arkady relented. Then you should have it. He laid his head on her lap and closed his eyes as the television murmured and laughed. He realized Irina was wearing a new scent. There were few perfumes in Russia, and they were solid workaday smells. Zoya's favorite was Moscow Nights. That was a real tractor among perfumes. Moscow Nights had been called Svetlana for Stalin's favorite daughter until she eloped with a swarthy Indian. Moscow Nights was a rehabilitated smell. Can you forgive me for wanting it, Arkasha? He heard the anxiety in her voice. I want it for you, too. Irina turned the set off, and Arkady let the window shade snap up like an explosion. The office building across the street was a gridiron of dark and empty windows. He laughed for Irina's sake, and turned on the transistor radio she had bought. A samba. Her courage returned, and they danced on the gray carpet, followed by their shadows on the gray walls. He picked her up and spun her around. Blind eye and good eye, both widened with pleasure at the same time. So in one eye, sight was gone, and the soul remained, even though the mark was gone. With her above, her hair covered both their faces, a coverlet that swayed as he rose. With her below, she was a boat bearing them both away, "We're cast-offs and castaways," Arkady said. "No country will let us land." "We're our own country," Irina said. "With our own jungles," Arkady pointed to the flowered wallpaper. "Native music," he pointed to the radio and to the hidden microphones. "And spies." Chapter 3. A brown spider fell into the sunlight and became white. Irina had left early with Wesley and Nicky. Its white cable hung from thin air. "How can you Russians smoke before you even had breakfast?" Wesley had asked. It swung to a web high in the corner. Arkady hadn't even noticed the web before, not until it glittered in the sideways slant of this particular morning sun. Spiders would be sun worshippers, of course. "I love you," Irina had said in Russian. The spider hurried up and down its threads, front limbs fretting at this and that. Nobody gives them credit. They're such perfectionists. Which made Arkady say, "I love you" in Russian in return. How much difference was there between a Russian spider and an American spider? "Let's go, big day," Nicky had said when he opened the door. Did they spin their webs in the same direction? Did they brush their teeth the same way? Which made Arkady afraid. Did they communicate? The sidewalks were crowded with well-dressed crowds. The sun stood at their backs and counted the seconds until they got to work. How long had Irina been in New York? Arkady asked himself. Why did she have so few clothes in the closet? It would be snowing in Moscow. If they had a sun like this, they'd be on the embankment, stripped to the waist, basking like seals. The painters were at work again across the way. The clerks on the next floor would pick up a phone, say no more than a word or two, and set it down. In Moscow, an office telephone was an instrument for gossip, considerately provided by the state. It was hardly ever used for work, but it was always busy. He turned on the television to cover the sound while he worked on the lock with a hairpin. It was a well-made lock. Why would painters work with the windows shut? In the church garden, old men in dirty clothes shared a bottle in slow motion. The television showed mostly detergents, deodorants, and aspirin. There were short interviews and dramatic sketches in between. When Al brought in a ham and cheese sandwich and coffee, Arkady asked him what American writer he liked, Jack London or Mark Twain. Al shrugged. John Steinbeck or John Reed. Nathaniel Hawthorne or Ray Bradbury. Well, that's all the ones I know, Arkady said, and Al left. The offices emptied for lunch. Wherever the sun reached the sidewalk, someone stopped and ate out of a paper bag. Paper wrappers floated 5 or 10 stories up between buildings. Arkady threw the window up and leaned out. The air was cold and smelled of cigars, exhaust, and frying meat. He saw the same woman in a white and black imitation fur coat go in and out of the hotel with 3 different men. Cars were huge and dented, and had a plastic gloss. There was an intense level of noise, of things being hauled and raised and hammered, as if, just out of sight, the city was being torn down, and the cars were being instantly and carelessly manufactured. The colors of the cars were ridiculous, as if a child had been allowed to color them. How to categorize the men in the church garden? Social parasites? A troika of drinkers? What did they drink here? London wrote about the exploitation of Alaska, Twain about slavery, Steinbeck about economic dislocation, Hawthorne about religious hysteria, Bradbury about interplanetary colonialism, and Reed about Soviet Russia. Well, that's all I know, Arkady thought. People carried so many paper bags. Not only did these people have money, they had things to buy. He took a shower and dressed in his new clothes. They fit perfectly, felt incredibly fine, and made his own shoes immediately ugly. Nicky and Rurik, he remembered, had Rolex watches. The clothes bureau had a Bible. Far more surprising was the telephone book. Arkady tore out the addresses of Jewish and Ukrainian organizations, folded them, and put them inside his socks. Black police in brown uniforms directed traffic. White police in black uniforms wore guns. Irina had hidden the criminals Kostya Borodin and Valeria Davidova. She was implicated in the state crimes of smuggling and sabotage of industry. She knew the Moscow town prosecutor had been a KGB officer. What was waiting for her in the Soviet Union? Cabs were yellow. Birds were gray. Rurik came by with a gift of miniature vodka bottles. Airline bottles, he called them. "We have a new theory. Before I say it, though," he raised his hands, "I want you to know I'm not insensitive. I'm Ukrainian, like you. I'm a romantic, too. Let me confess something else. This red hair of mine, it's Jewish. My grandmother was a convert. She had a whole head of it. So I can identify with all kinds of people. But there's a feeling in some quarters that this Sable affair is part of the overall Zionist conspiracy." "Osborne's not Jewish. What are you talking about?" "But Valeria Davidova was the daughter of a rabbi," Rurik said. "James Kerwell was associated with Zionist terrorists here who shot at innocent clerks in the Soviet mission. The retail fur and garment industries in the United States are basically Zionist monopolies, and they are the ones who will ultimately profit from the introduction of sables here. See how it fits? I'm not Jewish. Irina's not Jewish. Think about it," Rurik said. Al collected all the miniature bottles. "I'm not KGB," Arkady said. Al was embarrassed about being put on the spot. "Maybe you are, maybe you aren't." "I'm not." "Does it make any difference?" Dusk came. The offices emptied, and Irina didn't return. There was an evening service at the church. The prostitutes were busy bringing men into the hotel. Arkady thought of the women and their business as the final tide of the street's life reached up to him. In an hour, shadows became impenetrable spaces between street lamps. Figures on the street appeared as night animals. Heads turned to a siren's operatic call. Why had Kerwell laughed? Arkady was used to different agents. It didn't strike him as strange that the new one wore a dark suit, tie, and visored cap, and he was relieved to finally be allowed out of the hotel room. No one stopped them. They went down in the elevator, walked through the lobby and west on 29th Street and across Fifth Avenue to a dark limousine. Not until Arkady was ushered into the rear of the car by himself did he realize the other man was a chauffeur. The interior of the limousine was a dove-gray plush, the driver and passenger separated by a glass panel. The Avenue of the Americas was a dark street, deserted, except for the illuminated store windows. The mannequin's life of luxury. As unearthly as the whole city was on this first trip outside the hotel. At 7th Avenue, they turned south and went a few blocks before the limousine turned into a side street and into a truck bay. The chauffeur let Arkady out of the car, led him to an open elevator, and punched a button with his thumb. The elevator rose to the 4th floor, where they stepped into a brightly lit hall swept by miniature television cameras from opposite corners. The door at the end of the hall clicked open. "You go alone," the chauffeur said. Arkady entered a long, dim workroom. Sorting tables ran the length of the room, and racks of what first appeared to be clothes or rags became, as his eyes adjusted, a mass of furs. There may have been 100 racks, most of them hung with thin, dark pelts, sable or mink, as well as stacks of larger flattened hides, lynx or wolf from what he could see. There was an acrid smell of tannic acid, and over each white table a low fluorescent lamp. Halfway down the room, one lamp went on, and John Osborne laid a pelt on the table. "Did you know that the North Koreans sell fur?" he asked Arkady. "Cat pelts and dog pelts. Amazing what people will buy." Arkady walked down the aisle toward the table. "Now this pelt by itself is worth about $1,000, Osborne said. Barguzhinsky sable. But you probably guessed that. You must have become a bit of an expert on sables. Come closer." You could just see the hint of frost on the hairs. He brushed the fur back from the stiff skin, and then picked up a small automatic and aimed it at Arkady. "That's close enough." This will be a beautiful coat, full length, maybe 60 pelts in all. He brushed the pelt again with the gun. I think someone will pay $150,000 for the coat. How different is it really from buying cat skins and dog skins, though? You'd know better than I would. Arkady had stopped one table away from Osborne. Then take my word for it. Osborne's face was hidden in the shadow of the lamp. Because this building and the surrounding 2 blocks are the largest fur market in the world. So I'll tell you, there's no more comparison between this, he stroked the glossy pelt, and a cat skin, than there is between Irina and an ordinary woman, or between you and an ordinary Russian. He tilted the lamp, and Arkady had to raise his hand to keep from being blinded. You're looking good, investigator. Very good in a decent suit of clothes. I'm sincerely glad to see you alive. You are sincerely surprised to see me alive. That, too, I admit. Osborne let the lamp drop. You once said you could hide from me, that you could hide beneath the Moskva River, and I would come and seek you out. I didn't believe you, but you were right. Osborne left the gun on the table while he lit a cigarette. Arkady had forgotten the almost Arab darkness, the lean elegance and silver hair, and of course the touches of gold in the cigarette case and lighter, the ring, watch band, and cufflinks, the amber flames in the eyes, the dazzling smile. You're a murderer, Arkady said. Why would the Americans let you meet me? Because the Russians let me meet you. Why would we let you? Open your eyes, Osborne said. What do you see? Furs. Not just furs. Blue mink, white mink, standard mink, blue fox, silver fox, red fox, ermine, lynx, caracal, and bargazine sables. Over $2 million worth of furs in this room, and there are 50 more like it along 7th Avenue. This is not a matter of murder. It's a matter of sables. It always has been. I didn't want to murder the Kerwell boy and Kostyan Valeria. After the help they'd been to me, I would have been perfectly happy if they'd gone on living, quietly, anywhere in the world. But what would you have done? The Kerwell boy insisted on publicity. He had an obsession for telling his story to the world upon his triumphant return to New York. Maybe he wouldn't have told about the sables in his first press conference, but he surely would have by his 10th. Here I was fighting the world's oldest monopoly. I had put in years of effort and risk. Should I make myself vulnerable to the self-aggrandizement of a religious fanatic? What sane man would have? I confess, I didn't mind doing away with Kostya either. No, he would have extorted money from me the day after he got here. Valeria, though, I regret. You hesitated? Yes. Osborne was pleased. I did hesitate before I shot her. You're correct. I find that confession gives me an appetite. We'll have something to eat. They rode down in the elevator and found the limousine waiting in the bay. The car took them north on the Avenue of the Americas. Much more than Moscow would have been at this hour. New York was awake. Arkady could feel it in the snake rush of traffic. Above 48th Street, the avenue was flanked by stark office towers of glass, not unlike Kalinin Prospect. At 56th Street, the car stopped, and Osborne led Arkady into a restaurant, where they were ushered to a banquet of red velvet by a maitre d' who greeted Osborne by name. There were fresh-cut lilies on each table, and enormous sprays of flowers in alcoves, French Impressionist oils on the wall, crystal chandeliers above, pink tablecloths, and an obsequious captain. The other diners were older men in pinstriped suits and younger women with lacquered faces. Arkady still half expected Wesley or the police to burst into the restaurant and arrest Osborne. Osborne asked whether Arkady wanted something to drink. Arkady declined, and Osborne ordered a Corton Charlemagne 76. Was Arkady hungry? Arkady lied and said no. And Osborne ordered a grilled gravlax with dill sauce and pommes frites for himself. Just the silverware on the table was dazzling. I should be putting the knife through his heart, Arkady thought. The Russian emigres pour through New York, you know, Osborne said. They write down that they're going to Israel, but at Rome they make a right turn and come here. I help quite a few, as many as is practical. After all, some of them know quite a lot about furs. Some of them, though, I can't do anything for. I mean the ones who were waiters in Russia. Do you know anyone who could hire a Russian waiter? The wine had a golden color. You sure you don't want any? Anyway, there are more than enough emigres. Very sad, most of them. Candidate members of the Soviet Academy of Science who are sweeping school halls or fighting each other over scraps of translation work. They live in Queens and New Jersey and have little houses and big cars they can't afford. Of course, one can't criticize. They're doing the best they can. They can't all be Solzhenitsyns. I'd like to think I did something to promote Russian culture in this country. I sponsored a great deal of cultural exchange, you know. Where would American ballet be without Russian dancers? What about the dancers you informed on to the KGB? Arkady asked. If I hadn't, the dancers' friends would have. That's the fascinating thing about the Soviet Union. Everyone informs right from the nursery. Everyone has dirty hands. They call it vigilance. Ha, I love that. Anyway, that was the price. If I wanted to promote goodwill and understanding by bringing Soviet artists to the United States, the Ministry of Culture wanted me to inform on who I brought. I did have to inform on some would-be defectors, but generally I just tried to weed out as many bad dancers as possible. I have high standards. I probably had a beneficial effect on Soviet dance. You don't have dirty hands. You have bloody hands. Please, we're at the table. Then tell me how it is that the American FBI lets you, a murderer, a man who informs for the KGB, walk around this city and come in here to eat. Oh, I have enormous respect for your intelligence, investigator. Think about it, just for a second. I know you will understand. Surrounding conversations wafted among tablecloths and cut flowers and the discreet rattle of a pastry cart. Osborne waited confidently for Arkady's understanding. The understanding came, faintly to begin with, then with a more definite shape, and Arkady was struck by its utter logic and palpable symmetry, as a deer's eye would be if a lion half in shadow stepped fully into the sun. Whatever hope he had left died when he spoke. You're an informer for the FBI, Arkady said as the thought fully formed. You informed for the KGB and for the FBI. I knew that you, of all men, would understand, Osborne smiled warmly. Wouldn't I have been a fool to inform for the KGB without informing for the Bureau? Oh, don't be disappointed. That hardly makes America as bad as Russia. It just happens to be the way the Bureau operates. Ordinarily, the Bureau relies on criminals, but I hardly got involved in that sort of operation. I simply passed on gossip. I knew the gossip would be appreciated by the Bureau because the same gossip was so much appreciated in Moscow. The Bureau was even more desperate for it. Hoover was so afraid of mistakes that he had as good as gone out of the business of watching the Russians for the last 10 years he was alive. The KGB had a man in the Bureau's central files, and Hoover didn't even dare clean the section out because he was afraid the news would get around. I made it a point to work only with the Bureau's New York office. Like any other national firm, the best men are in New York, and they're so touchingly middle class, so happy to mix with me. And why not? I wasn't any hitman from the mafia. I didn't ask for money. In fact, they always knew they could come to me for a helping hand when they had personal financial trouble. I gave them extraordinarily good prices on coats for their wives. Arkady recalled Yemskoy's lynx coat and the sable hat Osborne had offered him. I'm as patriotic as the next man, Osborne said, and nodded at the people at the table behind Arkady. Or rather, as the next man happens to be chairman of the board of a grain company that has just established a dummy distillery in Osaka that will funnel his grain to the Soviet Union's Pacific ports. I'm even more patriotic than the next man. A plate of grilled gravlax was set in front of Osborne. At its side, a dish of pommes frites, almost as thin as Russian string potatoes. Arkady was starving. "You're sure you wouldn't like to share this with me?" Osborne asked. "It's absolutely delicious. At least some wine?" "No? It's a curious thing," he went on talking while he ate. "It used to be that whenever Russian emigres arrived in America, they would start a restaurant. They served wonderful food: beef stroganoff, chicken Kiev, pashka, blini and caviar, sturgeon and jelly. That was 50 years ago, though. The new emigres can't cook at all. They don't even know what good food is. Communism has erased Russian cuisine. Now there's one of the great crimes." Osborne had coffee and a tart from the pastry wagon. The desserts wore marbleized sugar and soft tokes of whipped cream. "You won't have a bit? Your former prosecutor, Andrei Yamskoy, would have devoured the entire cart." "He was a greedy man," Arkady said. "Exactly. It was all Yamskoy's doing, you know. I'd been paying him for years for one thing and another. Introductions, small indiscretions, ever since the war. He knew I wouldn't be returning to the Soviet Union and decided to strike for a final grand sum. That's why he led you to me in the bathhouse. Every time I thought I'd shaken you loose, he whipped you on a little more. Not that you needed much encouragement. He said you were an obsessive investigator, and he was right. A brilliant man, Yamskoy, but greedy, as you said." They left the restaurant and walked up the avenue, Osborne's limousine keeping pace beside them in the street, just as another limousine had once followed them on the Moskva River embankment. After a few blocks, they reached a pair of equestrian statues rearing over the entrance to a park. "Central Park," Arkady said to himself. They entered, the limousine still behind them, a few snowflakes drifting before its headlights. Were they going to kill him in the park? Arkady wondered. No. It would have been easier to do that in Osborne's workroom. A brightly painted horse-drawn carriage trotted by an old-fashioned light standard. Arkady smoked to damp his hunger. "Filthy Russian habit." Osborne lit a cigarette of his own. "It will be the death of us. Do you know why he hated you?" "Who?" "Yamskoy. The prosecutor? Why would he hate me?" "There was some business about an appeal to the Supreme Court where he got his picture into Pravda. The Viskov appeal," Arkady said. "That's the one. It ruined him. The KGB didn't set up one of their own generals as Moscow town prosecutor in order for him to start publicizing the rights of convicts. After all, the KGB is like any other bureaucracy, and a powerful man, especially a rising star, has powerful enemies. You gave them just the weapon they needed. Yamskoy was slandering Soviet justice, they said, or promoting a personality cult for himself, or mentally ill. There was going to be a big campaign about it. That appeal ruined him, and you forced him into it." In Central Park, a former chief investigator learns why the dead Moscow town prosecutor hated him, Arkady thought. Yet what Osborne said sounded right. He remembered the bathhouse conversation with Yamskoy and the secretary to the prosecutor general and the academician and the justice. The hints about the coming campaign against Vronskyism had been aimed at Yamskoy, not at Arkady. He heard rock music, and through the branches his eyes found the colored lights of a skating rink some distance away. He could make out motion on the ice. "You should see the park in the snow," Osborne said. "It's snowing now." "I love the snow," Osborne confided. The flakes were scattered around each lamp and in the headlight beams. A brass silhouette saluted Arkady from a pedestal. "I'll tell you why I love the snow," Osborne said. "I've never told anyone this. I love it because it hides the dead." "You mean in Gorky Park?" "Oh, no. I mean Leningrad. I was an idealistic young man when I first went to the Soviet Union. Yes, like the Kerwill boy, maybe worse. No one worked harder to make Lend-Lease succeed. I was the American on the scene. I had to keep up with the Russians, had to do more on 4 hours sleep a night, half starving for months at a time, shaving and getting into clean clothes only when I had to go to Moscow, to the Kremlin, so that I could beg some secretary to Stalin, some drunkard with grease on his chin, to allow me to add some food and medicine to the trucks we were trying to get into Leningrad. Of course, the siege of Leningrad was one of the great battles, one of the turning points in human history. The army of one mass murderer throwing back the army of a fellow mass murderer. My role, the American role, was to keep the carnage rolling as long as possible. We did it, too. 600,000 Leningraders died, but the city didn't fall. It was a war that went from house to house. We'd lose a street in the morning and gain it back at night, or gain it back a year later and find all the dead from the year before. You learned to appreciate a deep snow. When the shooting stopped, they talked to each other with loudspeakers. The Russian loudspeaker would tell the German soldiers to shoot their officers. The German loudspeaker told the Russians to shoot their children. Better to shoot them than make them starve to death. Give up, bring in your rifle, and we'll give you a chicken, the Germans said. Or, Andre so-and-so, your 2 daughters have been found eaten by your Soviet neighbors. This insulted me because I was responsible for getting food into the city. When some Wehrmacht officers were captured, Mendel and I brought some chocolates and champagne and took them for a picnic. We thought we'd release them later and they'd go back over the German lines with stories about how well fed we were inside the city. The Germans laughed at us. They had 1,000 stories about the bodies they found as they fought their way into the city. They laughed at me in particular. They were curious about the American who fed the Russians. Did I seriously think, they asked, that it was the few rations we dropped from the planes or got through on sleds that was keeping 1 million people alive? They roared with laughter. Couldn't I think of anything more available? Didn't I already have the answer, they said. I found I did, and then I killed the German officers. But I had the answer. They came out of the park onto Fifth Avenue, a dividing line between the public and the rich. Chandeliers glittered in windows. Doormen stood under canopies. The limousine coasted to a side street to wait while Osborne led Arkady into the nearest building. A uniformed elevator operator took them to the 15th floor, where there was only one door. Osborne unlocked it and motioned Arkady in. Enough light entered from the windows for Arkady to see that he was standing in the foyer of a large apartment. Osborne flicked a light switch, and nothing happened. The electricians were here today, he said. I suppose they're not finished. Arkady entered a room with a long dining table and only 2 chairs, and on through a pantry with open, empty cabinets, and into a study with a television still in its packing case and light fixtures ripped from the wall. He counted 8 rooms, all nearly stripped except for a rug or chair as a token of more to come. There was also a familiar scent. He was drawn to the living room where casement windows framed the park below, far more beautiful from a height. He saw the deep black of lakes and ponds and the white oval of the skating rink. Around the park was a palisade of apartments and hotels. Overhead, a vault of clouds. What do you think of it? Osborne asked. A little empty. Well, in New York, the view's the most important thing. Osborne took another cigarette from his case. I sold my Paris salons. I had to put the money somewhere, and a second apartment here is as good as anything else. To be honest, Europe simply isn't safe for me. That's been the most difficult part of the trade. The guarantees of physical safety. What trade? For the sables. Fortunately, I've stolen something worth giving back. Where are the sables? American fur ranching is done largely around the Great Lakes, but maybe I lied to them. Maybe I have the sables in Canada. Canada is the 2nd largest country on Earth. It would take them a while to search it. Or maybe I have them in Maryland or Pennsylvania. There's some ranching down there. Their problem is that in spring all my new kits will be thrown. All of them sired by my Bargozhinskys. And there'll be that many more sables to account for. That's why the Russians have to trade now. Why tell me? Osborne joined him at the window. I can save you, he said. I can save you and Irina. You tried to kill her. That was Yamskoy and Unman. You tried to have her killed twice, Arkady said. I was there. You were a hero, investigator. No one wants to take that away from you. I sent you to the university to save Irina, after all. You sent me to be killed. And we saved her, you and I. You killed 3 of her friends in Gorky Park. You killed 3 of my friends, Osborne said. Arkady felt cold, as if the windows had opened. Osborne was not sane, or not a man. If money could grow bones and flesh, it would be Osborne. It would wear the same cashmere suit. It would part its silver hair the same way. It would have the same lean mask with its expression of superior amusement. They were high above the street. The apartment was empty. He could kill Osborne, he had no doubt of that. He didn't have to listen to another word. As if Osborne had heard Arkady's thoughts, he pulled out his gun again. We have to forgive each other. Corruption is part of us. It's the very heart of us. It was born in Yamskoy, Russian Revolution or no revolution. It was born in you as well as me. But you haven't seen the entire apartment. Arkady in front, they walked down the hall to a room he hadn't entered before, and whose windows also overlooked the park. There were a bureau and mirror, a chair and night table, and a large unmade bed. The scent he had recognized when he first entered the apartment was strongest here. Open the second drawer of the bureau, Osborne said. Arkady did so. Laid neatly inside were new men's underwear and socks. So someone's moving in, he said. Osborne pointed to the sliding doors of a closet. Open the door on the right. Arkady slid the door open. Hanging from a rack were a dozen new jackets and slacks. Despite the faint light, he saw duplicates of the jacket and trousers he was wearing. There was no point in not getting extras, Osborne said. Arkady slid the other door open. It was full of dresses, gowns, bathrobes, and 2 fur coats. And its floor was covered by a woman's shoes and boots. You're moving in, Osborne said. You and Irina. You will be my employee, and I will pay you well. Better than well. The apartment is in my name, but the first year's mortgage and maintenance is already paid. Any New Yorker would gladly trade places with you. You'll have a new life. This conversation wasn't possible, Arkady thought. It had taken some supernaturally wrong turn. Do you want Irina to live? Osborne asked. That's the trade. The sables in exchange for Irina and you. Irina because I want her, and you because she won't come without you. I'm not going to share Irina with you. You're already sharing Irina with me, Osborne said. You shared her with me in Moscow, and you've been sharing her with me ever since you arrived here. I was in her bed that morning in Moscow when you talked to her outside her apartment. She slept with you last night, and she slept with me this afternoon. Here? Arkady stared at the rumpled sheets, luminous in their disarray. You don't believe me, Osborne said. Come now, you're too good an investigator to be so surprised. How would I ever have met James Kerwell without Irina, or Valeria, or Kostya? And didn't it seem strange to you that Yamskoy and I didn't find the 2 of you when you were hiding her in your apartment? We didn't have to look. She called me from your apartment. How did you think I found her when you took your trip to the Finnish border? She came right to me. You didn't ask yourself these questions because you already had your answers. I've confessed. Now it's your turn. But you don't like that. At the end of an investigation, you only want to find a monster in the neatly assorted dead. God forbid that you should discover yourself. You'll learn to live with yourself, I promise. The Russians will just throw you and Irina on their Jewish quota. They do that with a lot of problems they want to get rid of. Osborne laid the gun on the night table. I didn't want you, but Irina wouldn't stay without you. It was maddening. All she ever wanted was to be here, and then she threatened to go back. Now I'm glad you're here. It makes everything complete. He opened the night table and brought out a bottle of Stolichnaya and 2 glasses. I find the situation seductive. What 2 men can know each other as well as a killer and his investigator? It's your very duty to define the crime. You give definition to the criminal. I take shape in your imagination before we even meet, and as I run from you, you obsess me in return. We have always been partners in crime. He poured vodka to the brim so that the liquid swelled softly at the top, and gave 1 glass to Arkady. And what killer and investigator can be closer than 2 men who share the same woman? We're partners in passion as well. Osborne lifted his glass. To Irina. Why did you kill the people in Gorky Park? You know why. You solved it. Osborne's glass was still raised. I know how you did it, but why? For the sables, as you know. Why did you want your own sables? To make money, you know all this. You already have so much money. To have more. Just more? Arkady asked. He poured his glass onto the bedroom carpet, drawing a spiral with the vodka. Then you're not a man of great passion, Mr. Osborne. You're only a homicidal businessman. You're a fool, Mr. Osborne. Irina sells herself to you and gives herself to me. A businessman should only expect the skin, yes? You should know about taking the skin. We'll live here at your expense and laugh in your face. And who knows when we'll disappear. Then you'll have no sables, no Irina, nothing. Then you accept my offer of help, Osborne said. Today is Wednesday. On Friday, the Soviets and I will trade. You and Irina for the sables. You will allow me to save you? Yes, Arkady said. What choice was there? Only Osborne could save Irina. Once they were safe, they could run away. If Osborne tried to stop them, Arkady would kill him. Then I drink to you, Osborne said. It took me a year in Leningrad to discover what humans will do to survive. You are here only 2 days, and you're already a different man. In 2 more days, you'll be an American. He drank his glass in 1 swallow. I look forward to the coming years, he said. It will be good to have a friend. Alone in the elevator, Arkady sagged under the weight of the truth. Irina was a whore. She had slept with Osborne, and God knew who else, to earn her passage from Russia. Spread her legs as if they were wings. Lied to Arkady. Lied with accusations and kisses. Called him an idiot, and then made him one. Worse, he had known. Known from the beginning. Known from moment to moment. Known more as he loved her more. Now they were both whores. Him in his new clothes, no longer chief investigator, no longer criminal. Then what? The 3 bodies in Gorky Park. What about them? Osborne had asked. And what about Pasha? He was staggered at all the frauds he had committed. The first fraud of the investigation, so that he could force Priblida to take over. The second one, so that he could have Irina. The final one, so that Osborne could have her. The elevator door opened, and he walked through the lobby. I'm Osborne's partner, he answered himself. As soon as he reached the sidewalk, the limousine rolled in front of him. Blindly, he got in, and the car moved south, toward the hotel. Yet he still loved her. He would turn his back on the bodies in Gorky Park. She had whored her way to America, and he would whore to help her stay. The Barcelona hotel had been well chosen for such a pair. He let his head loll against the seat. Snowflakes trembled on the moving shadows of the window. No questions, she had begged. so he'd ask no questions and made his mind a blank. How many closets of clothes did she own? How long had she been in New York? His mind moved back. He'd never broken. He'd never talked. But the KGB and the FBI and everyone else knew about Irina and Osborne. Who was there to tell them besides Irina? And further back, how many years had she slept with Osborne? No, there wouldn't have been other men. Osborne was too proud for that. On Broadway, they passed the ape grins of movie marquees. Pornography theaters displayed cardboard blow-ups of smudged bodies. Live acts, said a sign. A doorway embraced a black woman in a blonde wig, a white woman in a red wig, and a young man in a cowboy hat. In Times Square, there was a nervous pair of police on every corner. Billboards exploded with color and smoke. Snow flew like ash over the crowds. A jogger dodged between prostitutes. Yet Irina loved him. She would return to Russia or stay in America, depending on what he did. He remembered her at Mosfilm, her Afghan jacket and split boot. So she'd slept with Osborne in Moscow, but she wouldn't take any gifts. Not even money, and she was hungry half the time. The only present she'd accept was America. What had Arkady given her? A scarf with Easter eggs. Only Osborne could give her America. Only Osborne would give him the truth. Osborne had the power of gifts. America, Russia, Russia, America. America was the best of all illusions. It defied expectations. Even here in its lights, close enough to crush dollars in your hands, it remained an illusion. He wouldn't have come if he'd known about Irina and Osborne, he told himself. But he'd always known about Irina and Osborne, he answered himself. Who was he to talk about illusion? She'd go back if Arkady said so. Even Osborne agreed. What were Irina and Osborne like in bed? Irina, Osborne, Osborne, Irina. He could see them in bed. The two of them a serpentine. The three of them. He came out of his reverie when the limousine pulled to the curb. He noticed they were far south of 29th Street. Both rear doors swung open. On each side, a young black man leaned into the car, aiming a revolver at Arkady's head with one hand and holding a detective shield with the other. The glass panel between the back seat and the limousine driver slid down to show Kerwill behind the wheel. What happened to the chauffeur? Arkady asked. Some bad man hit him on the head and stole his car, Kerwill grinned. Welcome to New York. Kerwill consumed hot beef sandwiches and shots of whiskey with beer chasers. The two black detectives, Billy and Rodney, drank rum and cokes in the opposite booth. Arkady sat across from Kerwill, his glass empty. He wasn't in the bar. He wasn't free. His eyes still saw the sheet sprawled on the apartment bed. He sat with Kerwill the way a man might sit indifferently in front of a fire. Osborne could say, I killed them, Kerwill explained. He could say, I shot them in Gorky Park at 3 p.m. on February 1st. I did it, and I'm glad. He wouldn't be extradited. With any decent American lawyer, the case would drag on for 5 years. It takes 20 years to get a Nazi war criminal out of here. Say 5 years for the first trial, another 5 years for an appeal. In the end, he could still go to the federal appeals and buy a mistrial. Win or lose, that's 15 years. Sables fuck. They don't fuck like minks, but they fuck. And in 15 years, the Russian sable monopoly will be ancient history. That's $50 million in foreign exchange, so forget extradition. The other two choices are killing Osborne and stealing the sables back, or else dealing. The Bureau is protecting Osborne, and the Russians don't know where the sables are, so they'll deal. Look, give the man credit. Osborne pissed on the KGB. He pissed on them, and then he shook it. The man's a fucking American hero. What are you, some fucking Russian subversive? But I'm going to help you, Renko. Kerwill and his two black detectives looked like exotic thieves. Certainly nothing like Moscow militia. The stolen limousine was only a few blocks away. You should have helped me in Moscow, Arkady said. I could have stopped Osborne then. You can't help me now. I can save you. Save me? The humor roused Arkady. Yesterday, he might even have believed Kerwill. You can't save me without the sables. Do you have the sables? No. You're going to save me, but you can't save me. This is not very hopeful. Leave the girl. Let the KGB take it out on her. Arkady rubbed his eyes. Him in America and Irina in Russia? What an absurd conclusion that would be. No. That's what I figured. Well, thank you for your kind thought. Arkady started to rise. Maybe you should take me back to the hotel now. Wait a second. Kerwell pulled him down. Have one drink for old time's sake. He filled the shot glass in front of Arkady, searched in his pockets, and came up with some cellophane bags of peanuts that he shoved across the table. Billy and Rodney watched Arkady with great curiosity, as if he might drink with his nose. They were tall and jet black and wore bright shirts and necklaces. If the Bureau can lend you to an admitted murderer, it can lend you to the New York Police Department for another 5 minutes, Kerwell said. Arkady shrugged and drank whiskey in one swallow. Why is the glass so small, he asked. It's a form of torture designed by priests, Kerwell said. He looked at the other detectives. Hey, at least let's have a bowl for the nuts. Can one of you get off his ass? As Billy went to the bar, Kerwell turned back to Arkady and said, Wonderful spade. Spade? Arkady asked. Spade, nigger, blood, dude, coconut. Hey, now, Rodney, Kerwell said when the other black detective laughed and shook his head. If he ever becomes an American, the man will have to get his terms straight. Why don't you like the FBI? Arkady asked. The manic power that was Kerwell made a slight revolution. The grin twisted. Well, for a lot of reasons. Professionally, because the FBI doesn't conduct investigations. They pay informers. Doesn't matter what kind of case. Spies, civil rights, mafia. All they know is informers. Most Americans are touchy about informing, so the Bureau specializes. Their informers are mental cases and hitmen. Where the Bureau touches the real world, suddenly you get all these freaks who know how to kill people with piano wire. Say a freak got caught, and now he's willing to fry his friends. He tells the Bureau what it wants to hear and makes up what he doesn't know. See, that's the basic difference. A cop goes out on the street and digs up information for himself. He's willing to get dirty because his ambition in life is to be a detective. But a Bureau agent is really a lawyer or an accountant. He wants to work in an office and dress nice, maybe go into politics. That son of a bitch will buy a freak a day. Not everyone who informs is a freak, Arkady muttered. He saw Misha standing in the church, took another drink and pushed the image aside. When their freaks are finished testifying, they move them and give them new names. If the freak kills someone else, the Bureau moves him again. There are psychopaths who've been moved 4 or 5 times, totally immune. I can't arrest them. They've got better pardons than Nixon. That's what happens when you don't do the job yourself, when you use freaks. The detective returned from the bar with a wood-grain plastic bowl. Kerwell opened the peanuts into it. While you're up, Billy, he said, why don't you call the Pens and find out if they've released our friend Ratch yet? Shit, Billy said, but went to the phone booth. What's shit? Arkady asked. 2 scoops of shit, Rodney said. Osborne says he's an informer for the FBI, Arkady said. Yeah, I know. Kerwell looked up as if his eyes were on the moon. You can just imagine the day when John Osborne walked into the Bureau. They probably stepped on their cocks, they stood so fast. Someone like him, been to the Kremlin, been to the White House, high society, won't take a penny, could buy and sell any man in the Bureau. Hobnobs with all sorts of pinkos here and reds there. He's your dream freak come true. Why didn't he go to the CIA? Because he's smart. The CIA has thousands of sources of Russian information, 100 men going in and out of Russia. The FBI was forced to shut its Moscow office. All it had was Osborne. All he could give them was gossip. That's all they wanted. They just wanted to get on some congressman's lap and put their hot lips to his ear and whisper that they'd heard from their own special source that Brezhnev had Sif. Same as they whispered about the Kennedy boys and King. That's what congressmen are willing to pay for. That's what federal budgets are all about. Only now the Bureau has to pay. Osborne is calling in his notes. He wants the Bureau to protect him, and he's not going to change his name and hide. He's got the Bureau by its delicate pearl-sized balls, and he's just started to squeeze. Arkady had finished the nuts while Kerwell talked. He poured himself another drink, but he stole the sables and has to give them back. Really? Would the Soviet Union give them back if the KGB stole them? He's a hero. He's a murderer, says you. I'm not KGB, says me. In this particular world, we're the odd man out. They didn't let him go, Billy returned from the phone. Now they want to hold him for drunk and disorderly. They'll charge him in an hour. Billy's voice reminded Arkady of a saxophone. Your two men, he studied Billy and Rodney. Aren't they painting an office across the street from my hotel? See, Kerbal told them. I said he was good. When they left the bar, Billy and Rodney drove off in a red convertible. Kerbal and Arkady walked through a series of streets connected at odd angles through a part of the city Kerbal called the Village. There was just enough snow to make street lamps stand out and the night air taste better. On Barrow Street, they stopped in front of a 3-story brick house with marble steps and vines wedged between nearly identical houses. Arkady knew without being told that it was Kerbal's house. In the summer, that wisteria gets out of hand, a regular purple hell, Kerbal said. Big Jim and Edna had a Russian who lived here with us whose English wasn't too good. When his friends visited, he told them to look for a house covered with hysteria. Close enough. The house looked slightly suspended in the dark. We had a lot of Russians. The babushka who took care of me used to do the 5 little piggies on my toes. She'd say, this little Rockefeller went to market. This little Mellon stayed home. This little Stanford had roast beef. The Bureau used to have 2 guys sitting in a car here all day and all night. They tapped the phone. They put bugs in our walls from the other houses. They questioned anyone who came to the door. The anarchists made bombs on the roof. There was a kind of suspense about the whole place you don't find in a lot of homes. Jimmy took over the top floor later. Very nearer my God to thee. He put an altar up there, crucifixes, icons. Christ was Jimmy's bomb. Big Jim and Edna exploded, Jimmy exploded, and me, I'm down to 1 Russian. And you still live here? In a fucking haunted house. This whole country's a fucking haunted house. Come on, there's someone we have to get. Kerbal's car was blue, old, fastidiously clean. He drove south on Varick, waving casually to a police squad car they passed. It struck Arkady that by now Wesley must know he was missing, and there had to be some panic at the Barcelona hotel. Was there a bulletin out to police cars? Would they suspect Kerbal? Even if Osborne is an important informer, I don't understand why the FBI would allow him to see me, Arkady said. No matter what, he's still a criminal, and they are an organ of justice. Other towns go by the book. There's no book in New York. If a diplomat hits your car, shoots your dog, rapes your wife, he goes home quietly. There's a small Israeli army, a small Palestinian army, Castro's Cubans, the Bureau's Cubans. All we can do is play chambermaid and clean up the mess. Driving through a strange city at night, his imagination filled in what wasn't seen. In the shadows, Arkady placed the chimneys of the Lakachev works, the walls of the Manas, the side streets of Novokuznetskaya. The Bureau is playing this one differently, though, Kerbal said. They have safe apartments in the Waldorf. Why put you in the Barcelona? That's good, because the security stinks and I can get Billy and Rodney right on top of you. It's fishy, though, because it suggests that Wesley doesn't want any record, even in the Bureau, that you were ever here. What did Osborne say to you? He mention any kind of deal? We just talked, Arkady said. The lie came without hesitation, as if from another set of nerves and another glibber mouth. He talked about himself and the girl, if I know him. He's the kind who takes a lot of pleasure in applying the screws. Leave him to me. Lower Manhattan's public buildings were a nighttime collection of Roman, colonial, and modern architecture, with one floodlit exception. A single mammoth building that consumed an entire block and seemed familiar to Arkady. It was a building in Stalinist Gothic without Stalin's oriental frills, a sleeker necrolith without a ruby star, which rose out of sight of its lights. Kerbal parked in front. What is it? Arkady asked. What can be open now? It's the tombs, Kerbal said. Night court's open now. They pushed through brass doors into a lobby full of beggars with purple bruises. jackets with exploded pockets and lapels, the sideways suspicion of kicked dogs. There were beggars in Moscow, but they were seen only in railway stations, or when they were flushed out by a militia campaign. The entire lobby was theirs. The information counter was filled waist-high with trash. One long side of the lobby was papered with trial times. The other side had a line of aluminum phones. Huge ceiling fixtures hung far out of reach. A pair of older men in shabby overcoats and carrying briefcases eyed Arkady. "Lawyers," Kerwell explained. "They think you might be a client." "They should know their clients better." "They don't know their clients until they come through these doors." "They should meet their clients in their offices." "This is their office." Kerwell steered him through the crowd and a double set of brass doors into what Arkady recognized at once as a courtroom. It was close to midnight. How could any court be in session? A single judge in a robe sat at a high desk before a wooden panel engraved with the words, "In God We Trust," and an American flag covered in plastic. A stenographer and a clerk were at lower desks, and one man sat at a table sorting through stacks of blue-covered charge sheets. Attorneys wandered from the table of papers to the judge, or to the side bench where the offenders waited. These were of both sexes, all ages, and mostly black. All the attorneys were young, white, male. A velvet rope separated the proceedings from a front row of men in leather jackets and jeans. They wore police shields on their belts and expressions of infinite boredom, some with eyes rolled back, others with eyes closed. Families of the defendants sat in the back rows among beggars who had come to drowse. Here was the city's sleep. It started and spread from this court, a fatigue overcoming any outrage, outlasting even the fixed pose of cynicism. Judge, offender, friend, every face was slack. A young coffee-colored woman with a baby in a snowsuit sat peacefully by Arkady. The baby's eyes reflected the bright squares of the ceiling lights. The window blinds were drawn. Occasionally a guard would stir to evict a snorer. Otherwise, the court was virtually silent, because when an offender and the arresting officer were called to stand at the table, the attorneys talked to the judge in voices too soft to carry. Then the judge would set a price. Sometimes the price was $1,000, sometimes $10,000. The judge listened, never looking up, his head turning from one attorney to the other. "They're bargaining," Arkady realized. A case could take 5 minutes or only one before a price was set. In Moscow, he saw cases of drunkenness settled as quickly, but these were accusations of robbery and assault. As the next offender was called, the previous one smirked through the velvet rope, placing a comb in his hair just so, leaving before the man who had arrested him. "What is bail?" Arkady asked. "It's what you pay to get out of jail," Kerwell said. "You can look at it as a bond or a loan or a tax." "That's justice?" "No, but it's the law." "They didn't bring rats out yet. That's good." Some of the detectives walked to the back of the courtroom to say hello respectfully to Kerwell. They were big, unshaven men, muscle and fat tucked into plaid shirts and belts with detective shields. Nothing like the slim agents of the FBI. One pointed to the next defendant slouching before the judge and said, "Fucker mugged a lady in Battery Park, so the robbery squad caught it. Then they thought she was raped, so they gave it to the girls on the rape squad. Then they thought she was going to die, so they passed her over to us on homicide. But she didn't die and she wasn't raped, so they gave her back to robbery. Only their shift is over and the paperwork's all over the fucking place, and if it doesn't get in here in 1 minute, he walks." "A psycho," the second detective said. "Already did murder as a juvenile for torturing his mother. We have to protect everyone who reminds him of his mom." "What's the point?" the first detective asked. "What's the sharp and nasty, smooth and greasy, barbed and two-pronged fucking point?" Arkady shrugged. He didn't know. Kerwell shrugged. Accepting the homage of the other detectives, he was their intelligence, their broad shoulders, their alcohol-washed blue eyes. "No point," he said. "That's the point." Kerwell led Arkady out of the court and back through the lobbies. "Where are we going now?" Arkady asked. "Going to get rats out of the pens. You've got something better to do? Kerwell buzzed at a steel door. 2 eyes peered through a slot, and the door opened to the Manhattan pens. The pens were the court detention cells. Seen from an angle, the green bars were solid walls with protruding hands. Head on, they opened into cells of yellow tile, where a dozen or more men waited their turn in court as docilely as machinery. The only movement, their eyes, as Arkady and Kerwell passed. Kerwell stopped at a cell occupied by a white man bizarrely dressed in woolen gloves cut off at the fingers, muddy boots, an overcoat of many pockets, and a woolen cap pulled over matted hair. His face had the raw flush and dirt of liquor and exposure, and he was trying to control the trembling in his left leg. Outside the cell were a mustached detective and a pinched-faced young man in a suit and tie. "Ready to go home, Rats?" Kerwell asked the man in the cell. "You aren't taking Mr. Ratke anywhere, Lieutenant," the man with the tie said. "This is an assistant district attorney. He's going to grow up and be a high-paid defense lawyer," Kerwell explained to Arkady. "And this is a very sheepish detective." In fact, the detective did look as if he wanted to crawl behind his mustache and hide. "Mr. Ratke is being arraigned in a few minutes," the attorney said. "On a drunken disorderly?" Kerwell laughed. "He's a drunk. What do you expect?" "We would like some information from Mr. Ratke." The attorney had the nervous courage of a small dog. "I would like to draw the lieutenant's attention to the fact that recently there was a major theft at the Hudson Bay Company, the perpetrators of which are still unknown. We have reason to believe Mr. Ratke was attempting to sell goods from that robbery." "Where's the evidence?" Kerwell asked. "You can't hold him." "I didn't steal it," Rat shouted. "Anyway, he's being held for drunk and disorderly," the attorney said. "Lieutenant Kerwell, I've heard about you, and I don't mind going head-to-head with you." "You pulled him in on a D&D?" Kerwell read the name on the detective's badge. "Casey, is it? Didn't I know your father?" There was a detective. Rats was already in, and they needed someone to stand up with him. Casey wouldn't meet Kerwell's eyes. "I could understand a uniformed man doing it. But you?" Kerwell asked. "Money problem? You need overtime? What is it, alimony?" "Detective Casey is doing me a favor," the attorney said. "For your father's sake, I'll lend you the money," Kerwell said. "Anything to keep a good Irish boy from kissing ass. I'd hate for this kind of story to get around." "Lieutenant Kerwell, there's no point belaboring the issue," the attorney said. "The detective has agreed to be the arresting officer for the arraignment. I don't know what your interest in the matter is, but we are definitely holding Mr. Ratke. As a matter of fact, we should be going into court." "Fuck this." Casey waved his hand and walked off. "Where are you going?" the attorney demanded. "I'm gone." The detective didn't look back. "Wait!" The attorney ran after him and tried to get between Casey and the door. But the detective wouldn't stop to argue. "You don't have to work with these fucking Hibernian ball-busters," he said, and slammed the door as he left. The attorney returned. "You still lose, Lieutenant. Even if we can't arraign him, Mr. Ratke is in no condition to go home by himself, and no one has come forward to claim him." "I'm claiming him." "Why? Lieutenant, what are you doing all this for? You interrupt the caseload, you intimidate a fellow detective, you antagonize the district attorney's office, all for a drunk. If an officer can do this, what's the point in having a court?" "No point. That's the point." Kerwell and Arkady got Rats all the way to the main lobby before he started screaming with DTs. The beggars in the lobby were startled, wakened, somnambulist. Kerwell put a hand over Rats' mouth and Arkady carried him. Rats was the first American he'd met who really stank. They got him into the car, and at Mulberry Street, Kerwell went into a delicatessen and came out with a pint each of whiskey and port and more bags of nuts. "It's against the law to buy booze from a deli," Kerwell said. "That's why it tastes so good." Rats drained the port and promptly went to sleep on the back seat. "Why?" Arkady asked. "Why did we go to all that trouble to get a drunk? Wesley and the FBI must be looking for me, maybe the KGB as well. You'll be in a great deal of trouble, so why?" "Why not?" The nuts salted the tongue, and the whiskey spread through Arkady's limbs. He saw that Kerwell was enormously pleased with himself. For the first time, he began to see some humor in the situation. "You mean there actually is no point?" he asked. "Not at this place, at this time. Let me show you around." "What if they find us before you take me back?" "Renko, you have nothing to lose, and God knows I don't. We'll take Rats home." Arkady looked at the filth-encrusted figure asleep on the back seat. He dined with Osborne, had a taste of American justice, and didn't want to face Irina yet. "Why not? That's my boy." Snow and gilt Chinese characters swayed above Canal Street. "What I couldn't figure out right from the start," Kerwell said, "was how you became a cop." "You mean an investigator?" "A cop. Whatever." Arkady was aware that some odd compliment, perhaps even an apology, had been paid. "I saw a case once when I was a boy, one of those cases that could have been murder or suicide." He paused in surprise at himself because he hadn't meant to say that. "An investigator is trained by rote to answer this particular question by referring to fatherly investigators he has known, to stopping shirkers and wreckers, and to protecting the revolution. Tonight, there were demons in his head. It was right after the war, and there were large reputations at stake," Arkady went on. "I'd never heard so many people blurting out the truth, because the victim herself was such an inescapable truth. There was no way they could set her back on her feet, and because the investigators had special permission to deal with the truth. They passed mysterious storefronts with names like Joyeria, Knights of Columbus, Head Shop." "I'm not making myself clear," Arkady said. "Try." "Well, let's say a meritorious artist one night asks his wife to get out of the car to push some glass off the road and then runs her down. A girl, a young communist, soon to be married, tucks her old grandparents into bed, seals the windows, and turns on the gas before going out for the evening. A hard-working peasant, an honored agronomist, kills a flirt from Moscow. These are worse than crimes. These are things that aren't supposed to happen. They're the truth. They're the truth about a new kind of Russian. A man who can afford a mistress and a car. A young girl who has to bring her husband home to live in one room with two old people. A peasant, and nothing but a peasant, who knows he'll never leave a village 1,000 miles from the rest of the world. We don't put this in our reports, but we're supposed to know it. That's why we have to have special permission to deal with the truth. We play with the statistics, of course." "You mean fewer murders?" Kerwell asked. "Of course." Kerwell passed the bottle and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "What's the point?" he asked. "We love it. The number one cause of death for young men in America is murder. That body's hardly hit the ground before it's a star on television. Everybody has a chance to be a star. We've got wars and better than wars. Psychos, rapists, queers, cops, chainsaw massacres. Step outside and get shot. Stay inside and watch television. We're talking art form, bigger than Detroit, better than sex, native art and industry rolled into one. What the Renaissance was to Italy, chopsticks to the Chinks, Hamlet without the slow parts. We're talking car chases here, Arkady, me boy. The guys getting killed for real are lost in the shuffle. Life's losing stuntman. How can you care when you can see a better murder in slow motion, plus special effects, with a beer in one hand and a tit in the other? Better than real cops. All the real cops are in Hollywood. The rest of us are fakers." The Holland Tunnel took them under the Hudson. Arkady knew that he should be anxious because by now Wesley really must be thinking he was defecting. Yet he felt strangely elated, as if he found himself speaking a language he had never been taught. "Our Soviet murders are secret," he said. "We are backward in terms of publicity. Even our accidents are secret, officially and unofficially. Our killers generally only boast when they're caught. Our witnesses lie. Sometimes I think our witnesses are more afraid of the investigator than the killers are." From the New Jersey side of the river, he looked back at Manhattan. At the end of a million lights, two white towers reached into the night. He wouldn't have been surprised to see 2 moons above them. For a time, I thought I wanted to be an astronomer. But then I decided astronomy was a bore. The stars only interest us because they're so far away. Do you know what would really interest us? A murder on another planet. Signs pointed to the New Jersey Turnpike, J.F. Kennedy Boulevard, Bayonne. Arkady's throat was dry, and he took a long drink. There are not many road signs in Russia, you know, he laughed. If you don't know where a road goes, you shouldn't be on it. Here we live on road signs. We consume maps. We never know where we are. The whiskey was gone. Arkady laid the empty bottle gently on the car floor. You had a babushka, he said abruptly, as if Kerwell had just mentioned it. Her name was Nina, Kerwell said. Never became American, not to her dying day. There was only one thing American she liked. What was that? John Garfield. I don't know him. Nothing like you, much more proletarian. This is a compliment? He was a great lover to his dying day. What was your brother like? Kerwell drove for a while before answering. Arkady liked the way the white dashes of the road seemed to leap into the headlights. Sweet. A virgin. It was tough having the parents he had, even tougher having them dead. The priests feasted on him, put the Holy Grail in his hand and a passport to heaven up his ass. I used to bust up his altar every time I came home, stuffed Mark Twain and Voltaire down his throat. It was like throwing rocks at St. Sebastian. But chasing him to Russia, how do you forgive yourself that? Bayonne was a terrain of oil tanks and fractioning columns, silvered and brightly illuminated, a lunar encampment. We used to go fishing up on the Allagash in Maine, Jimmy and me. It's all timber company country up there, just one road in and out. Great fishing, pike, bass, trout. Ever fish from a canoe? We even went up there in winter. I took Big Jim's old Packard and put on some oversized tires. We floated over the snow in that car. Ever hear of ice fishing? You punch a hole in the ice and put some lines down? It's been done in Siberia. Just drink enough to stay warm. Snowed in? No problem. The cabin had canned goods, fireplace, wood-burning stove, and all the goddamned wood you could chop. There was deer, moose, one game warden every 1,000 square miles. No one else but loggers and French Canadians. You speak better English than they do. A bridge took them over a river called the Kil Van Kul. Below, a tanker slipped toward the sea, its passage betrayed by a single unblinking red eye. Staten Island, Kerwell announced. We're back in New York. It's not Manhattan? No, it's definitely not Manhattan. So near and yet so far. They drove by row houses. A plaster saint blessed a lawn. Could Jimmy have gotten those people out, Arkady? Tell me the truth. Arkady remembered the bodies under the snow in the park, all in a row, not even a step of escape. And the log cabin, the sheets over the sleeping compartments where Jimmy Kerwell read the Bible while Kostya rode Valeria. Sure, he lied. He was brave enough. Why not? You're all right, Kerwell said after a while. A bridge carried them back to New Jersey over a narrow strip of water the road signs called the Arthur Kill. Along it were docks, tracks, and the flares of more refineries. Arkady had lost his sense of direction, but as the moon was to his left, he guessed they were headed south. Was there a bulletin out for him in New York? Were they searching for Kerwell, too? What was Irina thinking? How far are we going? We're almost there, Kerwell said. Your friend Rats lives here? I don't see any houses. It's all marshland, Kerwell said. There used to be herons here, ospreys, barred owls. A lot of clamming years back, and frogs. At night, the peepers would drive you just about deaf. You used to come here? Used to bring a boat in. I came with one of our anarchists. He was in love with outdoor motors. He was also in love with weeds. Naturally, we spent most of our time marooned. To me, it was a typical Russian outing. Now they were on an industrial access road that ran by the factories. In the headlights, the swamp showed all the viscous hues of a palette, greens, yellows, reds. "You're worried, I can tell," Kerbal said. "Don't be. I'll take care of Osborne." Then what will happen to Irina and me was Arkady's first thought. See how grotesque it is to be saved by Osborne. You hope he lives. "Turn here." Rats popped up, awake in the back seat. Kerbal swung onto a strip of blacktop that ran down to the kill. "There's more involved than you and Osborne," Arkady said. "You mean the Bureau? They can protect Osborne anywhere else, not in New York." "No, I don't mean the Bureau. The KGB? They want his head, too." "Stop," Rat said. They got out of the car. In one direction, marshland extended to the faint and moving lights of a turnpike. In the other, it slipped down to boatyards. They followed Rats on a path that sank spongily under their shoes. "I'll show you," Rats looked back. "I'm no thief." In the boatyards, harbor craft stood on timber stilts. Guard dogs barked under a lamp, joined by dogs from another yard where timbers rose in creosote-soaked pyramids. On the kill, a garbage scow was on a night run. Across on Staten Island were a few lights, a window, a blue storage tank couched in trees, and along the water, what appeared to be houses, boats, trucks, and cranes piled one on top of another. Arkady reached the relative security of planks set in mud before Kerbal. Snowflakes glittered on sedges and rushes. Rats bounded energetically ahead to a tar-paper shack with a stovepipe. As Arkady approached it, he stepped on small bones that oozed like teeth out of the mud. Rats opened the shack door, lit a kerosene lamp, and invited him in. Arkady hesitated. For the first time since he'd been in America, he was not surrounded by lights. There was only the glow of the highway, another distant haze blocked by Staten Island. And overhead the familiar half-dome of darkness and the dizzy glitter of snow. The emptiness poured into him. "Why did we come here?" he asked Kerbal. "What do you want from me?" "I want to save you," Kerbal said. "Listen, the Barcelona's full of prostitutes. The Bureau can't keep track of who goes in and out. By tomorrow night I'll have Billy and Rodney in the room above you. They'll wait until it's good and dark and then drop a ladder outside your window. You and the girl wear something that won't show and hit your ceiling when you're ready. They'll take you down the service elevator and out the basement. Simple operation. Up and out. The Red Squad's done it before." "The Red what?" "The Red Squad. They told you about us." "How do you know they told me about the Red Squad?" Arkady waited for the answer, then gave it. "You have a microphone in our room. That's what your detectives Billy and Rodney are doing across the street. The radio in their window is the receiver. Everyone has a transmitter in your room. But they don't know me as a friend. As a friend, tell me, does everyone gloat over every word? Is it possible to listen antiseptically? Excuse me for being so stupid. I must ask you now what you were doing at the apartment Osborne took me to. Why was the electricity off there? Tell me if I'm wrong. But you were running more microphones through that apartment, one in every room, right with the wiring?" "Ah, Lieutenant, you've been busy. You didn't miss the bedroom, did you?" "They're setting you up, Arkady. The Bureau and the KGB together. There's no record of you being in this country. I checked. Not in this country, not in the Barcelona, nowhere. Whatever I'm doing is for your protection." "Liar. You broke your own brother's leg for his protection. You know all about Osborne and Irina and me. But I can save you. I can get you both out, and Wesley won't even know you're gone until the morning. There'll be a car waiting for you a few blocks from the hotel with money, new identification, maps. You can be in Maine in 9 hours. I still have that cabin. I stocked it for you, and I replaced the Packard with a Jeep. There are skis and rifles. If things get tight, you can head for Canada. It's not far away." "This is an insane joke of yours because you can't help us." "I can. See, this way Jimmy still wins. He still gets 2 Russians out. Otherwise, his whole life and death was a waste. This way, there's some point to Jimmy's having lived. There's no point. He's dead. What are we arguing for? Then let me do it for you. We're friends. No, we're not. Take me back to the hotel. Wait! Kerwell held onto Arkady's arm. I'm going. Arkady pulled loose and started for the car. You'll do what I tell you. Kerwell grabbed him again. Arkady hit him. The corner of Kerwell's mouth split and bled, as if with surprise as much as the force of the blow. Kerwell still held Arkady's other arm. Let go now, Arkady warned. No, you've got to. Arkady hit him, and the blood smeared over Kerwell's lip. Arkady expected a display of the lieutenant's professional expertise. The powerful hands that crushed ribs and struck at the heart, the kick that disabled a knee, the legendary fury. But he had learned something since Gorky Park, and he thought it might be a little more even this time. A fight to the death had a growing attraction, and that's where Kerwell, Killwell, as his own brother called him, could help. That's what he was best at. Fight back, Arkady demanded. This is how we started, remember? No, Kerwell said, but he hung on. Fight! He knocked Kerwell to his knees. Please, Kerwell asked. This was a new and grotesque figure, Kerwell in the mud begging. Let go, Arkady shouted. His arms dropped. Just let me go. There's not going to be any escape to any fairy-tale cabin, you know that. You know we could hide for 10 years, and the KGB would find us and kill us if they don't get the sables. They'll never let us go without the sables. They'll give us to Osmond to get the sables, so don't tell me your stories. You can't save anyone. Just look, Kerwell said. Arkady looked at the shack. Rats still waited at the door, too frightened to run. Look inside, Kerwell said. Arkady felt sweat pouring over his chest. His face was freezing. With each step, the ground sucked at his feet. Rats held the lamp up. Arkady stooped through the low door and pushed aside a dangling roll of fly paper. The walls and roof of the shack were boards and plastic sheets, insulated with newspaper and rags. Loose planks were the floor. A rug and blankets lay on one side. In the middle, a pot-bellied stove displayed a pan of congealed beans. In the windowless structure, the smell of decaying meat was overpowering. I didn't steal it. Rats backed away, terrified of Arkady. Understand English? I trap. That's what I am. That's what I do. Cans of grease and tallow lined an orange box shelf. There was a shelf of medicine, digitalis, nitroglycerin, ampules of amyl nitrite, contact, scope. Muskrats is good food, natural food. It's just the name what puts people off. The fur is first rate. People are so dumb. Most of the coats they wear is muskrat. I take 10, 20 hides a week to town. I'm set up. I don't need to steal nothing, and I didn't. Rat stumbled against the stove, and the pan of beans fell over a cardboard box of metal utensils, Ajax, and handy wipes. He back-shuffled around cases of Bisquick, Gravy Train, Roach Motel, a postcard of John Glenn, tacked to tar paper, jars of Vaseline, A&P instant coffee, a tannic acid solution made from red rose tea, wading boots, and a net. It was mine in my trap. Never saw nothing like it. Wasn't no mink. It was different. That's why I took it to town, to find out what it was. Backward past plastic bags of Kraft marshmallows, Wonder Bread, and Alba milk powder, stained clothes on a line, a fatigue jacket on a hook, a Citibank calendar, and more encrusted curlicues of fly paper. Then a clothesline of muskrat hides, glossy pelts hanging from flat, naked tails, the heads and short web feet still detached. The man at the market said it ain't even American, so maybe it's yours after all. All I'm saying is I caught it. I didn't steal it. I'll show you where, right across the water. I'm a happy man. I don't need trouble. Rats took the fatigue jacket from the hook. If it's yours, it's yours. On the hook was a pelt much longer and narrower than the muskrat's. The fur a lustrous blue-black with a characteristic touch of frost at the tips. Its tail bushy and rounded, the hide stiff and meticulously tanned. But one paw had been almost gnawed through in desperation when the animal had tried to escape the trap. A sable. "I'll take you right there," Rats told Kerwell, who stood inside the door. "We'll go as soon as there's light. Dawn. Just you and me go." He giggled, and his eyes darted from Arkady to Kerwell, ready to take them into his confidence. "I got a secret. Where I got that fur? There's plenty more." Wesley pulled the emergency stop, and the elevator car hovered between the 4th and 5th floors of the Barcelona. In the car were Arkady, Wesley, George, and Ray. It was 3 a.m. "We did have a bulletin out for an hour," Wesley said. "Lieutenant Kerwell is totally insane, attacking a civilian driver and taking his car. Who knew what danger you were in? Then I realized there was nothing to worry about. You'd never try anything as long as we have Miss Azanova. As long as we have her, we have you. So we waited, and here you are." "Where have you been?" He released the emergency stop. "I promise you it doesn't matter." George and Ray pushed Arkady along the 5th-floor hall until he shook them off and turned on them. And then they looked back at Wesley, who waited at the elevator. "Gently," Wesley said. Arkady went the rest of the way down the hall alone. Al was waiting inside the room. Arkady threw him out and put a chair against the door. Irina sat in bed watching, exhausted and afraid. He had never seen her more afraid. He noted the way the sheets lapped against the green silk nightgown she wore, the way her long hair fell over her shoulders. Her arms were erotically bare, her eyes large. The faint blue mark on her cheek was unmasked, the touch of guilelessness. She didn't dare speak. She hardly dared breathe. An idiot shouldn't be so frightening, Arkady thought. He sat on the bed beside her and tried to keep his hands from shaking. "You slept with Osborne in Moscow. You sleep with him here. He showed me the bed. I want you to tell me about it. You did intend to tell me about it sometime, didn't you?" "Arkasha," she said so softly that he could hardly hear what she'd said. "One man is not enough for you?" Arkady asked. "Or Osborne does something for you that I don't? Something special, a particular position, backward, forward? Please inform me. Or he possesses a sexual magnetism you can't resist? Are you attracted to a man whose hands are covered with blood? See, my hands are blood now. Not the blood of your friends, I'm afraid. Only the blood of my friend." He held his bloody hands up for her to see. "No," he read her reaction. "Not satisfactory? Not stimulating enough? But Osborne tried to kill you. Maybe that's the difference. That's it. Why would a woman sleep with a killer unless she wanted to be hurt?" He slipped his fingers into her hair, twisted it, and raised her head. "Is that better?" "You're hurting me," Irina whispered. "You don't seem to like it." He let go of her hair. "Then that's not it. Maybe it's money that excites you. I understand it excites many people. Osborne showed me around our new apartment. What rich people we're going to be in such an apartment, so full of gifts and clothes. But you've earned them, Irina. You paid with the lives of your own friends. No wonder you're showered with gifts." He fingered the neck of her nightgown. "Is this a gift?" He ripped the neck open, tore the gown down the middle, and pulled it open from her breasts. Above her left breast, he saw her pulse beat in terror, the same pulse he felt when they made love. He ran his hand lightly over her stomach. His pillow, Osborne's pillow. "You're a whore, Irina. I told you I'd do anything to get here." "Now I'm here, and now I'm a whore too," Arkady said. The touch of her made him both furious and weak. He forced himself to stand and look away. As he did so, as if the very moment had upset a brimming cup, he found tears pouring from his eyes and over his face. "I will kill her or cry," he said to himself. Hot salt poured into his mouth. "I told you I would do anything to get here," Irina said behind him. "You wouldn't believe me, but I told you. I didn't know about Valeria and the others. I was afraid, but I didn't know. When could I have told you about Osborne? After I began to love you? After we were in your apartment? Forgive me, Arkasha, for not telling you I was a whore after I began to love you. You slept with him there. Once, so he would get me out. You had just appeared for the first time, and I was afraid you were going to arrest me." Arkady raised his hand. It dropped of its own dead weight. "You slept with him here?" "Once, so he would take you with me." "Why? You were going to be free, have your apartment, your clothes. Why ask for me?" "They were going to kill you in Russia." "Maybe. They hadn't killed me yet." "Because I love you." "You should have left me there. I was better off there." "I wasn't," Irina said. He'd never even known he possessed such tears. He remembered Unman's knife standing from his stomach, the only other time anything had flowed from him so strongly. The pain was not so different. "I wasn't better off with you there." As Irina sat up, the torn gown fell from her. Were they listening? Arkady wondered. All those miniaturized ears within the bed, the sofa, the medicine cabinet. The window shade hung like a vulgar eyelid. He snapped it up and turned the lights off. "If you go back there, I'll go with you," Irina said from the dark. His tears were springs of rage as hot as blood. Blind, he saw in his mind the Viskovs in their cafeteria near Pavletsky Station, the old man bearing a plate of caviar paste and smiling with steel teeth, his mute wife beaming. He saw them by the millions with their steel teeth. "They'd kill you for certain," he said. "Whatever you do, I'll do." He sank on his knees by the bed. "You didn't have to sell yourself for me." "What else did I have to sell?" Irina asked. "It's not as though I'd sold myself for a pair of boots. I sold myself to escape, to become alive. I'm not ashamed, Arkasha. I would be ashamed of myself if I hadn't. I'll never say I'm sorry that I did it. With Osborne, though, I'll tell you about it. I didn't feel dirty afterward the way young girls are supposed to feel. I felt burned, as if one layer of skin had been taken off." She pulled his head between her breasts. His arm went around her. His clothes were heavy and soaked through, and he sloughed them off like memory. At least this bed was theirs, he thought. Perhaps nothing else on earth was. But by rights this bed was, with its torn gown and torso of an overcoat, with its canopy of dark. Somehow they loved each other more. They were exhausted, dead. And now were alive again, in this whore's bed, in this alien night. Arkady felt Irina's deep sleep against his side. In the morning, Rats would take Kerwell to the Sables. "They're on the Arthur Kill," Kerwell had said on the way back. "And I'll tell you, it makes a lot more sense stashing them here than 1,000 miles away. First, everyone automatically assumes he has them up in mink country. Second, he keeps them right here under his own control. He doesn't have to depend on someone answering a long-distance call. Third, maybe there's 100,000 square miles around the Great Lakes, but there are a lot of mink ranchers up there, too. It's one giant mink cooperative. Did you know that? Sables need fresh meat. Big cooperatives find out about that kind of food being shipped into any part of their woods. But New York's the fresh meat capital of the universe. You can't keep track of what goes where. And the west side of Staten Island is all woods and swamps, a couple of refineries, a few local people who mind their own business, and no cops. The only thing that can possibly go wrong is a hole in a cage. A sable escapes. Someone catches it and tries to sell it. A furrier in Manhattan calls the cops, and I, of all people, happen to hear about it. The only thing that can go wrong. The fates are good to you, Arkady. It's going your way now. In the afternoon, Billy and Rodney would check into the hotel room above. Once it was dark, all Arkady and Irina had to do was climb up a ladder that would be dropped outside their window. Just pick a time when the street was clear and rap on the ceiling. No one would see them from the empty office buildings. Then they'd take the service elevator from the 6th floor to the basement and go out the rear entrance to a waiting car. There'd be keys, money, and carefully marked maps in the glove compartment. Once they were on their way, Kerwill would contact the KGB and offer Nicky and Rurik the same trade Osborne had, the sables for Irina and Arkady. What could Rurik and Nicky do? The prisoners were already gone. As soon as the FBI discovered the escape, the old trade would be off, and Osborne would make the sables disappear again to who knew where. It always came down to the sables. The KGB would quickly trade with Kerwill and race to Staten Island. He smoked, blocking the match's flare from Irina's face. Irina didn't know. How could he describe plans for escape when they were surrounded by microphones? Besides, she lived in expectation of Osborne's trade, an expectation that was daylight seen from a black pit. There was no reason to frighten her until the new plan went into motion. Then he could just motion her to follow him. Before she knew it, they'd be in the car. Everything depended on a drunk. Perhaps rats had found the sable pelt and concocted the entire story. Or he'd have another attack of delirium tremens and be unable to lead Kerwill to the sables. Osborne must be aware that a sable was gone. Had he moved the others already? Then he and Irina might not get away. Perhaps the FBI watched the windows of their room all the time. Arkady had never driven an American car. Who knew how it worked? They could get lost. Maps, at least in the Soviet Union, were deliberately inaccurate. Perhaps he and Irina were so plainly Russian that everyone would recognize them as fugitives. Besides, he was an ignorant man in a foreign country. At least he no longer had to believe Osborne. As Irina said, you believe what you have to. She had no pretense. All she wanted from Osborne was America. An investigator demanded more of a killer, an ascent to a dark view, a landscape of sheets, contact with the soul of evil. What Arkady demanded, Osborne could provide. At the ceiling, smoke spread like thought into a cumulus. Russian, investigator, killer, American. No one knew Osborne as well as he did, not even Irina or Kerwill. Arkady knew that Osborne had spent a fortune bringing his sables secretly from the Soviet Union. He'd never give them back. He'd be an American hero if he kept them. Osborne's only crime was Gorky Park, and the only person who could connect him to it was Irina. He'd tried to kill her in Moscow. Nothing was changed, except that now he had to kill Arkady as well. Osborne would send Nicky and Rurik in the wrong direction, and would kill Arkady and Irina the moment they were out of FBI custody. It was the one thing Arkady was sure of. But Osborne would be one day late. In her sleep, Irina's face pressed against his chest. As if she's blowing life into me, Arkady thought. He ground out his cigarette. Falling asleep, he imagined what it would be like in Kerwill's cabin. Was there tundra in Maine? They'd have to get coats and tea, as much tea as they could buy, and cigarettes. What did Kerwill mean, like Siberia, with beer cans? No matter. Arkady found himself smiling at the prospect. He didn't enjoy hunting much, but he loved to fish, and he'd never been in a canoe. What else would they do? He'd ask Irina to tell her life from the beginning, leaving nothing out. When she got tired, he'd tell about himself. Their life would be 2 stories. How long they'd have to stay, he had no idea. Osborne would want to find them, but he'd be busy hiding himself from Kerwill. They could wait. They'd got some books, American authors. If he got a generator, they could have lights, a radio, a record player. Seeds for a garden. Beets, potatoes, radishes. He could listen to music while he planted. Prokofiev, New Orleans blues. In hot weather, they could go swimming, and in August, there'd be mushrooms. He dreamed he was on the bank of the Klyazma River at dusk. In the distance, Chinese lanterns led down a long stairway to a dock, and wooden tubs colored with peonies. A raft on orange oil cans invited swimmers. Everyone had left the dock and come up the bank, guests, musicians, the aides-de-camp. His father and some of his friends were in a skiff, which swung around and around in the middle of the river. His father took a knife and dove into the water. Although the water was opaquely black, Arkady could see his mother clearly, because she was in her best white dress. She seemed suspended in her own dive, her stockinged feet just below the surface of the water, her body perpendicular, one arm reaching down to the river bottom. When they brought her in, he saw that her wrist was hacked by his father's efforts, but that he had finally given up and left the rope that was tied to her wrist. It was the first time Arkady had seen a dead person. His mother was young. His father, too, though already a famous general. Painfully, as always in these dreams, he analyzed the crime. At first he believed his father had killed her. She'd danced and laughed, gayer than he'd seen her in weeks, giddy when she walked off by herself. But she was strong, and the best swimmer of the whole group, practically a mermaid. There were no signs anyone had forced her down in the water. The boat had not been used. There were no bruises. Slowly he came to realize that the wooden tub full of rocks and the rising meter's length of rope, its end tied in an expectant slip knot, had been placed on the river bottom by no one but her. Each day of the summer, she had added another stone to the tub, weighting it ever more securely. When the time came, in the middle of the evening's entertainment, she had walked off with bright eyes, slipped into the river downstream, swum to her rope, and dived. As a child, he knew nothing about the purge of the engineers, of the army, of the poets, of the party, or of the suicide of Stalin's own wife. But even a child felt the time's antic fear when lanterns became goblins. The kindest uncles became traitors. Women cried for no reason. This photograph was cropped, that one burned. It was difficult to accept that she had followed all those who disappeared, because she herself hadn't disappeared. She was there in the water for all to see. That was why his father had tried so desperately to remove the evidence of the mocking rope and turned her death into an accident, or, as Stalin did with his own wife, even murder. In the dark water, she seemed still to be the exclamation mark of her accusation, escaping as she swam down, at least in dreams. Chapter 4. When Arkady woke, snow was blowing horizontally by the windows, and it appeared as if the room was spinning. Wesley and George and Ray stood over the bed. They were all in heavy coats. The chair that had been propped against the door was on the floor. Ray carried a suitcase, and George held a gun. Irina woke and pulled a sheet over herself. "What do you want?" Arkady asked. "Get dressed," Wesley said. "We're going." "Where?" "Today's the day," Wesley said. "Osborne's trade is supposed to be tomorrow," Arkady protested. "It's been moved up. It's right now," Wesley said. "But it's not supposed to be until tomorrow," Arkady said again. "It's been changed." "Arkasha, what does it matter?" Irina sat up, clutching the sheet. "We can be free today." "You're free right now. Just do as I say," Wesley said. "You're taking us to Osborne?" Arkady asked. "Isn't that what you want?" "Get out of bed," George said. "Leave us alone and we'll dress," Arkady said. "No," Wesley said. "We have to make sure you aren't concealing anything." "She's not getting out of bed with you here," Arkady said. "I'll shoot you if she doesn't." George aimed the gun at Arkady. "It's all right." Irina held Arkady's hand when he began to move. "It's a precautionary measure," Wesley said. I have your new clothes here. Ray opened the suitcase at the foot of the bed. There was a complete outfit of clothes for each of them. How big are the balls on a KGB agent? George asked Arkady. Irina got out of bed naked, keeping her eyes on Arkady. She moved in front of the window and slowly made a complete turn, her arms away from her body. I am not KGB, Arkady said. I think you'll find the sizes correct, Ray told Irina. Comrade Renko? Wesley motioned for Arkady to get out of bed. Arkady stood, his eyes on Irina. Whatever fat he'd lost to the doctors. Country life with Priblida had added muscle. George aimed a short-barreled revolver at the midpoint of the scar that began at Arkady's ribs and disappeared into his pubic hair. Are you going to shoot me now and be done with it? Arkady asked. This just relieves us of all worrying about anything secreted in your own clothes or shoes, Wesley said. It makes things easier for everyone. Irina dressed, taking no more notice of the Americans than if she and Arkady were alone. I have the jitters myself, Wesley told Arkady. There were undergarments, brassiere, blouse, slacks, sweater, socks, shoes, and parka for Irina. Underpants, shirt, pants, sweater, socks, shoes, and parka for Arkady. Our first snow in America, Irina said. Everything fit, as Ray had said. When Arkady reached for his watch, Wesley gave him a new one. The time is exactly 6:45. Wesley strapped it to Arkady's wrist. It's time to go. I'd like to brush my hair, Irina said. Be my guest. Ray gave her his comb. Where are we going? Arkady asked. You'll be there soon, and you'll see, Wesley said. Had Kerwell found the sables yet, Arkady wondered? How could he find anything in this snow? I want to leave a message for Lieutenant Kerwell, he said. Fine, give it to me, Wesley offered. I mean, call him and talk to him. Gee, I really feel that would gum things up, especially considering last night, Wesley said. You don't want to gum things up. What does it matter, Arkasha? Irina asked. We're free. The lady is absolutely correct, George said, and put his gun away to prove it. Ray helped Arkady into the parka. There aren't any gloves, he felt in the pockets. You forgot gloves. The agents were momentarily nonplussed. You can buy gloves afterwards, Wesley said. After what? Arkady asked. It really is time to go, Wesley said. Last night's small, hard flakes were now fleecy and moist. In Moscow, there would have been battalions of old women sweeping the snow. Arkady and Irina were put in the back of a two-door sedan with George. Wesley was in front with Ray, who drove. The storm produced a steamy confusion. Snow plows on garbage trucks before a parade of headlights. Police waving orange batons. Street lamps whittled to half silhouettes. Traffic slowed to a painstaking crunch of tires. Pedestrians were hunchbacked. Inside the car, the windows fogged. There was the closeness of heavy coats. Arkady would have to climb over Wesley to reach a door. George and his gun were on the other side of Irina. Cigarettes? Wesley opened a pack and offered them to Arkady. There was a light, girlish blush of excitement on his face. I thought you didn't smoke, Arkady said. Never. They're for you, Wesley said. No, thank you. They're wasted if you don't take them. Wesley seemed distressed. George angrily took the cigarettes. They drove on the west side, underneath an elevated highway that partially sheltered them from the snow. Ships loomed up suddenly between docks. Where did you go with Kerwell last night? Wesley asked. Is that why we're doing this today instead of tomorrow? Arkady asked in return. Kerwell's such a dangerous man, I'm surprised you're still alive, Wesley said, and repeated to Irina. I'm surprised he's still alive. Irina held Arkady's hand. Occasionally, snow plunged through great holes in the highway overhead, and she leaned against him, as if they were on a sleigh ride. Inside Arkady's new parka, his new shirt felt stiff, like the slippers they put on the dead. Cigarettes were what executioners offered, he thought. Gloves were what they forgot. Should he tell Irina, he wondered. He remembered her telling about Kostya's father, the bastard who had tracked escapees in Siberia, how this manhunter would pass himself off as an ordinary trapper and befriend an escapee. share a warm meal and a bottle of vodka, and while the runaway dozed with his head full of dreams, would humanely slit his throat. Irina, Arkady recalled, had approved. Better to die with the illusion of freedom, she felt, than with nothing at all. What could be crueler than taking away even that? And what if he was wrong? What if Osborne really was going to trade his sables for Irina and Arkady? For a moment, he could even delude himself. Osborne would do the shooting, Arkady decided. That would be clean and honest. And the agents were clean and honest types. Arkady and Irina would be trespassers, enemy agents, extortionists. It didn't matter. Osborne was expert at this sort of work. In comparison, Wesley was a paper shuffler. The elevated highway faded behind them and the sky opened up, pouring down its milky snow. And Irina tightened her grip on Arkady's hand in excitement. She was so beautiful that he felt foolishly proud. Maybe something would happen. Maybe the car ride would take forever. Then he thought of Kerwell's transmitter in the hotel room. Maybe Billy and Rodney had heard everything and were in the car behind. It occurred to him that Kerwell and Ratz had planned to cross the Kill in a small boat. They couldn't have done so in this weather. If Kerwell had given up, maybe he was with Billy and Rodney. "Why are you smiling?" Irina asked. "I discover that I have an incurable disease," Arkady said. "Well, that sounds interesting," Wesley said. "What is it?" "Hope." "I thought so," Wesley said. The car stopped, and Ray bought a ticket at a booth in front of a green building that said, Department of Marine and Aviation. Arkady could see straight through the bottom of the building to the black water of the harbor. They had reached the end of Manhattan. To one side was an older ferry house, its graceful cast-iron columns outlined by snow. A car pulled up behind them, its driver a woman who put a newspaper in front of her face. With her other hand, she held a coffee cup and a cigarette. "What will you do if they stop the ferries?" Arkady asked. "If there's a hurricane, they have trouble in the slips." "Snow never stops the ferry," Wesley said. "We're right on schedule." Sooner and faster than Arkady expected, a ferry coupled with the building. Gates opened, and apparatchiks and workers emerged holding umbrellas and briefcases up against the storm, trying to pick their way through the snow as they dodged the cars driving off the boat. Then the waiting cars boarded. Wesley's was first in the middle of 3 rows, rolling right through the ship to the opposite bow. Pedestrians boarded on overhead ramps. The ferry still pressed against the ferry house. The swell from the inbound engines rose along the wooden pilings of the slip. The boat filled quickly. Most of the drivers took the stairs up to the saloon level. At the sound of 2 bells, a crewman in a pea-jacket lifted a cylinder from the deck and let it drop back to unlock the inbound rudder. The inbound engines died, and the outbound engines cut in. The ferry eased out of the slip and into the water. Arkady guessed the visibility at 1 kilometer. The ferry moved into a veil of quiet that muffled the noise of its own engines. They were surrounded by a snow that seemed to fold into the water. The ferry would have radar. There was no danger of collision. A large wave, perhaps a wake, grew from the water. The ferry only sighed, passing through it. Where was Kerwell? Arkady remembered him running across the frozen Moskva River. Ray rolled down a window and breathed deeply. "Oysters," he said. "What?" George asked. "Smell reminds me of oysters," Ray said. "You hungry or horny?" George asked, and glanced at Irina. "I know what I am." The interior of the ferry was painted a bright mussel orange. There was a black anchor, a hawser, rock salt and pipes between the rows of cars, cases of life preservers overhead, and lifeboats over the stairs. "Vehicles, operators, notice, stop engine, set brakes, put out lights, don't blow horn, don't smoke, U.S. Coast Guard regulations," was in red letters. All that would have kept the car from rolling directly off the front of the boat was a slack cable. There was a fold-up gate a child could have pulled apart. "Do you mind if we get out?" Arkady asked Wesley. "Why would you want to get out in the cold?" "For the view." Wesley's forehead, smooth as a pebble, lolled to one side. "It is a wonderful view. I especially love views on days like today, when you can hardly see anything at all. It gives the view some point," he said. "But I'm a fatalist. Some people were not meant to have sunny days. Also, I'm a pessimist. Did you know that the deck of this ferry is one of the favorite suicide spots in all New York? True. Or you might accidentally slip under that gate. See how wet the deck is? And get sucked under into the propeller, or freeze in the water. Well, it's going to be safety first while I'm in charge." "Then I will smoke," Arkady said. It was a Russian snow, thick as cotton. One moment the storm was a single entity, a ring around the boat. The next, it broke into separate squalls spinning like tops on the black water. The cable at the bow had a skin of frozen spray. Valeria, Kostya the bandit, and James Crowell didn't know what was waiting for them in Gorky Park. At least they skated to their deaths in innocence. If he told Irina, what could the two of them do? Overpower 3 armed agents? Make a commotion? Who would notice 2 passengers out of 5 in a car in a snowstorm in the middle of New York Harbor? Would Irina believe him if he told her? Would Valeria, Kostya, and James Crowell have believed him as they skated by? The storm parted toward the west. Gliding past them was a vertigrous colossus on a stone pedestal, a torch uplifted, a crown of rays on her head, astonishingly familiar, even to Arkady. Then the storm closed and she was gone. "Did you see it?" Irina asked. "For an instant," Arkady said. "Don't go away." Wesley got out of the car and vanished up the stairs. The surface of the bay had the deep motion of heavy breathing. Railroad cars crossed on a barge pushed by a tugboat. Gulls rose from floating garbage. Arkady noticed Ray concentrating anxiously on a side view mirror. He was looking at someone. Someone had followed, after all. Arkady kissed Irina's cheek and glanced down the line of cars behind. At the far end of the ferry were 2 figures. A gust obscured them, and when Arkady looked again, they were gone. One had been Wesley, though, and the other the red-haired KGB agent called Rurik. The snow rushed down, the black water flowed by, and a red buoy danced in between, tolling its bell. A small town on the hills of an island emerged from the storm as Wesley returned. "This is it," he told Irina as he got into the car. "Where are we?" she asked. "The name of this town is St. George," Wesley said. "It's Staten Island," Arkady said. "Well, yes, it is," Wesley said, "and it's part of New York City, no matter what people say." Arkady saw that for Irina the shabby docks and snow-covered roofs could have been a tropical island of palm trees and orchids, or whipped cream set on the sea. She was near the destination of a wonderful journey. Water surged ahead of them into the slip, and crewmen hooked the ramps to the bow. When the cable dropped, the gates swung up and the cars rolled off. St. George was practically a Russian village. The streets were deeply rutted in snow, and the traffic was almost stationary. The cars were old and rusted, the people drably dressed in hoods and boots. The houses were small, with real chimneys and real smoke. There was a statue with snowy epaulets, but the shops had fresh meat and poultry and seafood. A plowed boulevard led away from the town to newer suburbs, prefabricated houses separated from each other by chain-link fences. A church looked like a rising spaceship. A bank looked like a gas station. They reached the highway that Arkady had been on the night before. There was very little traffic. 3 cars behind them, Arkady made out Nicky and Rurik. He couldn't see Kerwell's detectives. Slightly asynchronously, the windshield wipers battled at the flakes. Was the snow falling, or was the car rising? Arkady felt the cool skin of the car and every revolution of its wheels, The residue of whiskey in his stomach, the sweat under his arms, the sweat on George's palms, the dark blood rushing through each man in the car, and their breath moving the turgid smoke. Ray turned off before the bridge over the Arthur Kill. A single car followed. They plowed their own way on a narrow road that ran along the Kill, by gas domes and power lines, and through a marsh of silvered rushes. Arkady felt his life simplifying, its halves closing. Extraneous elements like Billy and Rodney no longer existed. The signs along the way were in a strange language, but the road was inevitable. Arkady understood. Osborne would kill him and Irina, while the KGB was misled 1,000 miles away from the Sables. Yet here were Nicky and Rurik being led right to them. Better than understanding, Arkady saw. All mutual informers were mutually expendable. Worse was a man who did too many favors for both sides and demanded too much in return. What choice did Wesley have? Osborne refused to go into hiding. The Bureau would have to protect not only him, but a whole growing industry of sables. Seeing at last, Arkady noted the symmetry. As certainly as 2 eyes and 2 hands, there was a balance of 2 energetic armies with mirror hearts. Osborne would kill him and Irina, and then Wesley, George, Ray, Nicky, Rurik would kill Osborne. They passed a corral where a black horse stood in the snow and watched them go by. Irina's fingers threaded through his, although she'd tied the knot tight around her wrist. His mother's hand was open, as if she were reaching for more water. Trucks rusted, dropping their own orange flakes in the snow outside a barn. Even the maddest killer, Osborne, was only an individual, unpredictable, finally vulnerable. Policy, like snow, reduced the world to essentials. There in a field was a piece of farm machinery, a row of curved blades turned into a scribble. Now the unctuous bowing of weighted trees. The second car fell far behind. Arkady felt it, however, like a bead of sweat on his back. Was there any comfort, he wondered, in seeing the outlines of life? His sweat was as cold as snow. Ray turned through a gate into a salvage yard. It appeared as though a sea of snow had lapped up from the Kill, bearing anything of iron with it. Entire ships, gutted hulls, locomotives rode on a white tide. Buses were piled on trucks. New York Central Railroad cars stood on end. Anchors rested on mobile homes. Painted everywhere were signs. "No trespassing. This means you." And "Beware of dogs." There was an office shingled with license plates, but no one came out to stop them. Arkady noticed they were following tire tracks that looked 3 or 4 hours old. Ray drove, as if he would be lost without them. The car swung uncertainly between atolls of boxcars, counterweights, cranes, around mountains where snow overlaid the erratic details of turbines and screws, past the loose slopes of chains and scrap. The tracks led away from the yard and through sycamore and linden trees, then to a field of mechanical cranes and vines. Throughout the trees, as if they had dropped there from the sky, were more abandoned cars and buses. Because it stood before a background of snow, the chain-link fence seemed to spring at them. It was topped by triple strands of barbed wire, and all the tall trees within 20 meters inside it were cut to stumps. Arkady had no doubt that the fence had a concrete base, and there were insulators on the poles, so it was electrified. His eye was caught by a small brown bird that hopped from fence to insulator to fence. The power was off. On a phone box was a sign, "Attack Dog Kennels, phone for deliveries, beware of dogs." The fence gate was wide open, inviting them in. The road seemed to deliberately meander through the trees. At one curve, the tracks they were following divided into 2 separate tracks. One earlier car had continued on the road. Another had veered off, making its own path through brush. Kerwill was waiting at the next curve. He faced them 1 arm high, before a large tree, an elm. Ray stopped the car a meter in front of him. Cruz didn't move, his eyes boring into the car and through it. Snow had settled deep on his shoulders and hat, and in the cuff of his upraised hand. Stretched out dead in the snow at his feet were two large gray dogs. Arkady noticed that what protruded in a bundle from Cruz's open coat were his entrails, pulled out and covered with snow. Snow obscured the two pink holes over his breasts. His face was totally white. Now Arkady saw the ropes around his waist and wrist that tied him to the tree. When they got out of the car, they saw the blood scattered everywhere. The dogs were similar to Siberian huskies, but leaner, longer-legged, more wolf-like. One dog's head was crushed. Cruz's eyes were paler than ever. The irises collapsed. He had an expression of weariness, as if he had been condemned to carry a tree on his back all his life. "Jesus," Ray said. "This wasn't planned." "Don't touch him," George warned. Arkady forced Cruz's eyes shut, buttoned his overcoat together, and kissed his cold cheek. "Get away from him, please," Wesley said. Arkady stepped back. Irina looked almost as white as Cruz, the mark on her cheek sharp and dark. Did she finally understand? Arkady asked himself. Did she see Kostya in Cruz? Did she know who Valeria would be? Did she finally realize how short a distance they had come from Gorky Park? Osborne came out of the trees behind them, carrying a rifle, a third gray dog at his side. The dog had black outlined eyes and rough, and a muzzle of dried blood. "He killed my dogs," he explained to Arkady, pointing the rifle with one hand at Cruz. "That's why I gutted him, because he killed my dogs." He spoke to Arkady as if no one else were present. He was wearing hunting clothes, laced boots, a green Jaeger hat, and pigskin gloves. The rifle was a bolt-action sporting model with a sight and a handsome burled stock. A heavy knife was sheathed on his belt. Arkady noticed that no more snow was falling. Not a flake drifted down, not even from the over-heavy branches. There was a ceramic clarity to the scene. "Well, here are your friends," Wesley said. Osborne, however, studied the dead man. "You were going to keep Cruz away from me," he told Wesley. "You were going to protect me. If it weren't for the dogs, he would have had me." "But he didn't," Wesley said. "And now he's out of the way." "No thanks to you," Osborne said. "The main thing," Wesley said, "is that we brought your friends. They're all yours." "They brought the KGB, too," Arkady said. Wesley, George, and Ray, who had already started to back away from Arkady and Irina, stopped. "Good try," Wesley said to Arkady. He looked at Osborne. "You were right, and I was wrong. The Russian is clever, but he's desperate, and he's lying." "Why do you say that, Arkasha?" Irina asked. "You'll ruin everything." No, Arkady thought, she still doesn't understand. "Why do you say that?" Osborne asked Arkady. "Wesley met with one of them on the ferry. He got out of the car to talk to him," Arkady said. "There was a blizzard on the ferry," Wesley said in a reasonable tone. "He could hardly see out of the car, let alone any secret meetings." "Did you recognize anyone?" Osborne asked Arkady. "It was hard to see," Arkady admitted. "Why do you even ask him?" Wesley said. "But I know a red-haired, anti-Semitic KGB officer when I see one," Arkady said, "even in a snowstorm." "I'm sorry," Wesley told Arkady, "but no one will believe you." Arkady paid no attention to Wesley. Neither did Osborne. They could have been alone. What two men better deserved to be alone than a killer and his investigator? Men who approached each other from the opposite side of the dead. Also from the opposite sides of a bed. There was a double intimacy that not even Irina could share. Who else could feel the profound weight of the snow still in the sky and almost hear Tchaikovsky in the air? Arkady let Osborne enter through his eyes. Test my words, Arkady thought. Sniff them. Chew them. I feel you inside me moving like a wolf's pads on snow. Try the hate now. It's lodged behind the heart. Inevitability is always in the stomach. That was all that Kerwell lacked. I have it. Now do you know? Wesley stared at the two men, and at the last moment motioned to Ray. Without taking any apparent aim, Osborne fired his rifle. Wesley's head snapped, half its smooth forehead missing. He landed on his knees and then his chest. While Ray tried to free a revolver from a shoulder holster inside his jacket and coat, Osborne ejected a shell, fed a new round into the rifle breech, and fired again. Ray sat down, looking at his bloody hand. He lifted it away slowly and looked at the hole that went through the middle of his chest, then sagged to one side. Osborne's dog attacked George. The dog was in midair when George shot it, and was dead before it fell. Osborne was bleeding from his shoulder. Arkady became aware that another shot had been fired from farther away. George rolled behind a tree. Arkady pulled Irina down into the snow, and Osborne vanished into the trees. They remained face down in the snow until they heard George, and then other footsteps run by. There was shouting back and forth in English, some of it with a Russian accent. He recognized Rurick's voice and Nicky's. Arkady crawled to Ray and shook the revolver out of his coat. Car keys fell out, too. "We can take the car," Irina said. "We can get away." He put the keys in her hand and kept the gun. "You get away," he said. He ran into the woods in the direction the other men had gone. He found the revolver safety on the left by the cylinder and pushed it off. The tracks in the snow were easy to follow. George's, Osborne's, and two more joining from opposite directions. He heard them just ahead, yelling and swatting at branches. There was the crack of a rifle shot, followed by the rapid fire of handguns. The fight moved away. When Arkady crept forward again, he found Nicky belly up in the snow, dead. His legs twisted, as if he had spun when he fell. A little further on, he found a U in Osborne's tracks, where he doubled back for the ambush. The shooting stopped, and there was quiet. Arkady moved from tree to tree. His breathing sounded terribly loud. Occasionally, wind would brush snow from a branch, and it would plop onto the ground and make him jump. He heard other sounds, which at first he thought were birds. Sharp voices in agitation that came and went with the wind. The woods ended in a second, inner chain-link fence with canvas baffles. Halfway through the fence, tangled in canvas and insulators, was Kerwell's car. The driver had been trapped inside. The rear window crystallized around a hole, and in the front seat rats sat upright. He was dead. The blood that had poured from his torn woolen cap had dried in stripes. Arkady came to another gate. It was open, and through it went tire tracks almost filled in by snow and the fresh tracks of running men. Inside were Osborne's sables. The layout of the compound was rectangular, about 100 meters by 60, and simply laid out. At the nearer end were a round corrugated steel unit for waste and a lean-to for dogs. 3 chains hung from a ring. The tire tracks led to the far end, where Osborne's limousine was parked outside a 1-story cement bunker. The bunker seemed long enough to house refrigerators, an area for preparing food, and an area for quarantine. The foot tracks ran to the sable sheds. The generals in the fur palace had underestimated. Arkady counted 10 raised open sheds, each of them 20 meters long, with a wooden roof that sheltered 2 rows of cages and a central aisle. There were 4 cages to a row, which meant about 80 sables altogether. 80 sables in New York City. He couldn't see the animals clearly. They were excited and moving about too much. Nor could he see Osborne, George, or Rurick. Though there were few places to hide. Only plastic cans at the end of each shed and concrete drainage troughs under each row of cages. The American revolver was odd and short-barreled, obviously not meant for marksmanship. And he was a terrible shot anyway. He'd never be able to hit anyone from the bunker or the lean-to. He ran for the nearest shed. First he heard the shot, and then he felt the bullet. It should be the other way round, he thought. He stumbled, but regained his feet. It's tough to put a pistol slug through the chest of a crouching man, he thought. Now, a rifle slug would have done the job. When he dove under the shed, pain stretched on a line over his ribs. Above him, the sables shrieked in outrage. They climbed zinc-coated mesh walls, paced, leaped, were never still. They looked like cats, then weasels, furred ears turning in alarm, tails bristling with anger, moving so quickly that they were only black configurations within the cages. It was the life in them that was startling. They were wild, not tame, furiously alive, hissing and trying to reach him through the silver mesh. On his back, Arkady looked down the row of sheds and saw 2 different pairs of human legs. An upside-down face with dark, morose eyes joined one pair of legs. Then a revolver joined the face. It was George. He fired, and a spray of animal feces exploded over Arkady from the drainage trough. Arkady aimed back, still too far. He rolled over the trough toward the next shed, closer to George, and was aiming again when there was a rifle shot. Arkady could see George's legs walking backward, his head still hanging down, his revolver dangling from a finger. With his other hand, George seemed to be trying to reach his back. His legs worked more and more stiffly, and his head hung lower as he backed into a plastic can at the end of the shed. The can tipped over, spilling a pink soup of fish heads and horse meat over the snow. George lay down in it. "Arkady Vasilievich," Rurik said. Rurik stepped out of Arkady's shed and stood over him, a Makarov automatic hanging in his hand. Now we will hunt down Osborne together, Arkady thought. But Rurik was a better judge of enemies and trained not to hesitate. With the ironic sympathy of a final arbiter, we're all human, especially we Ukrainians. The KGB officer raised his gun and aimed at Arkady with both hands. Before he could fire, his scalp rolled back from his skull, gray flecks stuck to his red hair, and Rurik dropped, knees and face forward, into the snow. This time the sound of the rifle shot came afterward. From his back, Arkady looked along the sheds and saw Osborne's legs at least 6 sheds away. It was the scope. Osborne could look through a whole line of sheds and pinpoint his targets. He could do so a lot more easily to a target under the sheds, Arkady supposed. He rolled under one more shed, closer to Osborne, and got to his feet. Arkady approached around 2 more sheds, passing George in the puddle of sable food. At the next shed, as Osborne appeared and raised his rifle, Arkady ducked into the wooden aisle between the cages. Some of the sables hid in the coops inside their cages. Others followed Arkady, darting from one end to the other, jumping against the mesh. Each cage, he noticed, had its own chart, food slot, and padlock. As long as he and the sables kept moving, he had a chance. If he could get close, he had 5 or 6 shots in the revolver against a bolt-action rifle. He beat his hand against the cages as he ran, stirring up the sables. He could feel the rifle scope, frustrated, attempting to sight on him without hitting the animals. Arkady covered the distance between sheds in 2 steps and jumped into the next aisle, shouting at the sables as he hit the cages. Their tails trailed behind them as they leaped from wall to ceiling to floor, spitting, some urinating in fury. His hand bled. One had bitten him through the mesh. Then he was down on the aisle floor, shot, a bullet through his thigh. Not bad. Clean through. He was up again. He noticed he had passed an empty cage where Osborne had taken the chance and fired, though the slug must have been deflected or he would be dead. There were new planks in the roof of the shed, and the mesh was freshly repainted, a crowbar and toolbox in the aisle. It must have been the cage from which the sable escaped. He saw Osborne running to catch him as he came out of the end of the shed. Arkady would dive under the cages into the waste trough instead and fire first. But he stumbled, losing control of his leg as shock spread through it. Then he heard Irina shouting. She stood inside the compound gate, calling his name. She couldn't see him. Osborne called for her to stay where she was. "Investigator," Osborne yelled. "Come on out. You can keep your gun and I'll let you both go. Come out or I'll shoot her." "Run," Arkady shouted to Irina. "I'll let you both go, Irina," Osborne said. "You can get in the car and go. The investigator's wounded and needs medical attention." "I won't go without you," Irina called to Arkady. "You can go together, Arkady," Osborne said. "You have my promise. But come out now, right now, or I'll shoot her. Right now." Arkady was back at the empty cage. He picked up the crowbar and inserted its narrow end through the shackle of the padlock in the neighboring cage. The sable inside stilled and watched. Arkady let his weight drop on the bar and the shackle snapped. As the cage door swung open, the sable jumped off Arkady's chest onto the aisle and out the shed. He had never seen anything move so quickly over snow. The sable darted over the snow on soft furred paws, its tail whipping the snow behind. Arkady inserted the bar into the next padlock and pushed down again. "No!" Osborne cried. Arkady caught the sable as it came out of the cage and held it against him as it clawed to escape. Osborne stood at the end of the aisle, rifle raised. Arkady threw the sable at him. Osborne stepped aside, raised the rifle again, and fired. Arkady dropped to the aisle floor as his leg gave way and fired. The first 2 shots took Osborne through the stomach. Osborne worked another round into the breech. Arkady's next 2 shots hit Osborne in the heart. The 5th shot caught Osborne in the throat as he went down. The 6th shot missed altogether. Arkady dragged himself out of the shed. Osborne was on his back, looking not as chewed up as a man should be with so many bullets in him. He still held his rifle. Oddly, Arkady saw him as not quite dead, not even dressed in the hunting outfit, but in a finer suit with more touches of elegance. Arkady sat beside him. Osborne's eyes were closed, as if he'd had time to compose himself. Arkady felt the heat leaving the body and the chilling process already underway. Wearily, he stripped Osborne's belt from his body and tied it around his own leg. Slowly, he became aware of Irina standing over them. She stared. Was there, after all, an expression on Osborne's face as if he'd won? "He told me once that he loved the snow," Arkady said. "Maybe he does." "Where do we go now?" "You go." "I came back for you," Irina said. "We can get away. We can stay in America." "I don't want to stay." Arkady looked up. "I never wanted to stay. I only came because I knew Osborne would kill you if I didn't." "Then we'll both go home." "You are home. You're American now, Irina. You're what you always wanted to be." He smiled. "You're not Russian anymore. We always were different. And now I know what the difference was." "You'll change too." "I'm Russian." He tapped his chest. "The longer I'm here, the more Russian I am." "No!" She shook her head angrily. "Look at me." Arkady pulled himself to his feet. One leg was numb. "Don't cry. See what I am? Arkady Renko, former party member and chief investigator. If you love me, tell me truthfully how American I could ever be." "Tell me," he shouted. "Tell me," he said more softly. "Admit it. Don't you see a Russian?" "We came all this way. I won't let you go back alone, Akasha." "You don't understand." He took Irina's face in his hands. "I'm not as brave as you are. Not brave enough to stay. Please let me go back. You will be what you already are, and I will be what I am. I will always love you." He kissed her fiercely. "Go on. Run." "The sables. Leave them to me. Go ahead." He pushed her. "It shouldn't be so hard on the way back. Don't go to the bureau. Go to the police or the State Department. Anything but the FBI." "I love you." She tried to hold on to his hand. "Do I have to throw stones?" he asked. Irina released him. "I'm going then," she said. "Good luck." "Good luck, Akasha." She stopped crying, brushed her hair from her eyes, looked around, and took a deep breath. "For snow like this, I should have felt boots, you know," she said. "I know. I'm a good driver. The light seems to be getting better." "Yes." She took a dozen steps. "Will I ever hear from you?" She looked back, her eyes haggard and wet. "No doubt. Messages get through, right? Times change." At the gate she stopped again. "How can I leave you?" "I am leaving you." Irina went through the gate. Arkady found the cigarette case on Osborne and smoked and listened to the branches drumming in the wind until he heard a car start up in the distance. The Sables heard it too. They had sharp ears. So, Arkady thought, there had been 3 trades.